It was the end of year 5 of Harry Potter's education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And things weren't going so well. It all started a week ago when he led some of his friends on a mission to rescue his godfather. His arch-enemy had given him a false vision through their shared mental link. That showed him that Sirius Black was in trouble. Every method Harry used to contact Sirius was met with either non-answers or lies. In his panic, Harry was leaving to go rescue the only family he had left. Harry was more than willing to go alone, and even after his friends insisted they come, he told them it was too dangerous and that he didn't want to see them get hurt. Of course, with all good friends, they volunteered to go as they didn't want him doing it on his own. He finally relented, and off they went to the Ministry of Magic on London. To make a long story shorter, they were attacked, outnumbered, and injured during the battle until they were assisted by members of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius was one of these members who responded, and like Harry, he was doing everything in his power for the only family member he had left. Sadly, Sirius was hit by a stunner as he was standing too close to the veil of death, and he fell through. A distraught Harry flew into a rage at Sirius' opponent and began chasing the crazy Bellatrix Lestrange through the ministry. Their confrontation ended up in the atrium, where Harry met his longtime foe, Voldemort, once again. During this meeting, Voldemort managed to possess Harry with all of his friends watching. Needless to say, they were terrified, and most of them had to leave quickly to go change their underwear. They made it back to Hogwarts, and while the others were sent to the infirmary, Harry was taken to the headmaster's office, where he learned of a prophecy that foretold of the whole wizarding war coming down to between Harry and Voldemort. Harry didn't take this news too well, as he had just witnessed his only family being taken from him and managed to destroy quite a few things in the office. Harry stormed out of the office without uttering another word. To add to Harry's misery, he used his invisibility cloak to sneak up to see his friends in the infirmary. Once he arrived, he overheard them talking about how one day Harry would get them all killed. Of his 5 friends, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were the most vocal and were trying their best to get the other 2, Neville and Luna, to agree with them. After a while, Neville finally nodded his head, but Luna never even replied. Harry was torn between disgust and sadness, with all the revelations he had faced tonight, along with the death of Sirius. He finally snuck off and wasn't seen for the rest of their days at Hogwarts, and even on the train ride home. Unknown to Harry, he wasn't as alone as he thought, always behind him and out of sight. A pair of tennis ball-sized green eyes kept a silent vigil over the devastated young wizard. When they arrived at King's Cross Station, Harry once again used his invisibility cloak to hide and managed to sneak past everyone and find his uncle and aunt. Once he located them, Harry saw that there was a group of Order members surrounding his family and giving them a hard time. Harry immediately pulled off his cloak and stepped right in the middle of the talk. Harry looped his arms in his uncle and aunt's and said, "Come on, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, let's go home and get away from these idiots. I don't think I can handle much more of them this year." The Order members looked dumbfounded and were about to say something when Harry held up his hand and said, "You know, I really don't want to hear any of your crap right now. Leave me and my family alone." The still shocked group stood there as Harry and his family walked to the car and drove away. Once inside the car, Vernon was about to blow when he said, "The nerve of those freaks." Harry just said, "I couldn't agree more, Uncle Vernon." Petunia turned and said, That doesn't sound like you. What has happened to cause this change in attitude?" "Well, Aunt Petunia, to start with, I had an evil bitch of a teacher giving me hell all year long. To make it worse, none of my teachers would help me even when there was evidence of torture. Then I kept having these visions all year long, and now everyone thinks I'm either crazy or a danger to them. I had a vision of Sirius being tortured, and well, It's serious, and there's no way I wouldn't go and try to help him. So anyway, it was a fake to try and trap me, and Sirius came to try and save me like I was trying to save him. His bitch of a cousin cursed him, and he ended up dying. Petunia said, Sirius is dead. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. Harry gave her a strange look, and then said, then, Dumbledore sends me back to his office where he tells me there's this prophecy that says either me or Voldemort has to kill each other, and that we are the only ones who can. If that wasn't enough, why couldn't he tell me sooner? I mean, I asked him 3 years ago why Voldemort was after me, and he told me I was too young. So after I destroyed half his office, I snuck up to the infirmary to see my so-called friends. I stayed hidden while I listened to them talk about how dangerous I was, and how they couldn't be my friends anymore for fear of being hurt. I'm so sorry, Harry. I know your friends meant a lot to you. I know you didn't have many around home. And that was mainly our fault. I promise you we will talk about all this more when we can sit down with something to drink. It may help. Harry nodded and said, well, after all that, I just hid out for a few days until the train left, and I just hid out until I saw those jackasses harassing you, and you know the rest. Petunia looked at Vernon and said, dear, I know you have been dreading this day for a long time, but I think it is time to come clean about everything and help Harry toward his destiny. Vernon said, yes, I think you are right. Harry, I have been dreading this time because I would have to face up to how I treated you and tell you why. Just know that it was for your own good. Some of the lessons may have been harsh, but you learned to only rely on yourself. I'm sorry to say that we can't help you in your world, but we did try and raise you to be hard enough to survive in it. I would say I'm sorry, but in all honesty, I'm not. I think I did my job well, and once we get home, you will understand it even more. If it makes any difference, we are proud of you and the man you are becoming. Harry just stood there with his mouth open. Petunia laughed and said, close your mouth before you catch a fly. When they arrived at 4 Private Drive, they led Harry into the sitting room while Petunia went up to her bedroom. She came back down with an envelope and pulled several pieces of parchment from it. Vernon got back up and said, hang on a minute. He stepped out and walked back in with 6 bottles of ale. He uncorked 3 of them and handed 1 each to Petunia and Harry while keeping the last one for himself. They all took a long pull on their ales before starting the conversation. She said, okay, Harry, just sit back and listen, and if you have any question, just stop us and we will try our best to answer. Harry nodded. Dear Vern and Toonie, I really don't know where to begin this letter. I guess the beginning will have to do. Toonie, I have taught you as much as I could of this world, so that you would be aware of things and have enough knowledge to help my son if things go badly. Currently, the wizarding world is in the middle of a war. The bad guys are led by a dark lord called Voldemort and are winning. They are truly bad people who will stop at nothing to get what they want. Right now, they want James, Harry, and I dead, all because of some rubbish prophecy. You see, the thing about prophecies is that they have no meaning unless someone believes them. Sadly, this prophecy is about how our Harry has the power to defeat Voldemort. I know it will only be a matter of time before he finds us, and we will die in front of him. We have taken some steps to help Harry if he survives us. The first thing you need to know is that we are including the latest copy of our will. This is our true will, and there is a copy of it with the goblins of Gringotts. In it, we detail our true bequeaths to our dear loved ones and also deal with several legal matters for Harry. The only way this will can become public knowledge is if you and Harry both go to Gringotts to enact it. Now, we had to use some subterfuge, but we have left Dumbledore with the impression that our relationship is strained and that you absolutely hate magic. Toonie, my dear sweet sister, please know that we don't think that way at all. We just know that if something happens, Dumbledore will place Harry in your custody to have him beat down and moldable into a weapon for him to control. In the will, that he knows about. We added that under no circumstance will Harry be allowed to live with you. That sneaky man I married actually felt it the best way to make sure Harry ends up with you. Now here comes the hard part, Vern and Toonie. I know how much you love Harry from the times you have spent together, but I must ask a favor. If and when you get Harry, make his life hard. Make him work hard, discipline him hard and physically but not brutally, and make him hard mentally and emotionally. I know I ask a lot of you, but it is the only way he will be able to stand tall in the future. That is ahead of him. Okay, I'm sorry for asking you this, but it is necessary. We love our son with our whole heart, but even we would have pushed him hard to make him into the lord he must become. One day, the time will come that he will become aggravated at the world he has joined. It is then that you should read him this letter, and then give him the letter I left for him. There may even be one from Sirius that he needs to read. Just know that we love you both and would not trust our precious son with anyone else. When the time comes, take Harry to Gringotts and everything will be taken care of. We have seen to it. Love, Lily and James. Harry sat there stunned and couldn't even speak for a few minutes. He finally said, so it was all planned. My whole life has been one big training session. Petunia said, yes, Harry, it has. I love you, but I'm not sorry for what we did. Now I have a letter for you from your parents, and another from Sirius that came last night. Harry opened the first letter and started reading. Dearest Harry, I want you to know that your father and I love you very much. If you are reading this, then we have died and have taken steps for your future. I'm sure Toonie has read her letter to you, and you have some questions. The first is probably why. I won't claim to know everything about the wizarding world, but I do know that it is a hard and tough world to live in. We chose this path for you to make you into the man you need to be to head the House of Potter. I love you, my sweet little man, but don't let your heart overrule your mind. You need to be strong for the future ahead of you if you are going to chain it. Please don't be angry at Petunia or Vernon as they did as we asked. I can promise you it hurt them deeply to act that way towards you. Now, another thing you need to know is that there are few people you can truly trust in our world. You can always trust Vernon and Petunia. The others that I know for a fact will never betray you are your betrothed and Sirius Black. Yes, there is a betrothal contract for you. I think you will be very pleased if her mother's looks are anything to go by. Sirius is a different matter. He took a blood oath as your godfather, and there is no way he could ever betray you. Next, let us talk of the people you should not trust. The top of the list consists of one Albus Dumbledore. Don't let his grandfatherly demeanor fool you. He only cares about the greater good, and that is whatever is best for Albus Dumbledore. Next, we have any of the lying weasels known as the Weasley family. They are sworn enemies of the Potters and will stop at nothing to gain our wealth and power. In the past, they were the pawns of Albus. If you have any female Muggle-born friends, and I hope you do, keep them away from the Weasleys. They will try and make her a sex slave for one of their sons. If she somehow betrays you, know that she is more than likely under their power and there is nothing you can do for her. I also need to tell you not to trust anyone in the Order of the Phoenix. If they are members, they are completely under Albus' control. Another thing you need to know is that Voldemort is a creation of Albus Dumbledore. We did some research and found that Albus made a Horcrux. A Horcrux is dark magic at its worst. It takes killing an innocent and splitting your soul to create one. You see, Dumbledore made a Horcrux and transferred his evil side into a young man named Tom Riddle. Tom went on to become Voldemort and created even more of these vile objects. If Albus follows his normal trend, he will also have put a Horcrux in you to try and take you over. Now, don't worry, in my research, I discovered a way to keep this thing from taking you over and performed several rituals to make sure you were safe. The goblins have my notes and will help you with it when you ask them. They will also help you get rid of the others. The last thing I have to tell you is to go to Gringotts and claim your inheritance. Also have them. Remove any blocks on you and deal with the Horcrux. Take Petunia as it will be necessary to gain full access. We want you to know that we love you and are sorry for the way you were brought up. Things would have been different if we had lived, but we had to ensure you would be who you were destined to be. We love you. Mum and Dad. Harry sat there in shock at all he had just read. He looked at Petunia, who gave him a half smile and said, I know it's a lot to take in, but it was how it had to be. Harry nodded and then opened the last letter. Dear Pup, where do I begin? Well, first things first, if I have died, and I'm guessing I have if you are reading this, then know that I loved you as my own son. I'm sorry I was an idiot and got put in Azkaban for going off half-cocked. Okay, now that has been said, there are a few things you must know. First, as I'm sure your mother has already informed you, do not trust the Order. Period. That includes Remus. He is so far up Albus' butt that he even spied on us for him. Secondly, I love you like a son because you are my son. I've wanted to tell you for so long, but couldn't. When you were a baby, I blood adopted you. It doesn't change anything with your mom and Dad, but makes me like a second father to you. Now, as I was the last remaining male Black, this left me with the title of Lord Black. With you as my heir, you become Lord Black at my death. So here's what I need you to do. Go to Gringotts and claim your inheritance. Not just Black, but for House Potter. Also, you will become Lord Potter Black, and let me tell you that you are now very well off. You will not have to work unless you so choose. My advice is to use it and have some fun. Merlin knows you deserve it. Not only that, but you control quite a bit of power in the Wisengamot. The goblins will explain everything. Now, I know that Albus will try and keep you away from the will reading, so I am sending Petunia summons to the reading. Albus may block your mail, but he doesn't hers. It is also coming through Muggle mail. When asked about it, use that excuse. By your accepting your inheritance, you will be emancipated. I am leaving Petunia as your legal guardian. In reality, you won't need one, but it might help. Now, like your parents, I did the whole false will thing too. It also states I leave you everything, but makes Remus your magical guardian. I also put Petunia as your legal guardian in this one. Fortunately, Albus supported the will completely. The goblins have the real one and will enact it once the reading is held. I cannot stress this enough. You and Petunia need to go to Gringotts as soon as possible. Tomorrow, if you can. Albus will try and get his hands in the Black Fortune in a heartbeat, as he tried to do with the Potter Fortune. I can tell you he did steal from your personal vault, but could never access the family vaults. If I were to guess, he took close to 500,000 galleons before you ever saw it. He has also set up a marriage contract with the Weasleys. Now, before you get mad, it is invalid as only a Lord Potter can enter a marriage contract for any of his family. Since there hasn't been a Lord Potter since your father, it is illegal, and any money taken from you for the contract can be used against them. One of the last things I need to tell you is about your friends. The Luna girl I'm not so sure about, but be careful around her. Her perception of things is unlike anything I have ever seen. I think if you asked her to swear a fidelity oath to you, she would, because I really don't think she is not trustworthy. The Weasleys, well, you already know about them and you should keep your distance. I had fully intended to kill Ron at the same time. I took out Pettigrew, but Remus stopped me. Now, as far as Longbottom goes, I'm not too sure about him either. I knew his parents very well and they were good people. You might need to treat him as you do Luna. Now let me get to the last one, Hermione Granger. I know for a fact that she is a willing slut who puts out for anyone. When she stayed in the house, it was a running joke that she would go down on anyone. She didn't try it with me because of our relationship. But I caught her with both twins, Ron numerous times, Severus a few times, and even Remus. I have even heard that she pleasured Ginny, Tonks, and had her face in that fat, hairy muff of Molly's. I know you thought a lot of her, but she is completely under their control and is their willing little whore. Never trust her again, as she will give you up every time. Since I am on the subject of friends, I know all about your marriage contract, and let me say that I think you will be very pleased. I know I would. You also don't have to worry, as she is from a reputable family, and if I might say so, quite the looker. Just take your time with her and things will work out for the best. Another thing about her family is that they are neither light nor dark. I guess I would classify them as gray, much like you, myself, and your parents. The grays or neutrals believe that magic is based on intent of the caster. Your father came from a traditionally light family, while I came from a dark. Our views met somewhere in the middle, as should yours. Just think about it. If you were to declare yourself gray, I think you would have a lot of support in the Wisengamot. Sorry, but I just thought of something else. As Lord Black, you have the power to kick anyone out of the family and therefore, in turn, bring someone back in. It would please me greatly if you would annul the marriages of Bellatrix and Narcissa, and then call all the debts due to House Black by Houses Malfoy and Lestrain. This would effectively destroy their wealth, and therefore their financial support of Voldemort. As soon as you have done that, kick their sorry Death Eater asses out of the family along with Sissy's Death Eater spawn. At the same time, I love my cousin Andromeda dearly and would like nothing more than for you to reinstate her to the family. The only problem I see is that Nymphadora is her daughter, and by reinstating Andromeda, you would be welcoming her into the family. I would not do this unless she gives a vow of family fidelity to the new Lord Black. If she will not, then state it plainly that Andromeda will remain outside the family. Lastly, I want you to know that I love you. If I died protecting you or in bed with 3 young blondes, I died happy and fulfilled. Know that I will be watching over and with you always. Your parents and I will be happily waiting for you to join us, but don't make it too soon. I wish you a long and happy life with your future wife and family. I love you. Padfoot. This letter affected him worse than the other. His parents were of his dreams while Padfoot was real. It really helped him to know that he was loved. He turned to Petunia and said, "Aunt Toonie, will you take me to Gringotts tomorrow? I think we have some business to conduct." Vernon said, "We will all go. It's about time your world felt the presence of a Lord Potter once again." "Thank you both. If you will excuse me, I am a bit drained from all this and need to sleep and process it. Oh, and Uncle Vernon, it won't be a Lord Potter but a Lord Potterblack." Sirius passed on his lordship. "To me too." Vernon just looked stunned. Petunia said, "Your friend Dobby stopped by earlier and asked if he could redecorate your room. I hope you like it." Harry climbed the stairs and went into his room and stared. The room was lavishly decorated with a large queen-size bed. Dobby was waiting for him and said, "I hopes Harry Potter sir likes it." Harry replied, "It's great, Dobby, thank you so much. If ever there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask." Dobby just blushed. There is one thing the great Harry Potter could do for Dobby. Harry knelt down in front of Dobby and asked, "Just name it, Dobby. You have always helped me well, maybe not my second year, but since then." Dobby blushed again and said, "Dobby wants to bond with Harry Potter, sir." "I thought you liked being a free elf." Dobby does like it, but being bound to Harry Potter won't be like being bound to old nasty masters, and Dobby be wanting to help Harry Potter always. "Okay, Dobby, what do we need to do?" An excited Dobby said. Master Harry sir be placing his hand on Dobby's head and saying Dobby is his elf. Harry placed his hand on Dobby's head and said, "I, Harry James Potter, claim Dobby as my personal elf." There was a flash of light, and then the two of them could see a tendril of magic joining them. They both felt a surge of power go through them, and Dobby actually stood straighter and grew a couple of inches. His frail-looking body started filling out, and he was easily the most buff elf that Harry had ever Scene. Harry asked, "What just happened, Dobby?" "Master Harry has bonded Dobby." "I know that, but I've never seen an elf as big as you before." "Well, Master Harry, our bond is unique as you not only bonded me as your elf but as your friend. The bond was strengthened by the love we showed each other." "Okay, I'll take your word for it. What can Dobby be doing for Master Harry?" Well, Dobby, I have just learned a lot of upsetting things and need to rest and process it all. Do you think you could watch over me and keep me from being bothered? Also, under no circumstances may any members of the Order approach this house. I would also like for you to protect my family. Master wants Dobby to protect mean, nasty muggles. Yes, Dobby, and while I am resting, ask Aunt Petunia to explain my life to you, and maybe you can help me understand it all a little better. Dobby will do as Master Harry asks. Dobby popped away as Harry got ready for bed and lay down. Dobby sat down with Petunia that evening, and after their conversation, Dobby had a better idea of Harry's life and could better help Harry to understand things. Dobby vowed to Petunia to always watch over Harry and help him through all he faced. Dobby was quick to understand that what Harry had been put through was to gain his self-worth and self-reliance. Harry's early upbringing would help him stand tall as the lord of two ancient houses. Petunia asked, "Dobby, could you do me a favor?" "Yes, madam." "Would you please go get a new wardrobe for Harry, one that befits him and his status?" "Yes, madam, with pleasure. I will set a few wards to keep everyone out and your family safe while I'm gone. I shall not be gone long." Dobby clapped his hands a few times and then disappeared. Unknown to a sleeping Harry, the wardrobe in his room would occasionally make a bumping sound as clothes were added. After about an hour, Dobby stepped out of the wardrobe and went and lay down on the sofa in Harry's room. Dobby wanted someone to be there for Harry in case he suffered from any nightmares. He knew too well that all the recent revelations in Harry's life would be more than a little overwhelming, and wanted to keep an eye on his master friend. Despite all the revelations, Harry had a pretty restful night. Much of it was due to Dobby's comforting presence and his use of his magic to calm Harry during the night. Harry awoke to find Dobby waiting for him. "Good morning, Dobby." "Good morning, Master Harry. If we be going to Gringotts this morning, you need to get up, shower, and get dressed. Dobby has laid out your clothes for the day." Dobby, I don't have any nice clothes except my school uniform." "Madam Dursley sent Dobby out last night to get you new clothes. Dobby did this and placed it in your wardrobe and had it all sorted." "Thank you, Dobby. I'm beginning to think bonding with you was one of the best things I ever did." With a smile, Dobby said it was Master Harry. Harry laughed and went to the shower. Once he came out, he dressed in the clothes Dobby had lain out and was impressed at the fit and the quality. Since he was conducting business, Dobby had out a charcoal gray pinstriped suit with a white Oxford and a red tie with the Potter crest woven into it. For his robes, Dobby had chosen one of black acromantula silk with the Potter and black crests over his left breast. When Harry went to pick up his glasses, Dobby asked him to stop and sit down. Once he had done this, Dobby stood in front of Harry and placed his hands over Harry's eyes. Dobby stood there chanting for a minute until his hands started to glow, as did Harry's eyes. A few minutes later, Dobby backed away and asked Harry to open his eyes. Harry did and could see clearly. He said, "What was that, Dobby?" Dobby said, "Because we is bonded, Dobby's magic and Master's magic are connected. Dobby can feel what is wrong with Master and can help him. If magic could fix my eyes, then why has no one ever helped me? Master Harry, I is sorry to say that they didn't want to. Dobby was only able to help Master because of the bond." Harry looked down and said, "Dobby, were any of them ever my friends?" Dobby is sorry to say no. Miss Granger was until they took control of her. Dobby thinks Master Neville and Miss Luna want to be, but are afraid of becoming outcasts once again. Dobby thinks you should Follow Dogfather's advice and be careful with them, but don't give up on them. Let them come to Sir and then decide. Dobby, thank you for being honest with me. Dobby will always help Master Harry. Now we must be going. They walked down the stairs to find Vernon and Petunia ready to go to the meeting in their very best clothes. Dobby looked them over and snapped his fingers twice and made black robes appear on both of them. He then snapped his fingers again, making the Potter crest appear above their right breasts. He said, Dobby be taking you to Master Harry's world, and you must look the part of nobles. Vernon nodded and smiled. Thank you, Dobby. We would be lost without you. Dobby be just doing his job, Master Dursley. Harry asked Dobby, why are the crests in different places? Dobby answered, Master Harry's are over left breast, meaning Lord of House, Master and Madam. Dursley's are over right breast, meaning advisors to and protectorates of House Potter. Dobby be doing this to protect them. Vernon said, thank you again, Dobby. You are welcome, sir. Now, Master Harry, Dobby knows all this is new to Master and his family. Do you trust me, Master? Immeasurably. Dobby thinks Master is too kind to Dobby, but as your bound elf, Dobby will be allowed to stay by. Masters sighed the whole time. Dobby may be so bold to offer advice to Master. Of course, my friend. Master needs to watch Dobby for cues. If Dobby be opening his eyes wider, Master should nod. If Dobby slightly closes his eyes, Master should shake his head. If Master gets too confused, just ask for a moment to confer with your advisors, and I will join in. That sounds good, Dobby. I trust you, and you have never let me astray yet, well, except for second year. Harry grinned. Dobby smiled and said, Dobby knows, Master. Dobby knows. Vernon and Petunia held hands as Dobby placed his hand over theirs and then grabbed Harry's. He popped them out and into the lobby of Gringotts Bank. Dobby led them to a teller and gave Harry a wide-eyed look. Harry nodded and Dobby said, Excuse me, Master Goblin, my master and his advisors need to speak with an account manager at their convenience. The goblin growled back, What account are you referring to? Harry said, House Potter. The goblin looked up and said, Yes, my lord. I will summon account manager Bearclaw immediately. They waited for a few minutes before being led back to an ornate office. Seated behind the desk was a middle-aged goblin who, upon seeing his account holders, came around the desk and shook their hands. He said, Lord Potter, I have been waiting for you to meet with me for several years. I am pleased to finally make your acquaintance. Master Bearclaw, it is I who am honored to make your acquaintance. May I introduce Vernon and Petunia Dursley, my aunt and uncle, and my assistant, Dobby. Bearclaw said, It is my great honor to finally meet you both. I trust that the conditions have all been met. Petunia said, They have, Master Bearclaw. Bearclaw said, That's very good. He turned to Dobby and said, It is so glad to see you back in your proper place, my friend. Harry said, Master Bearclaw, could you explain that last statement? Of course, Dobby was bonded to you when you were both very young to be raised together. When the tragedy befell your parent, a certain someone felt threatened by the bond and cast charms to break it, and then sold Dobby off to another family. These actions caused Dobby to become mentally unstable due to the violation of the bond. That is why Dobby had always been drawn to you. Did you know this, Dobby? Yes, Master Harry. Why didn't you ever tell me? Master Harry was not yet ready for all this. Dobby also knew of Lord and Lady Potter's instructions and had to wait until everything was ready. What about second year? Dobby couldn't take it anymore and had to get closer to Master Harry to help him. Harry got down on his knees and pulled Dobby into a hug. Thank you, Dobby. Dobby returned the hug and said, Dobby's so happy he is back with his true master. Bearclaw was touched at how Harry treated Dobby and said, Another true Lord Potter. Now might I suggest we get down to business? Harry said, Yes, of course. We may need to call in another account manager. Bearclaw sat back and smiled. And why might that be Lord Potter? Harry said, thanks to my dogfather, I am now also Lord Black. Bearclaw grinned and said the infamous dogfather already transferred all of the Black accounts to me. As well, so I will take care of all your needs. Now first, we need to verify you are who you say you are. If you would, please cut you thumb and drop 4 drops of blood into this basin. Master and Madam Dursley, this is also required of you in compliance with the instructions of the Potter will. They all did as they were asked, and Dobby healed their cuts when they were done. The blood in the basins bubbled for a few minutes before a sheet of parchment appeared out of each one of them. Bearclaw picked up Petunia's first and read it. Petunia Dursley Nee Evans. Born April 21, 1956. Husband, Vernon Dursley. Son, Dudley Dursley. Regent, House Potterblack. By order of Lord Sirius Black in agreement with former Lord James Potter. Subject is named legal. Guardian of Harry James Potterblack, and therefore given the honorary title of Regent. Bearclaw picked up Vernon's and read the results. Vernon Dursley. Born, January 9, 1955. Wife, Petunia Dursley Nee Evans. Son heir, Dudley Dursley. Master Dursley is named alternate regent for House Potterblack in case of current regent unable to perform duties by order and agreement of Lord Sirius Black and Lord James Potter. Bearclaw looked up and said, shall we proceed? Harry nodded. Lord Harry James Potterblack. Born, July 31, 1980. Father, James Charles Potter deceased. Mother, Lily Marie Potter Nee Evans deceased. Godfather blood adopted father, Sirius Orion Black deceased. Godmother, Alice Gillian Longbottom Nee Trent, incapacitated. Inheritances. House of Potter. House of Black. House of Gryffindor, absorbed by Potter. House of Ravenclaw, absorbed by Black. House of Evans. House of Peverell, absorbed by Potter. Wisengamot seats. Potter 12. Black 8. Evans 2. Magical abilities. All abilities are unlocked. Magical core block, cast by Albus Dumbledore 50%, 1981. Horcrux embedded in curse scar, being protected by a magical leech. Drain is roughly 25%. Mental and emotional abilities are being constrained by magical leech. Charm cast by Lady Lily Potter. 1981. Harry said, Master Bearclaw, I understand about the blocks and expected it. My mother also wrote a letter explaining what she did and stated that Gringotts could help me. Bearclaw said, yes, Lord Potter, your mother did leave detailed notes for us, and we will gladly assist you in these matters once we have had time to study you and her notes in more detail. So what does absorbed mean? Bearclaw said, many of the old families have died out in name. Their assets and titles have been passed on to the closest relatives. You really don't gain anything by these titles as they were absorbed into your families in the past. It does, however, gain you more seats on the Wisengamot, since these seats were eternal. They continued to pass on to family, and as of now, you have controlled 22 seats in your governing body. Master Bearclaw, who has control over those seats at the moment. That would be one Albus Dumbledore. Harry grew red in anger and said, oh hell no. What do I need to do to remove him? Lord Potterblack, we are getting a little ahead of ourselves. Vernon reached out and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. He said, son, take it easy. We will get to it all in good time. Harry relaxed and smiled back at Vernon. It was the first time he had called Harry son, and it made a world of difference in Harry. Harry smirked and said, thanks, Pop. Vernon and Petunia chuckled at that and relaxed into the thought that Harry was coming to terms with everything. Bearclaw said, we must do things legally, so we will need to read the wills first. Did the former lords and lady inform you of the false wills? Harry nodded. Good then, with yours and Madame Dursley's appearance here, the conditions have been met to read. The late Lord and Lady Potter's will. Shall I begin? Harry nodded again. We, Lord James and Lady Lily Potter, do hereby swear this is our last will and testament, and are not under any duress or coercion as we dictate this. It is also so sworn that any other wills in our name have been rendered null and void upon the activation of this will. As with our other wills, they cannot be enacted without the presence and consent of our son Harry James Potter. Now that all the legalese is done, we leave all title, property, vaults, and personal belongings to our son Harry James Potter. It is our desire that he be emancipated no later than his 15th birthday and take up his role as Lord Potter. On a more personal note, Harry, by now you have read the letters, and it is our hope you can forgive us for our instructions. Please do not hold it against Vernon and Petunia, as they swore an oath to uphold our wishes. If they have somehow got separated, we charge the goblins of Gringotts with the task of finding and reuniting Harry and his personal elf Dobby. The cost may be deducted from the family vault, as this is imperative. Our son, we have one request of you. By now you know that you are the heir to the Evans family. While you need to keep the title until another magical Evans comes along, we would like for you to transfer all properties and vaults to Petunia at this time. We have made some substantial deposits into these vaults and have instructed Gringotts on our desire to aggressively invest these funds. Hopefully by the time of this will reading, the contents of the vault will be enough for Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley to live off of for the rest of their lives. Vernon and Petunia, we know it is not enough to pay for the oath we made you take, but we hope you will accept our apology and use it to live a better life. There are no words for how thankful we are for what we asked you to do. We hope it is enough for you to know we love you and would never have trusted anyone else with this task. Lastly, Harry, there is a betrothal contract with your name on it. Master Bearclaw will show it to you after the will reading, but know that we did not undertake this matter lightly. The chosen girl lost her parents before we died, and you will also ascend to the lordship of her house, as I'm sure Sirius has explained to you. Her house is neutral or practices gray magic. This magic is neither light nor dark and follows our principles. Our son, know that we love you with all our hearts. We have left you a vast amount of notes on many things we felt would be helpful to you in the future. They are located in the main family vault in our school trunks. We feel that between you, your betrothed Dobby, and her bonded elf, you should be able to achieve all you ever dreamed of. We will be waiting for you on the other side, but don't make it too quick. Even though we are not there, we will be watching you and your children grow. Signed October 15, 1981. James Charles Potter. Lily Marie Potter. Witnessed by King Ragnarok, Master Bearclaw, Sirius Orion Black, Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley. Harry sat there for a minute until Bearclaw held out an ornate wood-carved box. Harry opened it and removed the ring that was nestled among the silk lining. The ring was platinum with a ruby and the crest of House Potter inlaid underneath the stone. Harry placed it on his right ring finger and saw flash as it resized to fit him and accepted him as the Lord Potter. Bearclaw looked at Harry and said, "Are you ready to proceed?" Harry nodded once again. Bearclaw said, "Lord Potter, next on our agenda this morning is the will of Lord Sirius Orion Black. Now, like the other one, the one known to the public is false, as he filed another will with us several days later. You claiming your Potter inheritance and your presence were the stipulations to proceed with this will. Without your physical presence, the will would be shelved until you could be present. Now shall I proceed, Lord Potter?" Harry looked up and said, "Yes, please. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, being of somewhat sound mind and fabulous body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. All previous wills are declared null and void with the filing of this will. Now that the legal crap is out of the way, I have a few messages for several of you in attendance. Bearclaw said, let us skip the family messages for now. Just know it is going to start a crap storm. Harry nodded. To my godson, Harry James Potter, no, let me rephrase that. To my blood-adopted son, Harry James Potter, I leave everything. All personal effects, vaults, properties, and of course the title of Lord Black are yours, Harry. I'm sorry our time together was short, but you can blame that on that twinkly-eyed old fart. Harry, go get the girl and live your life. You now have the power and they can't do a damn thing about it. Well, as I said earlier, there was one last thing to deal with. Molly, that marriage contract you and Dumbledore came up with between Harry and Ginny is highly illegal and not worth the parchment it was written on. If Albus had checked the family bylaws for House Potter, oh wait, he couldn't as he was neither Harry's guardian nor Lord Potter. It is written that no marriage contract may be drawn up except by a Lord Potter for a member of his family. The money you took for the contract is now considered stolen funds. Good luck with that. Harry, I love you. This is serious, Black saying, mischief managed. Bearclaw, along with everyone else, started laughing. He said, oh, this is going to be so much fun next week. Bearclaw pulled out another carved wooden box and handed it to Harry. Harry opened it and pulled out the Black Lordship ring. Bearclaw instructed him to place it on the same finger as the other and they would combine. Once Harry had done this, the ring flashed and faded into the Potter ring. Bearclaw said, if ever you need to, you merely have to think about the black ring and it will appear in place of the Potter ring. Harry said, what day is the public reading of Sirius, Will? I will leave that up to you, Lord Potterblack. Harry thought for a minute and said, could we schedule it for next Friday? Certainly, may I ask why? Well, I think it will take that long for us to get my family out of Private Drive and into their new home. Dobby, please go and hire some house elves to work in Evans Manor. They will be bound to me as my family is not magical. Now, Master Bearclaw, would it be possible to create new identification for my family? Easily. Good. Uncle Vernon, you need to choose new first and middle names, as you will be Evans from this point forward. Petunia asked, Harry, why are you going this far? Aunt Toonie, when this will is read, the crap is going to hit the fan. I want you safely hidden away for a while. Also, Master Bearclaw, please place the strongest wards you can around Evans Manor, keyed only to us and any elves bound to me. Also, please make sure that William Weasley is not one of the warders working on my family's house. Is there a problem with young Weasley's work? No, sir. It's the fact that he is a Weasley and I don't trust him. It will be done, Lord Potterblack. Dobby popped back in with 3 young elves. Harry bound them and then instructed them to go and make Evans Manor ready for a family. They popped away and Vernon told Bearclaw their new names. He wrote the information down, then made copies of their current identification. He said it will be ready on Monday. Bearclaw said, next on the agenda is the marriage contract. The only ones who knew of it were your parents, godfather, and the head of the House of Bones. I will send Madame Bones and her niece summons and see if they can meet you later. He hit a button on his desk, and a young goblin came in the room. Bearclaw spoke in the goblin language for a few minutes before the young goblin bowed and hurried from the room. Bearclaw stood and asked them to follow him. As they were walking, Bearclaw said, we are going to remove your block and give you some potions to help you physically, magically, and mentally. It will counteract some of what has been done to you and help you get control of your magic quicker. Harry leaned over to Dobby and said, you will be with me, won't you? Always, Master Harry. Harry awoke on a slab in a room made of black stone. Once he opened his eyes, he saw Dobby sitting off to the side and relaxed a bit. He knew Dobby would always watch out for him, but it took a few minutes before his brain caught up and remembered why he was here. Flashback. Harry asked Vernon and Petunia to return home. They protested, but Harry assured them that Dobby would keep them informed. Harry said that he didn't want to monopolize any more of their time today. He also told them how grateful he was for the way they had stood with him all day. Petunia said, "You are welcome, Harry. This is what we would have preferred to be doing all along. Your cousin will be very happy with all that has happened. I think he will want to sit down and talk to his brother as soon as he can. There were many nights he cried himself to sleep for how he had to treat you." Harry hugged Petunia and said, "I will see you all soon. Don't worry about me, Dobby is with me. Just make sure you stay safe, and have the elves pop you out if anything happens." A short while later, Bearclaw and Harry had left the goblin healers and were taking in some of the things they had learned as they walked. Both walked in silence for several minutes. One of the things they had learned was that the healers wanted to take some more time studying the scar and all that entailed with it. They asked Harry if he would share his mother's notes with them so they could gain a better understanding of what she did and what all was involved. They assured him that they could remove the soul piece in his scar. Bearclaw said, "Lord Potterblack, judging by the letter from your mother, I think it would be best to wait on dealing with that at this time. The way she stated it in her letter made me feel that we could accomplish far more if we followed her plan. I learned a long time ago to never take any of her theories for granted. Your mother was a truly insightful and gifted witch to which I have never met her equal." Harry just said, "Master Bearclaw, I will respect your judgment in this case. You have been one of the few who have dealt fairly and truthfully with me. Truthfully, I'm not sure what I should do at this point. But my gut feeling tells me to trust you." Harry was led to a black stone room and told to disrobe by Bearclaw. Bearclaw said, "Due to the dangerous nature of removing magical blocks, especially ones that have been on place as long as yours, we use this ritual room made of obsidian. The properties of obsidian make it somehow spell resistant, and we use this room to protect the bank from the magical backlash that may occur." Harry said, "Do you think it is going to be that bad?" "Lord Potterblack, you are an extremely powerful wizard. We can only guess as to the results. This ritual is going to be extremely painful, and you will more than likely pass out due to this. Our best guess is that you will probably be asleep for a couple of hours. While you are in this state, we are going to do some other rituals and give you some potions to help with your medical problems. I think they will be able to restart your growth and fix the brittleness of your bones caused by your blocked magical core. It will also be painful, but thankfully, you will already be asleep." Harry nodded. He then asked, "Will Dobby be able to remain with me?" Bearclaw chuckled and said, "I don't think there would be a way to keep him away from you." Harry asked, "How long?" Bearclaw thought of how much he really liked this young lord. He was courteous but direct. He wished all his clients were this easy to work with. He finally replied, "We are not really sure, my lord. It could be as little as a couple hours, and it could be tomorrow before you awaken. I have taken the liberty to contact Madame Bones again and inform her of the delay. She replied that they will be awaiting our summons." End flashback. Harry croaked, "Dobby." Dobby stepped over to Harry and asked, "How be Master Harry feeling?" "Pretty good, Dobby, except for the foggy head. How long was I out?" Master Harry was asleep for 2 days. Dobby was so worried. 2 days? Merlin, Dobby, we are now 2 days behind schedule. We have a lot to do to get ready for everything. Master Harry, Dobby and the new elves be taking care of everything. Master Bearclaw also be taking care of things in your place. Master Bearclaw says everything be ready and to just relax. Master Harry still be needing to meet with his betrothed. Dobby, could you tell Master Bearclaw I'm awake and would like to speak with him? Also, could you bring me some clothes? At once, Master Harry. Dobby be leaving you a mirror so you can get used to the changes." He waved his hand and a full-length mirror appeared. Dobby also said, "Maybe Master would like to shower." He snapped his fingers and a door appeared. Thank you, Dobby. Dobby popped away. He stopped by and spoke Master Bearclaw before returning to Privet Drive, where he spoke with Vernon and Petunia, telling them he was now awake and would be home soon. He then took a few minutes to pick out the perfect clothes for his lord. Harry stood in front of the mirror and admired his new physique after his shower. He had grown 6 inches to a respectable 5'10". His body had filled out some. He wasn't bulky, but he wasn't such a scrawny little runt anymore. He glanced down and was pleased that he had continued to be well endowed. On top of all that, he could feel his magic pulsing through him in time with the beat of his heart. He wrapped the towel around his waist and stepped out of the bathroom as he heard the door open. Harry turned expecting to see Dobby or Bearclaw, but instead saw Bearclaw standing there with Amelia and Susan Bones. Both ladies flushed deeply red and had somewhat of a glazed look in their eyes as they took in Harry's almost naked body. Bearclaw chuckled and said, "Oops, my apologies, Lord Potterblack. We will meet you in my office in a few minutes." Harry would normally been embarrassed at the situation, but he even thought he looked much better than before and was not ashamed in the least. His thoughts also were drifting towards Susan. From first year, he had always thought her cute. It was a known fact that over the last few years she had grown into a rather striking young lady with a body almost unequaled amongst his classmates. They had quickly developed a friendship during the DA, which had made Harry seriously consider asking her. His only problem was that he was way too shy at that point to take that step, which wasn't helped by Ron and Hermione monopolizing his time. Cho had worked her way around his keepers and swooped in for the kill. Sadly, this put some distance in his friendship with Susan. Harry was glad to have this second chance with Susan and was looking forward to it. He vowed to not let his old self take over and would make it very clear to her that he had feelings for her before this contract came to light. Dobby popped in and handed Harry his clothes. Dobby be sorry he took so long. Master's aunt and uncle wanted to know of Master's well-being. That's okay, Dobby. I think it was probably for the best, as Susan just got a preview of things to come. Dobby knows. Dobby doesn't think she will have any objections to the betrothal now, if Mistress ever did. Mistress has wanted Master for several years. How do you know this? With a smile, Dobby said, Master, Dobby knows everything. When the marriage contract was formed, it gave Master and Mistress a mild bond. That bond gave Dobby a link to Mistress. Dobby has been watching over Mistress for several years. Harry got dressed and they started towards Bearclaw's office. As they walked, Harry asked Dobby, "What do I do? I don't know how to approach this." Dobby just said, "Master needs to only follow his heart and speak from it. Everything will be fine." Master. They got Bearclaw's office and knocked on the door. They were waved in and the two ladies immediately jumped to their feet. Amelia stammered, "My lord, please forgive our invasion of your privacy. Master Bearclaw had informed us of all you have endured these last few days, and we were anxious to see to your well-being." Harry grinned and said, "No apologies are necessary, Madam Bones. We are family, or soon will be." Amelia said, "Thank you, my lord." Harry stepped forward and kissed the back of Amelia's hand. He said, "Please call me Harry, I prefer it. From my friends and family. Only if you will return the courtesy and call me Amelia or Auntie." "That would make me most happy, Amelia," he replied with a wink. He turned to Susan and approached her. He held out his hand to her and took hers, pressing a kiss on the palm of her hand. "My Lady Susan, I know that we were becoming closer at school before I made an imbecilic error in judgment. We now find ourselves betrothed, and I am very pleased to have a second chance as such. I am in no way against such a contract, as I feel that I would be the one to gain the most from such a contract." Susan blushed and said, "I find it quite acceptable too, my lord." Harry grinned and said, "Well, if that is the case, why don't we spend some time getting to know one another better? I already know that my lady's beauty holds no equal, but I am equally interested in leveling the familiarity and witnessing my lady, wrapped only in a towel. Susan blushed hard and Amelia outright laughed. She said, "Oh dear, you really are James and serious." "Son." Harry grinned and said, "Yes, ma'am, that I am." Harry turned to a still blushing Susan and said, "Susan, I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist. My life is going to be crazy for the next little while, but I would love to spend as much time together as possible." "I would really like that, Harry." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Bearclaw said, "While all this has been amusing, shall we get down to business?" A sitting area appeared in the office, and as Amelia and Bearclaw sat in some comfortable armchairs, Harry led Susan to a love seat where once she sat. He sat close to her and held out his hand for her to take. Smiling at the gesture, she took it and settled down. Susan thought, wow, where had this Harry been? I liked him before, but now it's like he's a whole new person. He'd have already been mine if it hadn't have been for that stupid Bint Chang. Well, no one's going to stand in my way this time. I will do whatever I have to just to make sure he knows I choose him. Harry leaned over and whispered, "Susan, I don't know how to explain it, but I have never felt so comfortable with anyone before." She smiled and said, "You too. I've always been a bundle of nerves around boys and was quite flustered at first, but now, I don't know." Bearclaw said, "That can be explained, young ones, if you give us time. We have several things to go over, and some you may or may not be happy with." Harry said, "Bearclaw, just continue. You haven't led me wrong yet, and I trust you." Amelia was shocked at the trust that Harry and Bearclaw obviously held in each other. She sat back and listened as she watched her niece at the happiest she has ever seen. She was waiting for the revelations of what she had done to come forward. Bearclaw said, "The first subject will be the marriage contract. It is unlike any I have ever seen. It was witnessed by Madam Bones, Lord Black, and Lord and Lady Potter. The contract was developed for the sole purpose of joining the Potter and Bones families to continue the Bones line. Now, while you might think this was a business transaction, you are only partially correct. Madam Bones, if you will continue." Amelia said, "While we were all together forming the contract, you two were playing together and something amazing happened. You see, it is known that certain wizards and witches are more compatible with each other than others. It is this fact that led to the myth of soul bonds. You two were playing and your magic started reaching out and reacting with each other. We all witnessed you holding hands and all the objects in the room start floating." Harry and Susan looked at each other and giggled. Amelia continued, "Lily performed a mild bonding ritual to encourage the bond. And before you ask, it is not a ritual to make you fall in love. There is no such thing. All the ritual does is form a link between you two that encourages the bond and makes you more comfortable with each other. Lily's research showed that it was more of a friendship bond than anything else, and that the magic involved would in no way influence your decisions. It was the only way I would agree to such a thing. There would be no harmful effects if you were to choose other partners. Now, as far as the contract goes, to the outside world, it is ironclad. Your parents used charm on it that, when spoken, would reveal a clause in it, so that it could be easily voided if either of you did not agree to it." Harry smiled and said, "May I see the contract?" Bearclaw handed it over. Harry looked at it for a second before grinning and saying, "I, Harry James, son of Prongs, solemnly swear I am up to no good." A flash of magic ran across the document, revealing the escape clause. Harry showed it to Susan, who sat there in thought after reading it. Harry looked at Susan and said, "I said it earlier and stand by my words. I really want to pursue this relationship. If I hadn't have been a fool last year, I would have had the courage to ask you out." Susan smiled and said, "I agree with what he said." Bearclaw said, "That I am afraid might be a problem. You see, this contract had a time constraint. It must be accepted or voided as soon as Lord Potter takes on his titles. So while we have a week at the most, you will need to decide quickly. I am sorry for this, but it really was never intended for a lord to take up his titles at 15. Harry and Susan looked at each other for a minute until Harry raised his eyebrow. Susan blushed and said if everyone would forgive my forwardness for a minute. She leaned over and placed her lips on Harry's. For both of them, it was an incredible feeling. They had both kissed others, but they in no way compared to this. The kiss ended up lasting until Bearclaw finally cleared his throat. They broke apart, still looking at each other, and both stammered, "We accept." Amelia and Bearclaw both chuckled, and Amelia said, "I think we got that." Bearclaw said, "We can perform the bonding this afternoon if you so desire. Due to the nature of one of the participants, it will need to be a very private ceremony. My lord, is there anyone you wish to stand with you?" Harry said, "Just my aunt and uncle and cousin." Bearclaw said, "Dobby can retrieve them at the proper time. And you, milady." Susan turned to her aunt, "Will you be performing the hand fasting?" At Amelia's nod, Susan continued, "I would like to say Hannah, but she would be required to take a secrecy oath until we go public." Harry squeezed Susan's hand and said thank you. She smirked and said, "Oh, my dear future husband, it is not just for you. I don't want those idiots bothering me either. Tizzy." Tizzy popped in and said, "Mistress called." "Yes, Tizzy. Could you please go to Hannah and tell her I will need help presents this afternoon and tell her it requires a secrecy oath." "Yes, mistress. May Tizzy be so bold as to say it pleases me that you took my advice for our family to finally come together." "Yes, Tizzy, you may. I think we are pleased as well, or at least will be when we get over the shock." Harry leaned over and kissed Susan's cheek. He asked, "Does this mean I get to see you in a towel tonight?" She blushed and said, "My lord, while we may be married, you will still have to take me on dates and earn that privilege." Harry kissed her again and said, "I wouldn't have it any other way. What advice did Tizzy give you?" "She told me to follow my heart. I'm glad I did." "Me too. Dobby told me the same thing." Bearclaw said, "Now that we have dealt with that, I'm going to excuse myself and turn this into a private room so you can all talk. I think Lord Potterblack needs to share all he has learned in the last few days with his new family. It may even be advisable to bring your aunt and uncle back in." Harry said, "Dobby informed me that my uncle was tied up at work and would not be available until this afternoon. Petunia is busy with the move. I have asked him to retrieve the documents to better help Amelia and Susan understand everything. I would also like for the wills to be made available for Amelia and Susan." Bearclaw pulled out a folder and handed it to him. He said, "These cannot leave this office or be disclosed until after the reading Friday." Bearclaw left as the room sealed itself off. Harry handed them the wills and said, "Why don't you start?" "There." Dobby popped back in and handed him the letters. Harry placed them on the table in front of Susan and Amelia. He turned to Dobby and said, "Thank you, my friend. I would have been lost without you these last few days." Dobby grinned and said, "Yes, sir, Dobby knows." Harry laughed and said, "What is the condition of my properties?" Dobby looked sullen and said, "Potter Cottage and Potter Manor are destroyed, sir. Marauder Manor still stands and is excellent shape. Your dogfather staffed it with elves when he escaped Azkaban, and they has been tending it since." Harry said, "I remember Sirius mentioning it in the will. What exactly is Marauder Manor?" Dobby said, "Your father and dogfather built it years ago after Potter Manor was destroyed. It has 4 wings, one for each marauder and his family. It was built as a safe haven for them and is unplottable under Fidelis and has goblin wards installed. Dobby thinks it will make Master a proper home. Master Bearclaw is the secret keeper. If it has 4 wings, could you see to remodeling it? I would like it to have a guest wing, a bones wing, a black wing, and a Potter wing. Also have it stocked and ready for Susan and I to move in by Friday." Master Harry, it already has a Black and Potter wing. We will change the other two and make Bones a priority in case Madam Bones needs to come there. The Potter wing is ready for you now. Thank you. Everything needs to be ready by Friday. When do the wards change? Master Bearclaw has already done so, Harry, sir, and he had recast the Fideli's charm so that Lupin cannot find it. After Amelia and Susan finished reading everything, they sat and talked for a few hours before Vernon. Petunia and Dudley joined them. When Dudley arrived, he pulled Harry into a hug and told him how happy he was that it was all over. He also asked if they could sit down and talk soon, to which Harry agreed. Dudley turned to Susan and said, "Hello, I'm your new cousin Dudley, and you must be Susan. I would like to say how happy I am for both of you. Please take care of Harry. He is 1 in a million." Harry filled them in on everything and told them of his plans. Both ladies took it well after what they had read and agreed to help him. Dudley had already been informed of everything by his parents. During their discussion, a very irritated Albus Dumbledore was led into Bearclaw's office. Bearclaw waved his hand, and the wall became transparent to Harry and his group. Albus said, "Account Manager Bearclaw, do you have any knowledge of where Harry Potter may be?" Bearclaw responded, "Mr. Dumbledore, while Harry Potter did stop by a few days ago, I have not had contact with one Harry Potter since that time. May I ask why you decided it important to disturb my work to ask after one of your students?" No, Master Bearclaw. I was trying to see to the well-being of my charge." Bearclaw replied, "While it admirable that you are concerned about one of your students, I find it intriguing that you would be involved in his life outside of the school. As his family's account manager, I may have to look into this situation." Albus paled and said, "I apologize for taking up your time." He turned and quickly left the office. Amelia's eyes grew wide and she said, "Shit, he has tracking charms on you." Dobby said, "Not anymore. We destroyed them all 2 days ago, but they did lead here. Dirty Whiskers does not know where Master is." Dobby also got all of Master's things and changed the room back. "As always, Dobby, thank you. Would you check my family and make sure they are free of them? Especially Friday." "Yes, sir." "How close is Evans Manor to being ready?" Petunia said, "I just came from there and it is clean, fully stocked and fully furnished. All we are waiting on is moving the personal items there." If Amelia wasn't impressed with Harry before, she definitely was now. Here was a 15-year-old who has had a hard life and who has had his lordships thrust upon him at an early age. In most cases, the young man would buckle under, but as she watched Harry, she saw how calm he was as he took his duties to his family seriously. She knew Susan would be safe and well cared for. Harry turned to her as if he knew what she was thinking. He said, "I have my aunt and uncle to thank for it. Although many times it was unpleasant for all of us, they made me into who I am. Words are not enough to thank them for what they did for me, and I can only show them through my actions as to how much they mean to me." Petunia ran to Harry and hugged him. He smiled up at her and returned the hug. Harry turned to Susan and took her hand. He said, "Susan, my only regret is dragging you into all of this now. I look forward to our life together, and I want you to know that I will always stand at your side." Susan kissed his cheek and said, "Harry, after last year, I would have stood with you anyway and always will. Now as to all this mess we are in, I don't regret it as it will make us rely on each other more." As the adults watched, she leaned in and kissed him again. She said, "No regrets, we are now in this together as it should be. I know we are friends who are getting married, but I for one am looking forward to sharing this adventure with you. And who knows, we just may fall in love along the way." Harry smiled and hugged her back. Amelia said, "I don't think that is going to be a problem for either you if you continue like this." Susan smirked and said, "Oh, Auntie, just think about how much easier that will make it to produce all the heirs we need to continue the family lines. How many would you say, dear?" Harry blushed, then laughed. I think 5 on my side to reinstate all the lines. How many for your side? She slyly smiled and said, oh, only 3. 8 boys, not to mention however many girls pop out. Along the way, the adults all turned pale as Harry and Susan were giggling. He said, I think we just broke them. Not that I am against a large family, but I don't think I want my beautiful future wife to end up like Molly Weasley. She pouted and said, would you love me less? Harry replied, no, I just don't want you to put that much strain on your body, if we feel strongly enough about it in the future. We could always blood adopt some orphans to continue those lines. That is after we have our needed 3 heirs. Susan said, oh, how sweet. Well, it is something to think about for the future. I wouldn't mind a large family either, but I don't want to end up unattractive for you. Amelia, Petunia, and Vernon all groaned. Amelia finally said, will you two just stop it? Merlin, do we need to leave the room so you can go at it here? Harry and Susan couldn't control their laughter anymore and were almost on the floor holding their bellies. Susan said, oh, the look on your faces was priceless. We are going to have so much fun together. Amelia muttered, one afternoon, and he is already turning her into a marauder. Merlin, help me. Harry laughed and said, my lady, as we have a lot to accomplish in a short time, and since I am being hunted by the headmaster, would you do me the honor of joining me at Marauder Manor after our hand fasting? My parents left me some things to go through, and your help would be greatly appreciated. I promise your virtue shall remain intact until you so choose to bless me with that gift. Susan smiled and said, knock it off, Harry. I would love to come help you, and we will be married, so my virtue is not much of an issue at that point. I still would like to take it slow. Maybe wait a day or so. Harry laughed at that one and said, where has this Susan been the last 5 years? She smiled and said, probably the same place this Harry has been. Bearclaw dropped the wall and said, Mistress Bones, your guest has arrived, and you need to see to her. Susan turned and said, of course, at once. She turned to Harry and kissed his cheek. She whispered, see you soon, lover boy. He whispered back, looking forward to it. She stood back and looked into his eyes. Me too. Harry said, I'm glad. Now go deal with Hannah before she storms the bank looking for you. Susan met Hannah in a conference room and was immediately brought into an embrace. She cried, Susan, what is going on? I got a summons saying you needed me here at the bank and that it was urgent. Susan said, calm down, Hannah. A lot has happened in the last few days, and I will tell you, but first I need you to swear on our friendship and magic that you will not tell until I allow it. Hannah teared up and said, we tell each other everything. Why would you need a secrecy oath now? Susan said, Hannah, please trust me in this. I wouldn't ask unless it was critical. Hannah nodded and took out her wand. I, Hannah Jane Abbott, do solemnly swear to never reveal what Susan Amelia Bones tells me until she releases me from this vow. I swear it on my magic and my friendship with Susan Amelia Bones, so mote it be. Susan answered, so mote it be. Hannah said, okay, now spill it. Susan did spill to the squeals of excitement of both girls. Susan told Hannah she wanted her to stand with her and that it would all become public knowledge in a week, but they needed that time until then to put some plans in motion. As they were finishing, Hannah finally said, Susan, you lucky bint, you get to marry Harry Bloody Potter, one of if not the hottest boys in the school. Susan smiled and said, oh, Hannah, you ain't seen nothing yet. He has changed a little in the last few days. Try to keep from drooling when you see him. Bearclaw led everyone to a chapel inside of Gringotts where the hand fasting was taking place. Amelia performed the ceremony with Vernon standing with Harry while Hannah stood with Susan. Dobby and Tizzy were both beside their master and mistress for the ceremony. Bearclaw stood back with Petunia and Dudley and explained some of the things they did not know. When Amelia bound their hands in magic and they shared their vows with one another, the white light around their hands started pulsing. As soon as they kissed, the white light flared brilliantly and was absorbed into their bodies. As the light faded, the ring of Lady Potterblack appeared on Susan's hand. Harry took her hand and kissed it, before embracing Susan for a few minutes. Amelia finally said, "Any reservations I had are now gone. You two are perfect for each other and..." Judging by the brilliance of the white light, Magic herself has deemed this a truly blessed marriage. May both your lives be filled with happiness and joy. Harry leaned down and kissed Susan again. He whispered, "Thank you." She looked up and said, "For what?" "Taking a chance and having faith in me." Before they could step away, Bearclaw came forward and handed Harry a box. In it was the lordship ring for House Bones. Susan took the ring out of the box and placed it on his hand where it was absorbed into the Potter ring. She kissed his hand, sealing the title. Once this was done, her ring flashed, adding the Bones crest to her ring. Hannah approached and said, "Congratulations, you two. You both look so happy together." Susan said, "Thank you, Hannah. It means a lot knowing you accept us." Harry nodded and said, "Hannah, may I request a favor of you? Susan has always been my sister, so I guess that makes you my brother. So just name it. This week is going to be very hectic for everyone here. Susan and I are going to be together most of the time, and I would love for you to stay with us at our home. There are 2 reasons for this. First, we could probably use some help going through some information my parents left me. Secondly, as much as I am looking forward to spending time with Susan, I made a promise that we would take things slow. I would like for you to come and act as a chaperone to keep us from going too far too soon. We may be married and very flirty with each other, but I don't want to jeopardize a happy future together by doing something we might regret at this stage of our relationship." All the adults smiled at the maturity Harry was showing. Hannah was shocked at first and then said, "I would be honored to accompany you and act as Susan's chastity belt." She finished with a giggle. After the hand fasting, the Dursleys were returned home by Dobby so they could finish preparations for the move to Evans Manor. Bearclaw had handed each of them a small coin, of which he told them was a special portkey to take them to Marauder Manor in case of trouble. He reassured them that their new house was safe, as he had personally made sure it was warded just as Harry had required. Before they left, Harry and Susan gave hugs to each of them, telling them to call for Dobby or Tizzy if they needed anything. Harry said, "We will have Dobby pick you up in time for the will reading on Friday. After that, we will take you to your new home and then enact the rest of the plan." Dudley said, "Harry, I still would like to talk to you soon." Harry replied, "We will, Duds. Hopefully we will be able to come back by after everything is done Friday. If not, we will sit down soon. I'm not putting you off. Well, maybe I am, but I need this week to get a grasp of everything that has happened and get past Friday. I think I will have more of a clear head by then." Dudley just nodded and said, "Okay, I look forward to it." Dobby and Tizzy grabbed their hands and popped them away. Amelia had taken that moment to call Hannah's parents and bring them to the bank. After obtaining a secrecy oath from them, Amelia filled them in on everything that was happening. It was then that Susan and Hannah asked for their permission for Hannah to stay with Susan at her new home. They were reluctant at first until Amelia informed them of Harry's reasons. This eased many of their fears, and they knew then that Harry was as noble as was rumored. As soon as the Dursleys left, Bearclaw had one of his sons, Ripclaw, lead Harry to his vaults. Once inside the Potter vaults, he cast a brief glance at the gold piled up there and decided to ask Bearclaw about his investment options. He knew he had a bit of gold, but would not let it control him or gloat about it as Malfoy or Ron would. Harry shook his head, as he didn't really want to think about them at the moment. He decided he would talk with Susan and let her help him deal with betrayal of his friends. Harry made his way over to a collection of trunks and found 2 with notes attached to them. Both were noted addressed to him. by his parents asking him to take them as they held the information he would need for his future. His father's note said to try and have Susan with him as he went through his journals so she could help him understand everything. In their planning, James and Lily knew that Harry would be woefully unprepared for the life as a lord of a pureblood house. They also knew Amelia would prepare Susan at an early age as a failsafe due to her job as an orer. In his mother's note, she asked him to take out the black leather journal and give it to Bearclaw as it had the answers from her research which would be needed when dealing with the Dark Lords. He tapped the 2 trunks and shrunk them, placing them in his pocket. Ripclaw then led Harry to the Black family vault, where Sirius had prepared a similar trunk for Harry. The note attached told him to take the trunk and go through the journals. Sirius had left instruction for his vision of the future for House Black, and quite a few notes on some of his discoveries since escaping from Azkaban. Harry tapped this trunk with his wand and shrunk it as well, placing it alongside the others in his pocket. He gave the gold a cursory glance, noting that it had a little less than the Potter vault, and reaffirmed his decision to speak with Bearclaw. Since he was down here anyway, Harry had Ripclaw take him to the Bones vault. Once inside, Harry noted that the gold was about 3/4 of what was in the Potter or Black vaults. While looking around, Harry's eyes latched on to a table that had an envelope sitting on it. Walking over to it, he noticed that the envelope was addressed to Susan, and he pocketed it for her to read later. Once he left the vault, Ripclaw stated, "My lord, my father asked me to ask permission to move all your family vaults to one corridor to give you more ease of access." Harry asked, "How many vaults are we talking about?" "My lord, you have access to about 20 vaults at this time. Most are storage vaults of the families whose name has ended, but the lineage continues through you and your wife. Most of the gold has transferred to your family vaults, but they still hold many items of value, such as the family libraries, among other things." Harry said, "Let me think about it and discuss it with Susan. I will give your father an answer before we leave." "Very well, my lord. Are there any more vaults you wish to visit at this time?" "No, thank you. I think I had better get back before Susan starts to worry." "As you wish, my lord. If you will just accompany me, we will on our way." After the cart ride, Ripclaw led Harry to Bearclaw's office. Harry turned and said, "Ripclaw, I thank you for indulging me this afternoon." "It was my pleasure, my lord. It is my family's honor to serve yours as we have been doing for generations." Harry arrived to hear Susan say with a grin, "And just where have you been, my husband?" Harry laughed and said, "I'm sorry, my dear. Time got away from me as I was exploring our vaults." "Did you find anything interesting?" "Yes, I did. I think we 3 will be busy for days." Harry took out the black leather journal and handed it to Bearclaw. He said, "These are my mother's notes. Her note said to give it to you and you would know what to do." "Thank you, Harry. We will get started on this immediately." Harry noticed Hannah standing beside some adults and strolled over. He said, "Please forgive my rudeness. Today has been somewhat overwhelming. I am Harry James Potter Blackbones. May I assume you are Lord and Lady Abbot?" "Yes, Lord Potter Blackbones. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Please call me Harry, as that lord title is not for friends and family, and is quite the mouthful." "Thank you, Harry, but only if you give us the same courtesy. I am Matthias, or Matt for short, and my wife is Jennifer." "Thank you, Matt and Jennifer. The pleasure is all mine." Jennifer said, "May I offer congratulations on your marriage, Harry?" Harry chuckled, "Thank you. I think we both will be very happy together. That is, once we finally start dating." Susan stepped over and grabbed his hand. She said, "Are you asking me on a date, Lord Potter?" He smiled and kissed her cheek. "Yes, I think I am Lady Potter. How about we have a standing date for, let's say, Sunday through Friday evenings, for let's say maybe a century?" She frowned and said, "What about the rest of the day and Saturdays?" He grinned and said, "Well, Lady Potter, I do need time to make sure you truly are the one for me, don't. Susan slapped his arm and said, You prat, that wasn't nice. Ah, my dear lady is already protective and jealous. Just what have I done to deserve such treatment? Susan laughed and said, You married me, you nerd. Harry kissed her on the cheek and said, Well, crap, there goes that idea then. Before they could say anything, Amelia said, Matt, Jennifer, and Hannah, please don't look so shocked. They have been acting like this all day. And please do me a favor and don't get them started on their future children. I don't think my heart will be able to take it. Both Harry and Susan started laughing. Hannah asked, you two are really happy and I've never seen either of you act so relaxed. So just where are Susan and Harry? Harry laughed and started to say something but was cut off by Susan. She said, Truthfully, Han, if it hadn't have been for Cho last year, we would already have been dating since we've both liked each other. Since first year, Harry was just too chicken to ask me out. Harry said, Ouch, if I knew then what I know now, I would never have made that mistake. I have pined after her for several years and thought I had completely screwed it up last year. Susan kissed his cheek and said, Oh, you definitely messed it up. Harry looked down and said, I know, and I can only beg forgiveness and pledge to try and make it up to you. She kissed his cheek and giggled, My lord, it may take several decades, but I'm sure I will forgive you if you work hard at it, eventually. Harry replied, Of course, milady, it shall be as you desire. Amelia groaned and said, Merlin, will you two knock it off until I leave? Any more and I will go into sugar shock. Hannah said, Yeah, I might have to rethink this next week. I don't think I can take too much of that. Susan laughed and said, By the way, my husband, Matt and Jennifer agreed to your request. Harry turned back to them and said, Thank you so much for that. It really means a lot. And Hannah, we will behave. Hannah said, No, Harry, I was teasing. I really am happy that you two are so happy now that you are together. I wasn't looking forward to another year of Sue mopping about you. Susan said, Oh, thanks for that, Han. I think we both can say that we are very happy with our finally being together. She raised an eyebrow at Harry, who smiled and nodded. The suddenness was unexpected, and I think our joking is just to ease us into the reality of it all. Jennifer said, Well, I think you look cute together, and if you both keep facing everything together, I don't see why you wouldn't have a wonderful life together. Susan grinned and said, Thank you, Aunt Jen. Matthias said, Harry, take care of both my daughters, as that is what Susan is to me. I know you have a lot ahead of you, but if you need any help, I am but a flu call away. Harry replied, I will, sir, and thank you. The Abbotts departed with Hannah so that she could get some of her things. Tizzy was going to pop over and get her once Harry and Susan got to their home. They had decided earlier in the day to just go to Marauder Manor so they could go through everything and just become used to living with each other. Harry gave Amelia a standing invitation to come over if she was lonely or just even felt like it. Bearclaw presented her with another coin portkey for that purpose. Amelia left right after them and hugged both kids before she left. She told them, I love you both. Now, remember, I am just a flu call away, and if you run across anything you need help with, I will always be there for you. Susan said, Thanks, Auntie, I will call you in the morning. Before they left, Harry and Susan sat down with Bearclaw once again. Harry said, I'm sorry we have taken up your whole day, but I have a couple more things for you if my wife is agreeable to them. First, moving all our vaults to one corridor would be most convenient. Secondly, I would appreciate it if you would lock down 12 Grimald Place completely. I don't want anyone going in or out, if you can. Remove Dumbledore's Fideli's charm. Please do so, and place yourself as the secret keeper as you did with Marauder Manor. Bearclaw said, I have been more than happy to help, and I will take care of these things immediately. Thank you, Bearclaw. I have one other thing before we go. How are the vault investments set up? They have been in low-gain investments all these years to preserve their integrity, while you still have earned quite a bit of interest. They haven't been growing as they could have. Harry said, if my wife agrees, I would like to set all 3 family vaults to high-gain investments. I have. No problem if the funds are invested in the non-magical world as well. I'm thinking maybe invest half of the galleons in each vault. Susan looked at him and nodded. Bearclaw said, I would be more than happy to do that. The non-magical world offers many investment opportunities with higher yields. It may have been one of the wisest decisions you have made, except for marrying Lady Susan. Harry smiled and asked, no argument there. Now what is your commission? Bearclaw said, 3%, my lord. Harry said, increase it to 6, so that we can make this profitable for both of us. That is most generous, my lord. Susan smiled and said, no, Master Bearclaw, it is perfectly logical. The more money you make for us, the more you make for yourself and your family. If I am reading my husband correctly, that is just a taste of what your commission could be depending on your results. Bearclaw gave a truly feral goblin grin. He said, in that case, I will give it my utmost efforts. Harry stood and reached for Susan's hand. Shall we go home, my dear? Yes, I think so, Dobby. He popped in and said, yes, mistress. Will you take us home? At once, mistress. Harry said, Master Bearclaw, I will contact you in a few days. Thank you again for all you have done for us. Bearclaw just bowed his head, and they were gone. Dobby popped them into the entrance hall, and they were greeted by a shield containing the Potter Blackbone's crests. Harry turned to Susan and shared a kiss with her. He said, I think we are home. Her eyes lit up and said, yes, I think so too. They both felt a warm and welcoming feeling when they arrived. She took his hand as Dobby led them to the master suite. Once there, Dobby said, this be being your bedroom. Tizzy and Dobby be putting all your things in here, but has made a bedroom for Mistress Wright. Through here until Master and Mistress decide to share a room. He opened another door. Harry pulled out his trunks and handed them to Dobby. He said, can you place those in the study? We will need to start on them tomorrow. As for right now, I'm sure Susan is as hungry and tired as I am. Susan nodded and said, yes, and please have Tizzy go get Hannah so we can eat together. Yes, mistress, at once. Once Hannah arrived, they ate in the private dining room in the Potter wing and sat and talked for a bit. Harry escorted Susan and Hannah to their room before turning and kissing Susan goodnight. Harry was impressed at the master bath, as it had a rather large shower that could easily fit 2 people. His thoughts turned to his beautiful wife and grew quite aroused. He took his time in the shower paying attention to certain things to give him some relief as he fantasized about being joined in the shower by his new wife. Once done, he toweled off and pulled on some boxers that Dobby had laid out for him. He quickly made his way to his king-sized bed and climbed between the sheets. His thoughts were of a certain strawberry blonde as he drifted off to sleep. In the connected suite, Susan and Hannah talked for a bit before finally asking Tizzy to draw a bath for them. They had waited for Harry to finish his shower, as the bath for Susan's room was the same as for Harry's. They quickly stripped down and climbed in together. As they sat there and talked about the sudden changes in Susan's life, a tear fell down Hannah's cheek as she said, I think I will miss this the most. Susan said, Han, we will always be sisters. I'm sure Harry will be happy for you to stay with us as much as you want. It's not that, Sue. I mean, you're now married. And you will have him now and won't need me. Susan sighed as she slid over next to Hannah and said, I will always need you. You are my sister. Hannah hugged her and said, what if I don't find anyone of my own? I will be all alone. If that were to happen, and it won't, then you will just come live with us. Hannah smiled, and then like a switch was thrown, said, oh, did you see Neville before we left? He seemed much more confident, but sadder than normal. Susan's face frowned a bit and said, does Hannah have a crush? What's that face for? And yeah, maybe a little. Susan said, there are some things you need to know. The main thing is that the 5 people who went with Harry to the Dom all decided that Harry was too dangerous to be around anymore and turned their backs on him. Hannah said no. Susan replied, yeah, including Neville. I don't think you should pursue him unless he comes clean and apologizes to Harry. I don't think he'd be worthy of you. Oh, that prat. You just wait until I see him next. I have a good mind to smack his face. No, you can't. He doesn't yet know that Harry knows. None of them do, but I think we should just let it play out and then see what kind of man Neville really is. Okay, for you and Harry I will. They got out of the bath and dried off, getting dressed in their night clothes, which consisted of boy shorts and tank tops. They made their way to Susan's queen-sized bed and quickly snuggled up to each other. While Hannah was fitful over what she had learned of Neville, Susan quickly fell asleep dreaming of her emerald-eyed, raven-haired husband. Her last thought was that hopefully soon she would be snuggled up to Harry like this. The next morning, they all woke early and had breakfast so they could get an early start on the trunks. Harry handed Susan the letter from her parents, first saying he had found it when he visited the Bones vault. Susan read the letter and had tears in her eyes as the letter reaffirmed what her aunt had told her all her life. Her parents loved her dearly. The letter was just an affirmation of their love and pride in her. It also gave her their hopes and best wishes for the future if something horrible befell them, and they were no longer there for her. Harry placed his arms around her and hugged her tightly. He was soon followed by Hannah, and once she settled back down, they continued. Harry started with Sirius Trunk and learned a lot of what Dumbledore and the Order had been doing. Harry also learned of their deceptions and how much they had kept hidden from him over the years. He also found numerous journals and books from the Black Library that could help Harry. Many of the journals were notes on their marauder pranks and revenge techniques, along with serious personal spell books for Harry to learn. He also included a training guide to help him get physically fit along with a book on fighting techniques. Sirius left a note in it telling him he needed to learn how to fight, not duel. He also left a book on swordsmanship and a few suggestions of tutors to help him learn the ways of the sword. Harry managed to take it in stride, since he already knew of most of the crap from Dumbledore and the Order, but Susan was there to offer comfort just the same. Hannah was still in shock over how easily they were fitting together. She could see that they would have a happy life as long as they had each other. They next waded into the trunk that belonged to his mother. In it were the results of her research along with many other useful things, such as spells and potions notes. The trunk truly showed that his mother was an intellectual, and they had separated the notes and journals into several categories based on the fields of magic they covered. Lily had even left a book on rituals that had long been outlawed by the Ministry. Her notes that went with the book stated that they fell into the category of Potter family magic and therefore were immune to the ban by the Ministry. She explained it was another way for the purebloods to keep powerful magic away from those not worthy enough to possess it. Harry also found a book on Muggle martial arts and fighting styles. Her note in it stated that she was a black belt, and it had helped her immensely in dueling and fighting. She also noted a few people that could teach him if he so desired. What they found in James's trunk was something else altogether. In it were weapons, armor, and several thick tomes with the Potter crest on them. Harry also found some journals with the Marauders crest on them, along with James' personal journals. Harry and the girls spent all day going through the journals and books, and Harry was having a lot of his family history revealed to him. The tomes had indexes in them, and he found an entry with the name Weasley. He turned to the page and started reading. Susan noticed how intensely he was reading and moved over to join him. They both had shocked looks on their faces as they learned much about the Weasley and Potter families' history together. The story was told where they became sworn enemies. Back in the 1700s, Annabel Potter was the apple of her father's eye. During her education at Hogwarts, She fell in love with a young man named Wendell Weasley. Wendell was a silver-tongued devil and managed to talk his way into Annabel's knickers before they were even engaged. Her father became angry at her actions, and she was forbidden to see the young man again. Like a true Potter, Annabel was rather headstrong and decided she would do as she pleased and ran off to be with Wendell. Even though both houses at the time were ancient and noble houses, the Potters had more power due to their ancestral lineage of Gryffindor and Peveril. Wendell feared the Potters would take Annabel away from him, so he convinced his family to help him with a ritual to bind her to him. Since she willingly came to them, instead of a normal binding ritual, his father used a perverted one that ended up enslaving Annabel to House Weasley. The willingness of Annabel prevented Lord Potter from getting his daughter back. To make matters worse, the Weasleys were of low moral fiber, and the men and women of House Weasley took advantage of the situation, and they all would take turns using her as their sex slave. The Lord Potter at the time was outraged and used his considerable power to strip the Weasleys of their wealth and status as an ancient and noble house. In retaliation, Wendell impregnated Annabel so he could make a claim on the Potter fortune. The dispute was taken before the Wisengamot, and Wendell ended up being charged with line theft and given to the Dementors. One of the Wendells' brothers, named Ronaldo, decided to avenge his brother and brutally raped Annabel. As he was finishing his torture, he pulled a dagger and cut the baby out of her womb, leaving her and the baby to die. He placed their corpses in a box and banished them to the front steps of Potter Manor. The note that accompanied the bodies said, "Death to all of Potter blood." The Weasleys and the Potters had become sworn enemies since that point. Since that time, the Weasley family has continued to enslave witches to do their depraved bidding. They had mostly used Muggle-born witches as slaves, since they had no rights in the wizarding world. This kept them out of trouble with the Ministry, and as an added bonus, they wouldn't be missed by anyone who mattered. In an addendum by James, Harry read where Molly had turned the tables on Arthur and enslaved him through potions. She then joined the depravity of the Prewitt family to that of the Weasleys. The Prewitts were long rumored to use potions to get what they desired. The only thing that kept the Prewitts clear with the Potters up to that point was that they had not tried to use their potions on anyone from the Potter house. He noted that Lily had done some research into this and found that the witch in question would have to go willingly to them before they used her weaknesses against them. Once these weaknesses were exploited, it would be easy to involve them into the perverted ritual. Susan gulped at the information she had just read. Harry was in a daze and finally said, "Those jackasses, they used potions to take my sister away from me, and then enslaved her when she was weak." Hannah asked, "Your sister?" Harry replied, "Hannah, for all practical purposes except blood, Hermione was my sister. That is why we never dated." Susan said, "So what do we do about it?" Harry said, "I don't know. Maybe Mom's journals can offer a solution." Hannah said, "Maybe they can, but from what I read, there are 3 ways to break the sex-slave bond. The first is through the death of the slave. The second is through the master releasing the slave, and the last is by defeating a wizard in combat and taking his property. The last one only transfers to binding over to the winner, and they are still slaves." Harry said, "Yes, but if it was me who won her, I could set her free and also keep her under our protection. Now we just need to determine who is her master." Susan said, "I could agree with that. My only issue with her was the way she turned her back on you. Why don't we contact Auntie for advice about this? I'm sure she could offer us suggestions as to how we could do this." Harry nodded and said, "That sounds like a good idea. My anger at Hermione caused me to do the same thing she did to me, and I turned my back on her. But if our suspicions are true, then she could have been forced to do it." Susan said, "It's okay, Harry. You didn't know, and now that you do, we are taking steps to help her. Not only that, but it seems as if your godfather may have been wrong. Harry asked, how's that? Susan said she did not willingly do all those things, and who her master is would be a given. It had to be Ron so that he could control her while at school. Harry hugged her and said, thank you for that, I'll try to hold on to that thought, even though I hate what they did. It makes it easier to live with what I thought was the worst betrayal. Harry sat there for a minute before his eyes darkened, and he said, that journal entry said Molly used potions to get her way. Here's a scary thought. They were probably going to use potions on me too. Except the contract with Ginny. Once they had us married and Ginny pregnant, they wouldn't need me anymore to get the Potter fortune. Hannah said, yeah, that wouldn't have been good. Harry said, I think we need to inform a few people of these things. I will write a letter to Fleur, Penelope, and the chasers to warn them off before something happens to them. Susan hugged him and then kissed him forcefully. She said, good idea, Harry, and just remember that they will never get through me to get to you. Harry said, you know, I still can't understand how they managed to get her under their control. Susan said, well, from what I know of her, Hermione may be extremely intelligent, but she was also very vulnerable. Harry asked, how so? Hannah said, besides you, she really didn't have any friends and was always seeking relationships. Not only that, her desire for knowledge was a weakness for her, along with her being so submissive to authority figures. We could just assume that Dumbledore told her that the ritual would be the best thing for her, and she would do it without ever explaining everything to her. Susan said, not only that, but it would pull your main support out from underneath, you causing you to turn to someone else to fill that spot. Yeah, but who? Susan said, who knows? It could have been Dumbledore himself or maybe one of the Weasleys. Susan grabbed him in another hug and kissed his cheek. She said, I think we need to leave these discussions behind for a while and go have some fun. Let's leave these depressing thoughts behind us for a bit. I'm sure we will learn more at the will reading, and besides, it is supposed to be a happy time, as this is our honeymoon. Harry smiled at her and said, you are right, my dear. Thank you both for your help and insight. Now, since this is Marauder Manor, I'm pretty sure those overgrown children had a game room somewhere in here. Let's go explore the house and see what there is to do. The next few days passed quickly as they enjoyed their time at Marauder Manor. Susan was quickly growing to love their home, and they could always find something to do. Harry and Susan grew even closer over that time and had become quite in tune with each other quickly. Thursday night before the will reading, Hannah came into the sitting room and found Harry and Susan curled up on the couch, reading one of his dad's journals together. Harry sat back against the arm of the couch with Susan between his legs. His arms were wrapped around her as his hands held the book. Hannah found it quite cute that they would read together like this, and almost laughed when Susan reached up to turn the page after Harry kissed her cheek. Hannah giggled, then said, hey, you guys, can we talk for a minute? Susan said, sure, Hannah, what's up? Hannah said, well, I have been reading some stuff that may help you out tomorrow. Harry and Susan never moved from their position and said, we're listening. Well, guys, I think I am going to go home tonight. Susan asked, why? Hannah grinned and said, well, several reasons. You two are way too happy and comfortable together. I know as you do that you love each other deeply. It is way too obvious. Now, I know you both wanted to wait, but I see no reason to. You two need to be sharing a bed and making like bunnies instead of Susan cuddling me and moaning, Harry, all night. Susan blushed. I love you both and know my sister is in good hands. Harry blushed and said, we just didn't want to move too fast. Hannah said, I know this, and that is why I know that you truly love Susan as she does you. Susan said, I hear a but coming. Hannah said, yes, you do. She sighed. Everything I have read this week points to the fact that you need to consummate your marriage to make it irreversibly binding. Right now, you are married on Paper, but this will seal the deal and stop anyone from interfering. Harry and Susan both blushed and glanced at each other. Hannah said, "With that said, I am going home. Now go get busy, Tizzy." "Yes, Miss Hannah." "Please take me home. Your master and mistress have some urgent matters to attend to." Tizzy grabbed her hand and popped her home. Harry and Susan sat on the couch for a few minutes until Susan turned around and straddled Harry's lap. She looked into his eyes for a minute before locking her lips to his. After they came up for air 10 minutes later, Susan said, "Take me to our room, my husband." Harry stood with Susan still having her arms locked around his neck, and her legs then wrapped around his waist. Between kisses and gently setting her back on her feet, he said, "As you wish, m'lady." Dobby and Tizzy popped in right after and followed along, picking up the trail of clothes left behind by the giggling teenagers. Tizzy looked at Dobby and said, "Finally." Harry and Susan were down to their underwear by the time they reached the master's suite. Harry's eyes were glued to Susan's body as they made their way into the room. In Harry's distraction, he ran straight into the door jamb. Susan laughed and said, "Does my lord like what he sees?" Harry laughed and looked down, causing Susan's eyes to catch on the rather large tent in his boxers. She smirked and said, "Oh, I think he does." She grabbed Harry's arm and drug him into the room and closed the door. Emerald eyes met sky blue ones as Harry and Susan arose that Friday morning. The events of the previous night played through their minds as they started untangling their naked legs and bodies. Harry leaned on and kissed her and said, "Last night was just so wow. I love you." Susan giggled and said, "I love you too, and I could tell you must have really liked it since you came back for more 5 times. Harry's mock pouted and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of you or anything." Susan smiled and grabbed his chin. "My husband, in no way did you take advantage of anything, did you hear me say no at any point?" Harry grinned and kissed her nose. He said, "Well, you did say don't several times." Susan giggled again and said, "If I remember correctly, and that is difficult because my mind was rather addled by that time." It was followed with "Stop." Harry pulled her tighter to him, and Susan added, "And I expect the same again tonight." Harry smiled and said, "I live to serve." This drew another giggle from Susan. The morning afterglow was interrupted by the soft pop of Dobby apparating into their room. He said, "Good, master and mistress are awake. You need to be getting up and eating so you can get ready to go to the bank. Tizzy is waiting to prepare your breakfast." Harry said, "Thank you, Dobby. Tell her we will be down in a few minutes." Dobby said, "I will inform Tizzy. Tizzy said you both need to eat after all the hanky-panky you got up to last night. Tizzy said you will need to have some strength for the day." Harry and Susan both blushed at this. Dobby laughed and popped out of the room. In a moment of inspiration, Harry threw the covers off him and his wife and dragged her to the bathroom. She began to protest when she realized she had done the same thing the previous evening. Their bathroom had 2 toilets set apart in 2 private alcoves, which they took full advantage of. Harry was done first, and he turned on the shower as he waited on Susan. The image of his fantasy involving him, Susan, and the shower started playing through his mind, and it had an obvious effect on him. Once Susan was finished, she noticed Harry standing in front of the shower. Her attention was quickly diverted as she glanced down. With a grin, she said, "My lord, while I do appreciate your tenaciousness, I think we need to get ready." Harry laughed and said, "I know, Susan, but our first night here. I fantasized about us in the shower. And that fantasy just flew across my mind and well, it was really good." She laughed and said, "Harry, I will be glad to join you in the shower, but that will have to wait for later. I'm still a little sore from last night." He said, "Oh, I'm sorry." She cut him off and said, "Harry, don't worry about it. The first time is always painful, and it will be better from now on." Harry said, "Okay, love. I just want this to work for us. I guess I'm just scared I will mess this up too. Susan replied, Me too, Harry, and don't worry, I think things are going great otherwise last night. Wouldn't have happened yet. Now, my dear husband, today is a big day, and we need to get started on everything. I promise I will play with you later, but for now, get in that shower so we can properly wash each other. They stepped in holding hands and took their time washing and exploring each other's bodies. Their shower lasted longer than normal, but not so much as to cause Tizzy to come upstairs and chastise them. Tizzy popped in and laid out the robes she had purchased for Susan, along with a pair of shorts and a t-shirt for Harry. Harry was very appreciative of the robe as it made Susan look great. It was made of black silk and came to mid-thigh. The robe quickly became Harry's favorite article of clothing. On Susan, when she had bent over to grab some slippers, she had not yet put on knickers, and when she saw Harry standing there with his mouth hanging open, she giggled. When she asked if he liked what he saw, Harry was still too much in a daze to respond. She finally grabbed his hand and led him to the dining room. Harry finally came out of his daze when they were sitting at the table and being served by Tizzy. She then said, Master and Mistress, Master Bearclaw be sending yous a note saying to come an hour early. He be needing to meet with yous. Harry said, Thank you, Tizzy. We will go get dressed at once. Tizzy, are you fully bonded with Susan? No, Master. Tizzy still be sharing the first bond with Mistress. We's do not share the same bond as you and Dobby. Harry asked, Susan, is Tizzy your friend? Yes, Harry. She was my only friend for many years. Do you love her? Susan thought for a second and said, Yes, I do. She is family to me. Harry guided Susan through the bonding process and told her to focus on her feelings for Tizzy during the bonding. Once she had done it, Tizzy grew a few inches and filled out more into a much healthier version of a house elf, just like Dobby had. Not only did she develop more physically, but she also developed mentally. Tizzy threw her arms around Susan and said, Mistress has made me so happy. Mistress accepts me as family. Susan hugged Tizzy back and said, You have always been my family, Tizzy. I love you. I love you too, Mistress. Thank you. No, thank you for all you have done for me over the years. And thank you, my husband, for helping. With that, Harry smiled and nodded. When Dobby and I bonded, it was our love and friendship for each other that induced the changes, just like with Tizzy. Susan said, That was just incredible. Do you think everyone could do that? I really don't know. I wasn't completely sure that it would work with Tizzy, but I thought it was worth a chance. The theory I'm coming up with is that if you are very powerful magically, and you truly love the elf, then the bond will make the changes. Susan nodded and said, It is something to think about. We may be special cases because they were both bonded to us when we were Bobbies, and therefore we truly see them as family. Yeah, but you had Tizzy with you your whole life. Dobby and I only became reacquainted 3 years ago. Tizzy said, Now you two can talk about all that later. You need to go get dressed. I went shopping last night and purchased suitable clothing for you both for today. Dobby has your robes and will explain them once you are ready. Harry grinned and said, I think you created a monster. Susan smirked and said, Well, she will need to be more forceful when there are 9 children running around this house. 9. Susan smirked and said, I'm including you, my dear husband. You seem to take great delight in playing with your new toys last night. Harry blushed as she then laughed and kissed his cheek. She said, Come on, Harry, we need to hurry now to make it to Bearclaw's office on time. They hurried up the stairs and quickly got dressed. Harry was dressed in a muggle charcoal gray business suit with a lighter gray Oxford and an emerald green silk tie. Susan had dressed in a lady's black business suit with a sky blue blouse that matched her eyes. They both had on black dragon hide dress shoes. Once dressed, Dobby handed them their robes, which were black acromantula silk. Over the left breast were the Potter crest for Harry and the Bones crest for Susan. Dobby said, "My lord, the crests are tied together. One tap of either of your wands will transform the crest into the one of your combined families. It will be the same one as is in the entrance hall." Harry said, "Good thinking, Dobby. We don't have to reveal anything until we are ready. Once you have delivered us to Bearclaw, go get my aunt and bring her there as well. When everyone is occupied with the will reading, I want you to gather the Evans elves and have them complete the move." Dobby said, "Yes, Master Harry." Harry turned to Susan, who had just slipped on her robe. "Are you ready, my dear?" "Yep, let's get this over with. Dobby, if you would be so kind." Dobby grabbed their hands and popped them straight into Bearclaw's office. Bearclaw looked up from his desk and said, "Ah, my two favorite humans. Come, we have much to discuss before the reading." They sat as Bearclaw started giving them a rundown. He said, "My lord, I know it has only been a week, but we are already starting to see progress with your investments, and we have not yet invested the full amounts yet. Per your instructions, I have invested in some of the more risky options, but my research leads me to believe they will play out handsomely in the long run." Harry said, "That sound like you have us on the right track now, Master Bearclaw. We both knew this would be a long-term strategy going in, and are not so naive as to think our family assets will return to their former glory overnight. We both feel comfortable leaving it in your capable hands." Susan said, "Master Bearclaw, if an opportunity arises that you feel is too good to pass up, you have our permission to further invest from our vaults. With 3 family vaults to pull from, and the fact that neither of us are the type to live extravagantly, we can tie up more funds in the investments." "Thank you, milady. I will not let you down. If I come across an investment of that type, I would like to ask if you would consent to having Gringotts match your funds and share the profits in a loose partnership." Susan nodded and said, "I think we would find that very agreeable." Bearclaw said, "Thank you, milady. Now let's get to today's business. Lord Ragnarok has taken a personal interest in today's proceedings and has decided to conduct the reading personally." Susan's eyes grew wide and Harry looked at her questionably. Bearclaw saw Harry's confusion and said, "My lord, Lord Ragnarok does not get involved in the normal dealings of wizards. He has shown nothing but distaste for your race ever since the last confrontation between our races." Harry said, "So why now?" "He thinks as I do that you will need our support in that room today. Once the readings begin, there will be a lot of anger, and his hope is that his presence will shield you both somewhat. My lord, if things get out of hand, how do you want us to proceed?" Harry looked at him for a minute before replying, "Master Bearclaw, as I am still woefully ignorant about what to do in these matters, I think it best to defer that decision to my wife." Susan gave him a loving look before saying, "Master Bearclaw, I would never presume to tell you how to conduct your business. As we are guests on goblin soil and in your bank, the goblin nation should act as it sees fit." "Thank you, milady. The respect you both show my people is the main reason Lord Ragnarok has become involved. He is intrigued by you both and expects to see great things from you." Harry said, "We will try and not let him or you down. We both have asked our aunts to attend with us today as our legal guardians. So as an added bonus, you will have the head of the DMLE here as a witness to the proceedings." Bearclaw said, "That might be helpful. I would prefer it if you remained here until everyone who was summoned has already been seated. I will lead you in once that happens and place you in seats next to me. The added security in the room can be explained due to Ragnarok's presence." Bearclaw went out and checked on the attendees. Amelia and Petunia were secretly escorted to the conference room where Bearclaw had stashed Harry and Susan until the last moment. Amelia noticed they were both glowing and were holding each other tightly. She rolled her eyes and said, "I hope you two are at least using protection." They blushed and Harry smirked and said, "Yes, Aunt Amelia. We learned the Pratigo charm this week." Amelia and Petunia paled as Susan giggled. She said, "Aunties, We at least want to finish school before we start making bobbies. But yes, we are using protection. Amelia said, "What happened to waiting?" Harry smiled and said, "Our chaperone abandoned us telling us to get busy, as we were totally in love with and perfect for each other." Amelia shook her head and was about to say something when Bearclaw chose that moment to come back in. He said, "Lord Ragnarok has just entered the room and will summon us shortly." As Lord Ragnarok sat at the head of the table, everyone looked shocked. Dumbledore finally had the nerve to ask, "Lord Ragnarok, to what so we owe the pleasure of your attendance today?" Ragnarok looked at him with loathing and said, "As the former account manager for House Black, I used my prerogative to conduct this will reading. Now, if everyone will just be patient for a few minutes, our last guest should be arriving shortly." Albus said, "Lord Ragnarok, if you are referring to Harry Potter, I am afraid that he may not be present. At the present, his whereabouts are unknown, and as his magical guardian, I can act in his stead." The Weasleys and the other Order members smiled at this. They knew Dumbledore would share Harry's inheritance with them. Andromeda Tonks glanced at them, including her daughter, and is not impressed at what she was seeing. She shared a glance with her estranged sister, who was equally unhappy with what she saw. Ragnarok said, "That may be so, but we will still give him the time to get here. We have a few minutes before the scheduled time." Dumbledore grew quiet and pensive. Something didn't feel right to him, and he sat and thought on it for a minute. First, Harry's tracker showed him to last be seen near Gringotts, and then it disappeared. His tracking charm on Hedwig revealed nothing, as she had obviously been taken behind wards that negated the effects of the charms on her. His first thought was that Harry had found a Potter property and hidden himself there. That thought was quickly rebuffed, as he had personally seen to the ruin of the wards and houses that belonged to House Potter. He had also bribed a young goblin named Griffook to keep an eye out for Harry and report if any transactions were being made from the Potter accounts. So far, no word had been sent. He finally just sat back and waited for events to unfold. A few minutes later, Bearclaw led Harry, Susan, Amelia, and Petunia into the room the reading was being held in. Everyone quickly noticed Harry and Susan were holding hands and were both wearing robes with their house crests on them, along with their family rings. Albus paled at the thought of Harry taking up his lordship. It meant the Potter wills had been read, and they weren't the ones he possessed, as they had received no bequests. If that was the case, he wondered if the other marauder pulled the same trick. As he passed Dumbledore, Albus stood and said, "Harry, I must insist we return you and your aunt to your home. It is too dangerous for you to be here." Harry glared at him and said, "I think I am perfectly safe here with my goblin friends. They have been nothing but courteous and helpful this last week." Everyone in the room gasped as Harry said this, realizing that Harry didn't know what he had done. Susan whispered in his ear quickly. Harry paled and turned to Bearclaw and Ragnarok. He said, "My apologies, Lord Ragnarok and Master Bearclaw. It was not my intention to offend or make presumptions of our business relationship. My only intention was to convey that the Goblin Nation has treated me with respect and honor this last week." Lord Ragnarok stood and approached Harry. After a minute of studying him, Ragnarok held out his hand and said, "I accept your apology, but one was not needed. I am also aware that your so-called magical guardian has not given you the knowledge required to function in your position. I view you as one of potential and will keeping my eye on you. Your house has also treated the Goblin Nation with more respect and honor in the last week than we have received in years." Ragnarok went back and sat down as Albus thought his house. That can't be good. Molly didn't have the presence of mind to keep her mouth shut and asked, "Harry dear, what are you doing holding that girl's hand? You are supposed to be with my Ginny. You saved her and are destined for each other. You are even contracted." Albus had tried to wave her off but failed and slunk down further in his chair. "No, This wasn't going to be good. A little light went off in Harry's head, and he leaned over and whispered in Susan's ear. Her eyes grew wide and nodded. She leaned over to Amelia and told her what Harry had said. Amelia thought for a minute and nodded her head. Susan leaned back over to Harry and said, "It may work. Just wait until." After the reading, Molly spoke up again and said, "Young man, I was speaking to you. You will not ignore me when I ask you a question. I didn't raise you that way." Petunia bristled at that and leaned over to Harry. All she said was, "Go for it." Harry smiled and said, "Mrs. Weasley, if you must address me, then use my name. If you don't know it, it is Lord Potter. As for raising me, that was the job of this lady right beside me. I don't see how you can call me spending 3 weeks at your home, raising me. I do appreciate the time I spent in your home, but you are not, never have been, and never will be my mother." All of the Weasleys bristled upon hearing this. Susan squeezed his hand to show her support and help calm him. He finally turned to Ragnarok and said, "My apologies again, Lord Ragnarok, for wasting your valuable time with these petty things." Ragnarok chuckled and with a feral grin said, "Nonsense, Lord Potter. I find it quite entertaining. I think I am beginning to put things together now and find it quite interesting to find 2 non-noble and on top of that, non-family members trying to control the actions of an emancipated lord of a most ancient and noble house." Albus paled further, and the once puce-faced Molly went pale white at the implications of that. Harry looked at Susan and raised an eyebrow. Understanding what he meant, she shook her head no. His nod to her went unnoticed by almost everyone else, but caused a warmness to spread throughout her. That one nod told her not only did he love her, but she had his complete trust as well. Inwardly, Amelia smiled as she watched Harry and Susan. Hannah was right, they were perfect together. Ragnarok cleared his throat and said, "Well, if there are no objections, let us get to the purpose of this gathering." He pulled a goblin pensive out and placed it in front of him on the table. He then took a sphere much like the one Harry had shattered in the dom and dropped it into the basin. After a few seconds, Sirius appeared, and the disembodied head looked around the room until he saw Harry sitting with Susan. The head smiled and winked at Harry. Sirius spoke, "Before I get to the goodies, I just want to say a couple of things. Harry, I told you so. Also, Harry, use the advice Ern gave us the last time we saw him." Susan looked at him questionably, and Harry explained it to her with a grin on his face. He whispered, "The I told you so was that I would be happy with my contract. The advice was hang on, it's going to be a bumpy ride." She smiled back up at him. "And, sorry to do this, but as I read over the will reading, I thought it may be confusing. The image of Sirius speaks and can interact with the attendees. The actual will is in italics." Sirius Image said, with no further ado, "I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, being of somewhat sound mind and fabulous body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. All previous wills are declared null and void with the filing of this will." Albus said, "I ask for verification as I have a copy of what he told me would be his final will." Sirius said, "The will you are holding is dated May 15, 1995. Am I correct?" A dejected Albus said, "Yes, that is the date we signed and filed it." Sirius' eyes turned to Amelia and said, "Madam Bones, would you verify the date of this recording?" Amelia asked, "Lord Ragnarok, may I?" "Certainly, Madam Bones." She waved her wand, and the date of May 24, 1995 appeared. All eyes turned to Albus, and he said, "I withdraw my objection." Ron spoke up and said, "Why are we going through all this anyway? He was a criminal, we should just split it up and take it." Sirius Image said, the red-headed garbage disposal finally opens his maw. As you well know, Ronald, I was never convicted, since Gringotts recognizes my claims as valid due to my lack of conviction. We are proceeding with the will," Ragnarok commanded, Any other disruptions to these proceedings will be met with force, and then you will be forcibly removed to our dungeons, where you will help at our pleasure. Now that the legal crap is out of the way, I have a few messages for several of you in attendance. Let us start with Albus Dumbledore. You, Mr. Dumbledore, are a sorry bastard, and I leave you absolutely nothing, and in fact call upon Gringotts to return what was stolen from Harry and me. You set me up to keep Harry and me apart, and don't get me started on how you set up James and Lily. The joke is on you, though, as in true Marauder style. Your perfect little malleable weapon has never truly been under your control. My dear Lily was far more intelligent than you are and figured out your whole plan. She took steps to counteract it and manipulated the manipulator. Harry played his part well and, by this time, is a true Lord Potter and not easily controlled. One of my last acts as Lord Black is to have the wards on my home changed. You are no longer welcome there, and neither is your bird watching club. Our society must really be going to hell if they haven't figured out who the true Dark Lord is. Am I right, Albus? Your greater good is nothing more than some half-cocked idea you and Gellert came up with of your idea of the perfect society. The only problem with that is that your perfect society places you as ruler. I see no difference between you and Voldemort or Gellert except your methods. Albus was scared by this point. If his suspicions were correct, Harry would soon be able to throw the might of houses Potter and Black against him. Those voted were in fact a large portion of the power block he controlled in the Wisengamot, and without them, he would quickly become politically impotent. Albus grew furious at the Dark Lord comment. The nerve of Sirius accusing him of being a Dark Lord, as no one understood what it took to do the best for the greater good. Next is my former brother in all but blood, Remus Lupin. You betrayed us all, you furry bastard, and I leave you absolutely nothing. You may not have led Voldemort to James and Lily's house, but all the same you stood by and did nothing. Not only that, you further betrayed us by abandoning Harry on your lord's orders, and you knew that your lord knowingly kept me wrongfully imprisoned all those years. In hindsight, I can see that as a positive thing, as he didn't have your influence upon him. There are times when I am truly amazed by Lily's intelligence. She foresaw my betrayal and that you would abandon Harry. The truly funny thing is, if you had made an effort to be in Harry's life, all of Lily's plans would have come undone after Harry and I were reunited. Your effort to keep us apart was personally the worst betrayal, along with then spying on us. Know this, Mr. Lupin, James, Lily, and I will be waiting for you and Wormtail on the other side. It is my personal hope that Harry is the one that sends you both to us. You are hereby disavowed of the Marauder legacy, along with Wormtail and the wards on Marauder Manor have been changed to refuse your admittance. Albus thought, Marauder Manor? Why have I never heard of this? Remus paled under the glare Harry held on him. Fortunately, Harry remained silent on the matter. Remus remembered that look, though. It was the same one that James had of someone he truly loathed, combined with the hate-filled emerald eyes of Lily. One thing was certain, he would need to stay clear of Harry from now on, for he wanted to delay his meeting with the other Marauders for as long as possible. To the Weasleys, I leave not a damn thing. I think you have stolen enough from Harry and me for long. Enough. That's enough for now, as I will come back to you later. The Weasleys all turned red in anger, but remained silent. The goblin warriors stationed around the room made them use caution during the actual proceedings. It didn't stop an angry huff from Molly and Ron. Bill glanced at his superiors and held his breath. The two goblin leaders obviously held his family in low regard, and he had the feeling that his employment would quickly come to an end after the reading. The same thoughts ran through Arthur's head once he noticed the harsh glare from his boss, Amelia Bones. To Hermione Jean Granger, I only leave some advice. I had such high hopes for you, but it is our choices in life that define us. You, young lady, have made some very bad choices, and now you will have to live with them. I hope you enjoy your chosen life instead of the one that could have been." Hermione looked like she was about to cry, but she knew he was right. She had went against the ideals she had been raised with, which was to follow her head and heart. These always led to Harry, but she had let the headmaster and the Weasleys prey on her weaknesses and had been hoodwinked. She could only look down as the words tormented her. Her parents and Harry had always encouraged her to be her own person, and she had ignored it, and look where it got her. She couldn't look Harry in the eye, as her betrayal of Harry and her enslavement to the Weasleys made her feel very unworthy of his friendship. She also knew that Harry loved her dearly, and she had been too stupid and impatient to see where those feelings led. "My dear cousins Narcissa and Bellatrix, with the activation of this will, I, the Lord Black, have instructed Gringotts to annul your marriages, call due the debt your husbands owe the House of Black, and kick your sorry Death Eater asses from the family. I also authorize Gringotts to use whatever methods necessary to recover our funds up to, and including foreclosure on property and auctioning off said assets. Narcissa, your Death Eater spawn of a son is also kicked from the family right along with you, and your allowances are hereby revoked." Draco stood and shouted, "He can't do that. I am the last male Black and therefore the next Lord Black." Ragnarok looked up at him and said, "Sit down, Mr. Malfoy, before I have you stunned. You will never hold the title of Lord Black, as you are not even a Black anymore." Albus sat there continuing to take things in. His earlier suspicions were beginning to appear, and things definitely didn't look good for him. He continued to rethink his schemes and coming up with a new plan. "My dear cousin Andromeda," she gulped, "I would like nothing more than to welcome you back into the family, but I am afraid your banishment from the family will have to remain in effect for the protection of House Black. While you are not the problem, Andy, your offspring is. If Nymphadora were to swear an oath of family fidelity to the new Lord Black, you would be granted immediate re-entry. However, this oath is one that will supersede all other oaths. If she cannot do this, then I'm sorry, and as much as I love you, I cannot allow her entry into the family as your re-entry would allow. Also, Andy, I have left you a personal letter, which is keyed to your magical signature." Andromeda turned and glared at her daughter. They would be talking later. Tonks had the good sense to look hurt at serious words, but deep inside she was thinking, "That stupid old mutt, how dare he not give me what is rightfully mine? To my old friend and colleague Lady Amelia Bones, I leave a collection of documents and memories for you to peruse. I also ask that you collect some of the same from my godson. He too has a copy of everything, and I think you two will need to sit down and have a long talk about things. I want to thank you for your belief in me over the years, and I truly appreciate all the efforts you made on my behalf. I know you feel that you failed me, but there were just too many obstacles in the way. You have always been the sister of my heart, and I love you." The normally stern-looking Amelia wiped a tear from her eye. "To my godson, Harry James Potter, no, let me rephrase that. To my blood-adopted son, Harry James Potter Black, I leave everything. All personal effects, vaults, properties, and of course the title of Lord Black are yours, Harry. I'm sorry our time together was short, but you can blame that on that twinkly-eyed old fart. Harry, go get the girl and live your life. You now have the power and they can't do a damn thing about it. I can't say it enough, but I love you with everything I am." The whole room gasped as that was revealed. Harry was now the head of two most noble and ancient houses. All their wrongdoings and betrayals would now come back to haunt them. They could only pray that sweet little Harry would forgive them and be merciful. Well, as I said earlier, there was one last thing to deal with. Molly, that marriage contract you and Dumbledore came up with between Harry and Ginny is highly illegal and not worth the parchment it was written on. If Albus had checked the family bylaws for House Potter, oh wait, he couldn't, as he was neither Harry's guardian nor Lord Potter. It is written that no marriage contract may be drawn up, except by a Lord Potter for a member of his family. The money you took for the contract is now considered stolen funds. Good luck with that. As a side note, all of you thought old Padfoot was off his rocker from his stay in Azkaban. Let me just say that I wasn't, but I know you won't believe me that it was all an act. I guess that means I need to explain some things. Being a true marauder, this old dog manipulated the manipulators. I offered my home to the Order because I wanted you in my house. Albus, you above all should have thought of this. With your abilities in Hogwarts, the Lord Black KNOWS all that happens in his house. I know the contents of all the conversations that were held in my house. I knew you were setting me up to be killed and willingly walked into your trap, as I knew that upon my death, Harry would finally be free of your schemes. Harry, as with your parents, I loved you so much that I would sacrifice myself to ensure you had a better life just as your parents had. You see, once I escaped Azkaban and I saw what was happening to you, I knew that the only way I could stop the manipulations was through my death. The good news is that we had some time together as I put all my plans into action, as timing was everything. In other words, I had to wait for you to be the correct age, and I will admit part of it was selfishness on my part. I wanted to get to know you, and you, my son, have the heart of a true marauder. My last advice to you is to live your life marauder style. My personal mantra was to love hard and leave chaos in your path. I, Padfoot of the Marauders, do hereby change your marauder name from Pronkslet to Slash. Just do me a favor and leave this image open while you live up to your marauder legacy. This is Sirius Black saying mischief created. With that said, several of his patented bark-like laughs were heard. Most of the faces in the room were death white during the last part of the will. A few glances at Harry at first saw tears running down his face that changed to determination and then glee. They watched as Susan hugged him and whispered into his ear as he nodded. The look on his face next was grim determination, and they all wondered what Susan's part was in all this. Molly sputtered at the audacity of what that scoundrel had said. She didn't care what it took. She would get her hands on the Potter fortune and retake everything that had been taken from the Weasleys. In her mind, she even smiled as she would also get her hands on the Black fortune. The meager millions she had already stolen were nothing compared to what was due her family. The rest of the family sat there stunned and waiting for the next anvil to fall on their heads. Well, everyone except Ron, he was still too busy trying to figure out how much money Sirius had left him. Remus sat there deep in thought. The truth had been revealed, and to be quite honest, he was quite afraid of what Harry would do to him. Tonks sat close by holding his hand, but he knew she had her own problems, as she and her mother were glaring at each other in a contest of wills. The Malfoys sat there humbled by the fact that they had not only been disowned, they had also been practically bankrupted by the debts recalled to House Black. Andromeda was seething. She had long looked forward to being readmitted into the House of Black, and now that dream had been shattered by her own daughter. If she were to admit it to herself, she was a bit hesitant to read the letter Sirius left her. In it, she felt she would learn of her failures as a mother. Albus was glad it was over. He was looking to make a quick exit and get away from the fallout that would be soon to come. Albus almost pouted as he didn't get to do as wanted. Ragnarok stood and said, "That concludes the will reading for Lord Sirius Orion Black. You will not be allowed to leave, as we still have some business to attend to." Ragnarok stood and said, "That concludes the will reading for Lord Sirius Orion Black. You will not be allowed to leave, as we still have some business to attend to." Albus slumped back down in his chair. His bad feeling from earlier had come to fruition. It was now going to be truly a bad day, as he and everyone else sat there in silence, waiting for the hammer to drop. At this point, Ragnarok had decided to sit back and watch the show. He gave a nod to Bearclaw, who said, "Lord Potterblack, do you accept and approve of this will as the new Lord Black?" Harry glanced at Susan, who finally nodded her head. Harry gave her the nod to proceed. She looked too. Bearclaw and said, "Master Bearclaw, may I?" Bearclaw had been let in on their plan, and what was about to happen, and gave her a feral grin, and said, "By all means, Lady Susan." Susan pulled her wand and tapped the crest on her robes. To the shock of everyone on the room, the crests on both their robes changed to reveal Harry's new family crest, the scroll across the bottom. Read aliquid pro familia. Most of those in the room did not understand until Harry replied to Bearclaw. Harry said, "I, Lord Harry James Potter Blackbones, do hereby accept and approve of any actions of the will of the late Lord Sirius Orion Black, so mote it be." Molly was the first to open her mouth. "How can you be Lord Bones? That would mean you are married to that trollop and have violated the contract you have with my Ginny. The penalties for violating that contract are forfeiture of your entire fortune to House Weasley." Harry snarled, "Well, Mrs. Weasley, let me just say that if you ever insult my wife, the Lady Susan, like that again, that at the least I will remove your tongue and pin it to the wall. At the worst, I shall have your head for insulting the lady of 3 most ancient and noble houses, since you obviously were not listening to the late Lord Black's will. You evidently did not hear where my adopted father said that no one but a Lord Potter may sign a marriage contract for any member of his house. The contract you and my usurper magical guardian came up with is illegal and invalid." A red-faced Molly replied, "You little shit. You should be more respectful of your elders and betters." Ragnock stood to intervene, but a glance from Harry had Bearclaw quickly bowing in front on his lord. Bearclaw whispered, "My lord, please allow the new lord to make his presence known. I assure you he can handle this, and he will let us know if he cannot." Ragnock returned to his seat and said, "Very well," with a nod towards Harry. Harry turned to Molly once again and said, "You may be elder, but respect can only be earned, not demanded. As for my betters, I am the lord of 3 active, most ancient and noble houses. This does not include the fact that I now hold lordship over 3 most ancient and most noble houses along with 5 other noble and ancient houses. Lady Potter Blackbones, how many houses are we now lord and lady of?" Susan grinned and said, "My lord, I think we hold the title to around a total of 8 ancient houses, although many have been absorbed into our lines. According to Gringotts ledgers, we also hold title to around 20 houses, although many are now extinct." Amelia frowned and said, "Milady, might I have a word, please? Master Bearclaw, would you please place a privacy field around my lord and lady, Lady Petunia, and I, please?" Bearclaw said, "Certainly, Madam Bones." Once it was done, everyone could see the 4 of them having a discussion, but could not hear them or read their lips. It was an added feature of the Goblin Privacy Dome that Amelia had come to respect greatly. Amelia said, "You 2 are giving away far too much information. You should not reveal all your secrets in one sitting, if ever at all." Susan sternly replied, "Auntie Amelia, I love you dearly, but do not presume to know all that is going on just yet." Amelia was shocked and hurt by the tone Susan used in her, and Susan could see it in her eyes. Susan said, "I'm sorry for that, but we do not need to be seen as children at this moment. There is a plan in place, as we have had access to much more information than you are aware of. Just know that everything that is happening right now is necessary and essential." Petunia said, "Don't put yourselves in further danger." Harry replied, "My dear aunt, please don't take this the wrong way, but you taught your lessons well as was required of you by your oath. We are prepared for this and have developed many contingencies and scripts based on how they respond and react. If we step over the line, Bearclaw and Ragnock will take care of it. They have given their word." Susan said, "Now, my dear aunt, this was expected in our plans, and as such, you will look properly rebuked and beg apologies in front of the rabble. There is no time for weakness today. Please just trust us. Amelia said, don't think we won't talk about this later. Harry replied, yes, ma'am. We fully expect to and to come clean about all we have learned. All we ask is that you two play along and let us do what we need to do. Harry cut his eyes to Bearclaw and motioned for him to cut the field. Harry remained standing as the ladies sat. Amelia spoke up and said, my lord and lady, please forgive my breach in manners. It was unforgivable for me to question you in public as I did. Harry smiled. Lady Amelia, you are family. Of course you are forgiven. Harry turned back to the shocked people in front of him. He said, where were we before the interruption? Oh yeah, respect and betters. That made several people flinch, and Bearclaw turned to Ragnarok and whispered, they are doing remarkably well considering their youth. Ragnarok whispered back, yes, they are. I haven't had this much fun in ages. I feel I must thank you for dragging me into this. Harry said, as for betters, I only see 5, maybe 6 people in this room I would even begin to consider my betters. They would include my wife, our aunts, Lord Ragnarok and Master Bearclaw, and maybe Andromeda, but the jury is still out on that one. Draco stood and shouted, you filthy half-blood, you need to learn your place. Harry smirked and said, my dear cousin, I can see why Sirius took such pleasure in saying that. Now I know my place. It is obviously you who do not know yours, and it is obvious the Black family intelligence was not passed down to you. I, Lord Black, call all the debts of House Malfoy to House Black due immediately with interest, including the bride price for Narcissa Ellen Black. I also invoke the removal of Black family magic from Narcissa Ellen Malfoy nee Black and Draco Lucius Malfoy. So mote it be. The command was accepted with a flash of magic around him. Narcissa was crying no, as she was stripped of the knowledge and use of Black family magic. Drake stood in shock as he too was stripped of these. Harry said, since your dear sister couldn't be here, you can be my witness. I, Lord Black, do hereby call all the debts owed House Black by House Lestrange, due immediately with interest, and including the bride price for Bellatrix Eileen Black. I also invoke the removal of Black family magic from Bellatrix Eileen Lestrange nee Black, so mote it be. Again, the command was accepted by a flash of magic surrounding Harry. Harry turned to Ragnarok and asked, Lord Ragnarok, would you please have these betrayers of family removed from this hall? Their presence here disgusts me. Ragnarok smiled and said, certainly, Lord Potter. May I make a suggestion for future reference? Harry replied, of course, my lord, your counsel is always welcome. Ragnarok gave him another feral grin, in the future, my lord, as both heads of those 2 houses are in fact convicted criminals and serving time in the wizard's prison. You could have used your status as head over their spouses to absorb their houses into yours. Now that you have banished them from your family, that option is no longer available. Harry smirked and said, my lord, I was well aware of my ability to do that, but there was no way that I wanted the taint of either House Malfoy or Lestrange surrounding Lady Susan or myself. Ragnarok actually laughed at that and said, I see your point. Harry looked at Susan, who smiled lovingly up to him and motioned him nearer, as everyone was distracted by the Malfoys being roughly removed from the room. Susan kissed his cheek and whispered, that performance alone grants you the rights to play with your toys tonight. You are doing great. I am right here if you need me. I love you. Harry returned the kiss and whispered, I love you too, and thank you for being here. She whispered back, Harry James, get it through that thick skull of yours. I will always be right beside you until the day you die. Harry smiled and whispered, well, I can only hope that is a long way off. I would miss my toys. Susan grinned and smacked his arm. She whispered, Pratt. Amelia Fake coughed to let him know it was time to start again. Harry stood and said, now that the Malfoys and Lestranges have been dealt with, there are a few more matters to deal with. Madame Bones, who who currently holds the voting proxies for the Wisengamot seats. Of Potter, Black and Bones. Amelia replied, "My lord, the proxies for both Potter and Black are held by Albus Dumbledore. I hold the proxy for House Bones as its former regent." Harry replied, "Madam Bones, I think you are mistaken. It would be my honor for you to hold all the proxies for Potter Black Bones." Albus' dreams were collapsing around him. Here was the young man he had manipulated and stripped of power, doing a complete reversal on him. In an attempt to save his power, Albus said, "As your magical guardian, I refuse to release those proxies." Harry turned on Albus in a flash, but Susan had beaten him to the punch. She stood and said, "Are you as daft as the Weasleys? Have you not listened to anything said here today? You are not, never been, and never will be Harry's magical guardian. I'm beginning to think you told that lie so much that you started to believe it yourself. As for your refusal, Lord Potter Black Bones is an emancipated minor who you have no further control over." Amelia wiped a tear from her eye. Susan was a chip off the old block and stood up for what was right. And of course, what was hers. Amelia was very proud of these two who were quickly showing that they were the power couple of the near future. Albus retorted, "That may be so, but I am still the headmaster to both of you. You will listen to me." Harry looked at Susan and winked. She said, "Yes, sir, about that, my lord and I have decided that we will seek education elsewhere, as the curriculum at Hogwarts is severely lacking." Albus looked at them and in a weak voice said, "You can't leave. You are safest at Hogwarts." Harry snorted and said, "No, you mean you are safest with me at Hogwarts?" Albus gave Harry a shocked expression. Harry said, "As long as Susan and I were at Hogwarts, the true wards of the castle were active. I am the true heir to Gryffindor, and through the Black family, I am the heir to Ravenclaw. Susan is the heiress to the Hufflepuff line. While we are there, Voldemort cannot pass the wards without our permission, even though he is the Slytherin heir. Without us there, he has full access, doesn't he, Headmaster?" Harry stepped over to Bearclaw and took the parchment he held out. Harry then walked over to Amelia and handed her the parchment, giving her full proxy rights. She looked up and said, "I don't know what to say." Susan said, "Just say yes and help us change the world." Amelia nodded. Harry said, "Now that has been settled, since our illustrious headmaster has made it a point to step out in front of everyone for the first time in years, let us deal with him first." The room sat quietly in anticipation of seeing their leader about to get torn to shreds by one of his students. Harry said, "Mr. Dumbledore, you have knowingly usurped the power of a guardian and godfather of a most ancient and noble house. Not only that, you then knowingly kept the heir and then head of another most ancient and noble house wrongfully imprisoned. This is no accusation for you to either deny or accept. It is just plain fact." He turned to Amelia and said, "Lady Amelia, are you getting all this?" She smirked and said, "Every word, my lord." Harry turned back to Albus. "Let us see what else." Susan stepped forward and said, "My lord, if I may." Harry nodded to her. She said, "Mr. Dumbledore, amongst your wrongdoings, you placed the heir of a most ancient and noble house in dangerous situations on numerous occasions and did nothing to help him. If that was not enough, your reaction earlier shows that you knew he was a founder's heir and as such garnered furthered protection. While on the subject on founders' heirs, as headmaster it was your sworn duty to provide special accommodations to said heirs, as is their family right, so they could be trained in family magics. It is in the Hogwarts Charter." Albus paled even further. Harry said, "You also set the staff against said heirs and set other students up to spy on them and report back to you. Luckily for you, Miss Abbott was able to act as a buffer for Susan, but with how you arranged my life, I was left floundering and at the mercy of your manipulations and your puppets." Susan's eyes brightened and she said, "That explains it, my love." Harry turned to her and asked, "What?" Susan said, the fate of one Hermione Granger. Harry's eyes darkened, and he snarled. You set her up to become a slave to House Weasley so that she couldn't help me anymore. Very clever, Albus, but as you have seen, all three of my parents defeated every one of your plans, and my wife and I figured out the rest. Albus said, but if you come back, I will have her released. It hurt Harry to say it, but he had to. My dear Albus, why would the Lord of three most ancient and noble houses worry about the fate of one damaged Muggle-born witch? Let the worthless clan have their toy. It will be their only enjoyment very soon. Albus said, but what of your love for her? Harry said, as with everyone else in my life, your manipulations took them. She is just another casualty. He could hear Hermione sobbing as Harry wrote her off as a loss. His thoughts were only on showing no sympathy or weakness. Everyone in the room was finally realizing just how far they had pushed Harry. Their fates were now held in his hands. Susan said, to finish with you, Dumbledore, you willfully went against the will of Harry's parents. To his credit, Albus said, but it obviously wasn't the true will. Amelia spoke up. You couldn't have known that, and so therefore the accusation stands. You violated the will you were given intentionally. Albus quickly shut up. Harry started up again. Only two things remain. The first is the fortune you stole from my vaults as my so-called magical guardian. I ask our gracious hosts to handle that problem for me. Ragnarok replied in his deep voice, it will be our pleasure, my lord. Albus just realized something a bit too late. The entire Goblin Nation was standing behind Harry as they had been helping him ever since his escape. Harry said, thank you, my lord. The last thing I want to approach Mr. Dumbledore about is to me the most grievous. Acting as my magical guardian illegally, he tried to enter me into a marriage contract with Ginevra Molly Weasley. The sole purpose of this contract was to transfer the Potter fortune to House Weasley. It is our guess that the intention was to use potions on me until I impregnated Ginny, and then I would be disposed of in some way. Another guess is that I would be offered up as a sacrifice to Voldemort. Albus said, you have no proof of your guesses. Harry retorted, I don't need them. For a charge of line theft, the illegal marriage contract is all I need. Lady Amelia, did you get all that? With a big grin, she said, of course I did, my lord. I think I will be taking all this to work with me later. Susan smiled and said, I hope you brought more parchment, Auntie. You're probably going to need it. Amelia smiled brightly and said, my dear niece, you know I never go anywhere without my never ending parchment. Harry and Susan laughed as everyone in the room gulped. Harry said, well, that is all I can think of for our dear headmaster at the moment, but I think you need to stay so you can see the consequences of your manipulations. Ragnarok made a signal, and two goblin warriors approached Albus and placed magic repressing cuffs on him. Ragnarok said, while you have done a good job so far, my lord, I think it best if we make him completely impotent. Harry bowed to Ragnarok and said, a wise choice, my lord. Thank you. Harry turned to Andromeda. He said, Mrs. Tonks, I know that I was very fond of you when I was a baby. I also know how fond Sirius was of you, but for the life of me, I have no recollection of you ever being in my life since I was a baby. If you were truly my parents' friend, why have you never tried to meet with me since I returned to the wizarding world? Until I met Sirius, the only stories and memories of my parents were given to me by Hagrid. Since we obviously have no relationship, I have no feelings for you either way. In that respect, I don't see you as family, and as those who are in my true family can attest to, I would move heaven and earth for them. It is my hope that whatever Sirius has left you in his letter gives you some joy. Your presence is no longer required, and you may leave if you so desire. Andromeda said, I apologize, my lord. I was influenced to stay away. Susan spoke up. That may be so, Aunt Andy, but is it you that made that choice? As Sirius said earlier, our choices define us. Even though you are close friends with my aunt, I must stand with my husband. And I no longer consider you family. You may want to stay for a few minutes to see what kind of man your daughter took up with, and a hint of the fate that awaits her." Andromeda nodded as she bowed her head and quietly sobbed. She knew she was just as guilty as her daughter when it came to Harry. She also knew she had let down one of her best friends in Lily. She thought back on how Sirius encouraged her to seek Harry out, and how she had refused due to her shame. Sirius was right, our choices do define us. Susan stood back up, winked at Harry, and said, "I think I will take the next one as my husband. Deserves a break. Truth be known, we spent most of the night and a good part of the morning consummating our marriage, so none of you could do anything to tear us apart. I guess in that respect, I need to be thanking you, as my husband is very thorough, and wanted to make completely sure that this time, the one he loved could not be taken from him." Amelia blushed and shook her head. She would definitely have to have a talk about sharing that particular information. She looked over at Ragnock and Bearclaw and could see the obviously pleased expressions on their faces. She then remembered Susan, Harry, and Bearclaw had all planned every bit of this. She thought it must have a purpose, and once she looked at the Weasleys, she realized that Susan and Harry were goading the Weasleys into a fight. At first, she wondered why just the Weasleys, until she remembered a whispered question earlier. Albus said, "Lady Susan, it is not befitting a lady of your status to talk about such things." Susan turned and said, "Shut it, Dumbledore. No one here that matters is interested in your opinion." Molly sputtered until Susan glared her into submission. All the males Weasleys were extremely pale and nervous, as what would happen whenever Harry or Susan decided to get to their family. Susan said, "Let's see, Remus Lupin. I think I will take you since it may allow you to live a bit longer. First, you really don't deserve to take up much of our time. You are a coward and a thief. I charge Gringotts with the return of the funds that were taken from the Potter and Black vaults over the years. Master Bearclaw, take everything he has, but don't worry about sanctions or repayment options. My husband will see to his end. You, Mr. Lupin, are now a penniless and hunted man. Our only dilemma is how to do it. Surely he will do it Marauder style, but the main question is when. You see, we are torn between finding you at the next full moon and letting Slash finish the job, or declaring you a rogue werewolf and maybe even a part of Fenrir's pack and placing a price on your head. Oh well, in true Marauder style, you won't know until you are facing it, and either way, the true Marauders will be waiting for you on the other side. A little advice, Nymphadora, if you stand between your boyfriend and my husband, your life will be forfeit." An angry Tonks snorted and said, "Shows you how much you know. He turned me 6 months ago, but bring it on, we will be waiting for you." Andromeda looked up at that and said, "Milady, may I be excused? I think I have heard enough." Susan glanced at Ragnock, who signaled a goblin warrior to escort Andromeda from the hall. Andromeda had been nothing but respectful throughout the ordeal, and was treated with the courtesy and respect she had shown the others. Before she left, she turned and said, "Milord and Milady, I truly am sorry for everything." Harry responded with a nod, and as she stepped through the door, she heard Harry say, "Well, I guess you both can expect a visit from Slash at the next full moon. You can try to run, but I promise you I will find you." He turned to Ragnock and said, "Milord, their kind sickens me. Please remove them from my presence." Bearclaw narrowed his eyes and asked, "Milord, their kind. I was not aware of this prejudice before." "I apologize, Master Bearclaw. I have nothing against werewolves. The kind I was referring to was being persons of dishonor." "Very well, milord." As a group of 6 goblin warriors surrounded them and started escorting them out, Amelia quickly approached them. She reached out and tore the aura badge from Tonk's robes and said, "You are fired and are barred from the ministry for your actions today and for not declaring your condition." Harry spoke as they were leaving the room. By the way, Tonks, I already knew, Slash could smell it on you. She just flipped him off as she was escorted out. Albus said, Amelia, please see reason. Can't you see that Harry is turning dark? Amelia laughed and said, Harry is anything but dark. We are grayer than anything else. You should know that the Greys will defend themselves and their families by whatever means necessary. While I'm on that subject, Albus, I know you can read Latin. Harry and Susan created a new family motto. Would you care to translate it for us? Albus said, anything for family. Amelia said, that's right, throughout his life, Lord Potter has held to one idea, and that is that he would do anything for his family. Harry said, thank you, Aunt Amelia. Susan, my dear, who is left? Susan replied, my lord, all that remain is Miss Granger and the Weasleys. I personally don't feel we need to say anything to Miss Granger, as she has made her choices clear. Hermione started sobbing once again. Harry said, the Weasleys it is then. Where to start? I think we covered most of it with Albus, but let's start with attempted line theft. Amelia, I will let you take care of that one. Amelia replied, of course, my lord. Arthur, due to you being implicated in this case, I have no choice but to suspend you without pay until such a time as you are cleared of these charges. Harry stepped over to Bearclaw, who handed him a piece of parchment. He walked over to Amelia and said, here is a copy of said contract, and as you can clearly see, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's signatures are plainly visible, along with Mr. Dumbledore's. Amelia said, in that case, Lord Ragnarok, would you please have these two also restrained so my Aurors can transport them to my holding cells? Ragnarok nodded, and two warriors complied. Ron stood and started yelling every insult he could at Harry. He was quickly joined by the other Weasley children. Bearclaw took control of the situation and placed them in body binds and silenced them. Harry bowed to Bearclaw and said, my thanks, Master Bearclaw. Do you have anything before I continue? Yes, thank you, my lord. I have one item. William Weasley, you insulted a most valuable client of Gringotts just now. As you well know, the terms of your contract strictly forbade this course of action. Under the terms of your contract, I fine you 10,000 galleons and terminate your employment at this time. If you do not have the financial means to pay your fine, you will serve as an indentured servant to Gringotts London until such a time as your fine is repaid. At that time, you may reapply for employment with us, but this black mark against you will put you at a strong disadvantage. Any further actions or insults towards our client, either in or out of Gringotts on your part, will forfeit your life as per the terms of the contract. As you well know, some of the terms of your contract were for life, and this clause was one of those items. Do you understand this? A nod will suffice. Bill nodded and was released. He glared at Harry but caught himself quickly. Bearclaw asked if he had the funds to pay the fine, to which Bill replied he did. Bearclaw said, I think it would be in your best interest to go pay your fine and then remove yourself from these premises. I think a 1-year ban from Gringotts would be sufficient. He looked to Ragnarok, who gave him a nod. Bill started to say something before Bearclaw cut him off. He said, choose your words carefully, Mr. Weasley. They could very well be your last. Bill snapped his mouth shut and quickly left the room. Harry said, as Charlie is not here and I've only met him once, I have nothing for him. Madam Bones. As proxy to my houses, I ask you to pursue a suspension of Percy Weasley from the ministry until this matter has been settled. He has personally insulted the lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses, and the holder of 20 votes in the Wisengamot. Tell your minister that to retain Percy's services would be a personal insult to my family and will result in an even more strained relationship between us. Amelia smiled and said, I will do as you suggest, my lord. Inwardly, she was laughing her head off as Harry had single-handedly gotten rid of the little pompous prick. Harry said, next we have Fred and George Weasley. I know you both are just opportunistic little shits. And as a whole, I can overlook that until you used Hermione as your plaything. You never betrayed me. And for that I was thankful until you started insulting and threatening me a few minutes ago. I was going to mainly leave you alone, but now I see that weasels are weasels and either need to be put down or trained. The investment I made into your business last year must be repaid with interest to start. I also expect reparations to be paid towards Hermione. I think 1,000 galleons apiece for every time you made her submit to you. Do you have enough to repay my loan and pay the reparations? They both shook their heads no. Susan spoke up. As you are in school, we cannot require you to abandon your education to repay a debt. You will be required to repay the loan by my husband by the end of the summer holidays. At the end of your education, you will be required to make monthly reparation payments to an account that will be overseen by my husband and me. Is that clear? The twins nodded vigorously. Harry added, I have informed the chasers of your actions against Hermione. I can think your punishment from them will be quite interesting as they saw her as their little sister. Ragnox spoke up, my lord, I might have a better solution. I propose that Gringotts buy out the debt owed to you, and also make a deposit of the full amount of the reparations in a new vault which can be accessed by Miss Granger and shall be overseen by Bearclaw and Milady. That way the debt will be owed to us, and we are better suited to handle the collection of debts. Susan said, Lord Ragnock, we accept your terms. Ron was struggling to speak, and Harry said, Master Bearclaw, please allow my best mate to speak. Once Bearclaw released the silencing charm, Ron began his rant. You are so pitiful. Are you so stupid that your wife has to make all your decisions for you? I always knew you were stupid, but for that idiotic redhead to be making your decisions is just too much. I will give you this, she is hot. I'd bet she's as good a shag as Hermione is. Oh, by the way, since Herms belongs to me, any vaults of hers belong to me. Thanks for that, by the way. Hermione was openly crying now in embarrassment. She could no longer look her former friend in the eye for the shame that she felt. She was mortified that Harry knew everything. Harry looked at Ron and laughed. Ron gave him a confused look as his words did not have the desired effect on Harry as they used to. Harry finally said, Ron, there will come a time when I will forgive Hermione for her lack of judgment. You, however, will never be forgiven. I once thought of you as my brother, and I come to find that you were never even my friend, and you were paid out of my own vault for that service. You alone managed to turn almost the whole school against me at times. You have betrayed me more times than anyone else, and yet I always forgave you. Well, my friend, I hate to tell you, but not this time. Master Bearclaw, would you please try and recoup the money that was taken from me to pay Ron? Please do not try and set up any payment options, as Ronald here will not live to return to school. Before you say anything, Aunt Amelia, Lord Harry James Potter, am reactivating the Potter blood feud with one Ronald Bilious Weasley, as per its sworn claim from the 1700s. Ron gasped and said, How did you know of it? Easy, Ron, my father told me. Dumbledore convinced your family to this little plot as soon as he disposed of my parents. Your family was never going to get the Potter fortune, as you would all have met the same fate as my parents. Master Bearclaw, you may let them all speak as long as they can do it rationally. Everyone glared at Dumbledore before Susan once again spoke. Master Bearclaw, we charge Gringotts with the task of returning whatever has been taken from us by the people in this room and anyone else. You have our permission to use whatever methods necessary, as we do not care of their fate. Ginny spoke. So, Harry, are you so whipped and controlled by this little bitch that you do whatever she says? If that is the case, I should have screwed you. You would then be under my control, and besides, you would have liked it, as I haven't had any complaints so far. Harry laughed at her and said, You know, Ginny, none of your insults mean anything to either us. She Speaks for me at times because I love her and trust her in all things. She speaks for me because she is not only my wife, but my equal partner. That is something you have in common with Voldemort. He, too, does not know the meaning of love and trust, and it will be his downfall. She scoffed at him and said, "Love is a joke. It is a means to an end." Susan said, "Is it really now? Let's see, Harry and I gave into our love, and now we have everything we could ever want." Ron said, "I'm sure you do. You are just using Harry for his money." Susan said, "No, Ronald, that was you and your family. I have my own money, so why would I need his? If it helps you sleep these last few nights. We were contracted, so we were essentially joined together in a business transaction. So it was never a case of me trying to seduce or potion Harry to have my way. With him, I am not a Weasley." Harry walked over to her and pulled her into a kiss and said, "I love you." Susan replied, "I love you too, but I would really like to finish this so we can go home and wash the taint of these people from each other's bodies." Harry grinned and said, "Yes, ma'am." Susan replied, "I love you too, but I would really like to finish this so we can go home and wash the taint of these people from each other's bodies." Harry grinned and said, "Yes, ma'am." Harry said, "Well, you heard the wife. I guess I'd better hurry this along. Aunt Amelia, in your department, you have at least 4 more members of Dumbledore's order. They would be Master Auror Moody, Senior Auror Shacklebolt, Auror Hestia Jones, and Field Healer Vance. They have all been instrumental to Dumbledore in his manipulation of me. I trust you will handle them." Amelia nodded and said, "I suspected, but I thank you for the confirmation, my lord. I will speak with them this afternoon." Harry smirked at Susan and asked, "I know there is something else to do. Lady Potter, since you are my brains, as my former friends said, what is it that I have forgotten?" She laughed and said, "My lord, that would be the cancellation of life debts." Every eye in the room shot up at that. Harry said, "Ah, yes, that was it. Well, everyone, as I can barely stomach the thought of someone I loathe as being indebted to me in any way. I think I must settle these, as I never want to see any of you again. I, Lord Harry James Potter Blackbones, do hereby require the head of House Weasley to relinquish control of his family name and family magic to myself. I require this as payment for the life debt owed to me by Arthur William Weasley, so mote it be." The magic of the oath took effect, and Arthur was forced to do as commanded. He said, "I, Arthur William Weasley, do hereby disown Ginevra Weasley, Ronald Weasley, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Percival Weasley, Charles Weasley, William Weasley, Molly Weasley, and myself from House Weasley, and recall all the gifts of our family magic back to the source which is contained in my head of family ring, so mote it be." A swirl of magic started forming around Arthur's ring as the family magic and knowledge was pulled from each family member. A few minutes later it subsided, and the ring disappeared and reappeared in Harry's hand. He looked at Bearclaw and asked, "Did you get it all?" Bearclaw looked down at his master ledger and smiled and said, "Yes, my lord. We drained every vault that had their magical signature before you acted." Harry smirked and squeezed his hand holding the ring. His hand started glowing red and smoking. Susan and the others looked on in shock. A few minutes later, the glow subsided and Harry opened his hand. He overturned it and ashes drifted to the floor. Petunia ran over and grabbed his hand and noticed it was unmarked. She asked, "Your dad's journals?" Harry smiled and said, "No, Auntie, that was all Mom. She developed and mastered a compressed and controlled fiendfire." Dumbledore said, "Impossible. No one can harness and control fiendfire." Harry said, "Nothing was impossible for my mother, you self-righteous ass. Just because you can't do it doesn't make it impossible. Am I right, Master Bearclaw?" "Yes, my lord. I have had but yet a glimpse into what was the former Lady Potter, and the only words I can use to describe her intelligence and intuitiveness with magic would fail to convey my awe and respect for her." Harry smiled and bowed his head in thanks towards Bearclaw. Dumbledore said, "Why would you destroy a pureblood house like that?" Harry smirked and said, "Headmaster, you better than anyone should know my family's history. In the past, what did my family do to enemies?" Albus asked, "Which family?" Harry said, "Take your pick. The answer is the same for all 3 houses. It is the reason we have survived while others have not. I see by your expression that you are starting to understand. While the Potters were ruthless in their defense before the incident, Wendell and Ronaldo Weasley changed whole outlook on family. That one incident changed how the Potters dealt with threats. From that point on, the Potters would utterly destroy any house that injured or harmed a member of the Potter family." Albus said, "But what about the Weasleys?" Harry smiled and said, "Well, the Potters were not only ruthless, but they were extremely patient. You see, the destruction of House Weasley was put off until a certain event occurred." Albus was suckered in and asked, "What event?" Harry laughed and said, "As smart as you all claim to be, and you haven't figured it out yet. Lady Potter, would you like to do the honors?" Susan smiled and taunted them, "As you wish, Lord Potter. I am really shocked as none of you have grasped it yet, and yet you claim to be so superior in intellect to us. Let me try another approach. Are any of you former Weasleys familiar with the name Annabel Potter?" Molly let out a gasp and fainted. Harry laughed and said, "Ah, we have a winner." Albus said, "Who is Annabel Potter?" "My dear Albus, she was the only daughter of a Lord Potter during the 1700s that was tricked and bound as a slave to House Weasley. It was that incident that led to the Weasley family losing their status as an ancient house and lost their fortune. The Lord Potter used his considerable influence to finally gain justice on Wendell after he impregnated Annabel in an attempt to gain the Potter fortune. The young man was convicted of line theft and sent through the veil. Wendell's brother sought revenge on Lord Potter, and after he brutally raped Annabel, he took his knife and gutted her and threw her and the unborn fetus into a box. He left her there until she bled out, then banished the box onto the front steps of Potter Manor. This began the Potter/Weasley feud. So now I ask again, what event had occurred that the Potter family could be possibly waiting for?" Albus looked down and said, "The Weasleys had a daughter for the first time in centuries." Harry said, "Albus, I'm so proud of you. You finally figured it out." Arthur asked, "Lord Potter, I realize you are angry at us, but that is your friend Ginny. She is like a sister to you. What are you going to do?" Harry said, "Well, Arthur, I think I'm going to follow my duty as Lord Potter. Family magic requires me to return her as Annabel was." Albus said, "Harry, you can't do this." Susan shouted, "He can and he will. Family magic is AT work here." Albus said, "What have you become?" Susan turned and snarled, "Shut it, Dumbledore, you made us into who we are. In my Harry, you created the perfect weapon. The only problem you now have is that weapon has turned upon you, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. While you left him ignorant of our world, Lady Lily had the foresight to place a witch in his life, who was fully trained in the station of a lady of a most ancient and noble house. Yes, Albus, a week before they were murdered, Amelia, James, and Lily signed a marriage contract for us. Since that time, Amelia had trained me so that I would be ready. Lily had manipulated the great manipulator and set it up to where Harry would have me when he took his titles." She continued, "Not only that, but Lily manipulated you into placing Harry with Vernon and Petunia. They took an oath in which they were to give Harry a hard life against their wishes, as they loved Harry dearly. James convinced them that it was necessary, as it would help Harry become the lord he needed to be. James and Lily knew of Ginny's birth and knew it would fall upon Harry to exact the family honor. They also knew the Weasleys were deep in your pockets. You are the one who made the mistakes, Dumbledore, since you never went and checked on Harry to ensure he was being abused as you had hoped. He was raised to be independent and strong in mind and spirit. Petunia did her job, and now my husband strikes fear into your heart because he is the man you could only hope to be. Susan was boiling by this point, and Harry walked over and hugged her. When she calmed a bit, she pulled away and said, "One last thing, Dumbledore. The Harry you knew at school is no more. That Harry died when Bearclaw had all the bindings and charms removed from him that you had cast. It took my husband 2 days, I repeat 2 freaking days, to recover from all the damage you did. What was left is what you see here, my husband, who is my greatest love and now your worst nightmare." Susan walked over to her aunts, who both pulled her into a hug, and all 3 shared tears with the intensity of the moment. It was Harry who spoke quietly next. He said, "You never learn, do you, Albus? Susan's a bit like the last Lady Potter from what I've heard. Even I know to never piss off a redhead. I guess it is just your typical pureblood superiority bullshit of always believing you are better than anyone else." Harry said, "Well, I have other business to deal with, so I would like to wrap this up." Susan came over and put her arm about his waist. Harry said, "I, Lord Harry James Potter Blackbones, call upon the former Ginevra Molly Weasley to repay her life debt to me with her own life. So mote it be." Molly screamed, "No." Harry said, "You have 5 minutes to say your goodbyes to your family before the payment is due." Ginny sobbed and said, "Couldn't you have made me your sex slave? I don't want to die." Harry looked at her in disgust and said, "I would not dirty myself with you and destroy the purity that I share with my wife. For me to make you my sex slave would make me no better than a Weasley." She ran to her family and began hugging them and kissing them goodbye. Molly was shrieking as Ginny's magic started taking its payment. 5 minutes later, Ginny collapsed to the floor. Molly and Arthur were on the floor sobbing as their baby girl had paid for their family's treachery. The twins were torn but were smart enough not to threaten Harry. They were mentally talking to each other through their link and were in agreement that they would steer clear of Harry for the rest of their lives. They knew their punishment was mild compared to what it could have been, and they would gladly serve it and then go away and start over somewhere else. Ron and Percy were not so bright. They threatened to kill Harry and Susan for what he had done. Harry turned to Amelia and raised his eyebrows. She gave a subtle nod. Harry turned to Percy and said, "I, Lord Harry James Potter Blackbones, do extend the blood feud of Ronald Bilious Weasley to include Percival Ignatius Weasley. So mote it be." Percy said, "You can't just do that." Harry said, "You know, Percival, if you had threatened just me, I wouldn't have cared, but instead you decided to threaten Susan in front of me, Director Bones, Lord Ragnarok, and Master Bearclaw. Ron doesn't scare me, for I know he is an idiot, and I want him looking over his shoulder for me until I come for him. You, however, are just stupid and arrogant enough to try and do something to my Susan. Therefore, I will not let any threat stand against my wife." An enraged Percy drew his wand without even thinking. Before he could even utter a spell, one of the goblin warriors had drawn his sword and removed Percy's head. Harry smirked at Ragnarok and said, "Too easy and too predictable." The laughs that came from Ragnarok sent a chill up everyone's spine. "You are too right, Lord Potter." Harry turned back around to face Ron once again. "By the way, Ron, Hermione will remain in the care of the goblin healers for the time being. No, she is bound to me and must stay near me at all times. She will come with me just so I can keep her away from you." 2 goblin warriors came and escorted Hermione away from the room. Ron started after them, but was stopped by Arthur. He said, "Leave it be, son. I don't need another death on my conscience today, and we brought this upon ourselves." Arthur looked at the twins and said, "Take him home. We will be there when we can. If not, take care of each other and know that we love you." Albus took in the carnage and said, "Harry, I am so disappointed in you." Harry looked at him and said, "I am exactly what you wanted me to be, Dumbledore. By the way, my Father and grandfather added another name to the Potter family enemies list. Since I can see you are curious, I will tell you that your name is listed right above Voldemort's as I added his. I must now inform you that my family magic and honor now demands of me to finish off everyone on the list. Before you show fake concern over your brother, he will be safe as it is not a family listed, but an individual name. Susan said, Mr. Dumbledore, my Harry is going to do what he must and utterly destroy you and your reputation. All three of our families were major investors in the Daily Prophet, and together we now own a controlling share. I want you to know that your name will become synonymous with the foulest things. Once we are done vilifying you in the press, I dare say you will not be around to defend yourself. Instead of being remembered as one of the greatest wizards of all time, you will be a nothing when we are through. Harry said, Lady Potter, I just had an idea for a new business venture. Master Bearclaw, would you put his down on paper? I am taking my idea from the Muggle world, and it could possibly be used for large outside events in our world. In the Muggle world, they have portable toilets called porta-potty. I'm thinking we create a wizard version of this and call it Dumbledumps. Petunia, Amelia, and Susan were all laughing at the idea. Bearclaw and Ragnarok raised their eyebrows at the idea, and Bearclaw said, You know that idea does have some merit. Lord Potter, I will put together a proposal for that idea. Amelia snickered and said, Yes, please include me in that meeting, as I too may want to deposit something in it. Susan groaned and said, Merlin Auntie, that was so bad that even Harry's father would have appreciated it. Harry just smiled at her and thought that Sirius would have loved it too. Albus asked, Amelia, surely Harry will be arrested too. Just look at all the death and destruction he has caused today. Amelia looked at him and said, Mr. Dumbledore, you know the law. Hell, you wrote half of them. Has Lord Potter Blackbones once stepped outside of his rights as a lord of an ancient house. All he has done is strive for justice for those of his family that have been wronged. As for the life debts, he has the right to call them due as he sees fit. Harry grabbed Susan's hand and went over to where Ragnarok and Bearclaw were still sitting. They both knelt in front of them in the deepest show of honor they could think of. The act of kneeling and bowing was an act of immense trust and respect, as it exposed the neck to the goblins. Ragnarok said, You do us great honor by your actions, my lord. Please rise so we can meet as equals from this point on. Harry said, No, sir. It is you who have done us a great honor by subjecting yourselves to the pettiness of wizards. We are in your debt for the protection and guidance you gave us today. Ragnarok laughed and said, There is no debt owed to us, as I rather enjoyed the castration the two of you performed on some of our more bothersome clients. For that alone, we should probably be in your debt. Susan said, My lords, while I am thrilled that you all are happy with today's outcome, this lady needs a shower to wash off the taint I feel from dealing with these people today, and I would prefer my husband's help with that. I'm quite sure we have wasted enough of your time today already, and like me, you must be itching to rid yourself of the uncleanness of those foul humans. Bearclaw laughed out loud and said, You were so right, Harry. She is just like Lady Lily. I would do as she asks before you miss out on something important. Susan said, I will take that as a compliment. Okay, before you men start posturing again, master. Bearclaw, would you please push any of the funds we recoup into our investments? When you get the notice that Nymphadora Tonks has ceased to exist, by my husband's right of conquest, I ask that you place those funds in the reparation vault of Miss Granger, as she also used her. I also ask that you ensure your healers do a thorough job of repairing the damage done to Miss Granger both physically, mentally, and emotionally. Deduct the costs of her treatment from our vaults. I want my husband's sister as whole and clean as possible. If there is some obscure ritual that will return her virginity, then do it and obliviate the memories of her ordeal. Ragnock finally closed his mouth once Susan finished. He finally said, "Lady Susan, you are a most remarkable woman. I think we will all become very good friends. Rest assured, we will do whatever we can to help Miss Granger, and don't fret over the costs, as we will work that out if it becomes an issue." Harry said, "Bearclaw, did you place the value of my aunt's house in the Evans vault?" "Yes, Harry, it is all taken care of." "Thank you, I guess we can go kill them now." Bearclaw laughed and said, "Yes, I guess the Dursleys can die now." Petunia had walked over to them and overheard the last part of the conversation. Harry heard her laugh and said, "All right, Auntie, you ready to go get killed?" "Yes, nephew. Let's go before Susan starts stripping in front of everyone." Susan said, "Hey now, I thought it was not good to piss off the redhead." Harry pointed at the prisoners and the carnage left by him and asked, "Amelia, do you have this or do you need help?" Amelia replied, "No, these nice gentlemen are going to dump them on the front steps for my orders. You two go have fun, and I will stop by for lunch tomorrow and fill you in on everything that happens." Harry and Susan stepped over and hugged her while giving her a kiss on each cheek. Susan said, "Be careful and we love you." "You too, and I love you both." Harry called for Dobby, and they were popped into the living room of Privet Drive. Harry said, "Aunt Petunia, I placed the value of the house in the Evans vault for you. I'm sorry, but it's time for the Dursleys to tragically perish in a house fire. Have you activated your new identities?" Petunia said, "Yes, my son. Petunia Evans lives once again, well, at least at 6 p.m. We didn't want to risk it until after the will reading. Are you okay with everything?" He sighed, "I honestly don't know. I don't have any remorse over what all happened today, at least not yet. If there are problems, Susan will be there with me. I also know I can come to you and Amelia and Vernon, and I always have that creepy disembodied head of Sirius to talk to, so I'm sure I will be." Petunia said, "You know we will always be there for you. And don't forget, your cousin would still like to speak with you." Susan said, "Just as we will be there for you. Did you get everything out of here you wanted?" "Yes, dear, everything is already moved. Pinky." A soft pop announced the arrival of a house elf. She said, "Yes, ma'am." Petunia hugged Harry and Susan once more and took a quick glance at her former life. She then said, "Take me home, Pinky," and with another pop they were gone. Susan asked, Harry." "Yes, baby." "What are we doing for bodies?" He smirked and said, "You don't want to know." "Harry James, you didn't have Dobby steal bodies from a graveyard, did you?" "Of course not, dear. We would never defile the dead." "Where are they?" "In their rooms, of course." Susan marched up the stairs and opened the door. She stared for a minute before opening the next bedroom. She was shaking her head as she came back down the stairs. "How?" "Oh, Dobby got them for me." "Why them?" "Duh, they were all the right size, and besides they are Death Eaters. They had the mark and everything." "Harry, I need to ask you a serious question." "Anything, love?" "All this death today, and I'm like you and feel no remorse about it. Are we becoming cold-blooded?" "I don't know, baby. I know in a few days we both will probably be crying our eyes out over the guilt, but we can always talk to Aunt Amelia about it when she comes over for lunch tomorrow." "I think I would like that. It may also just be a side effect of our titles." "It could be. For me, Slash helps me because it is in his nature. I am also justifying it in my heart by believing that I am protecting my family and our way of life." I was kind of leaning towards that too. I know that family magic is playing a part. I mean, we are the heads of 3 of the last ancient houses still standing, so it would have to play a big part. He led her over to the sofa and sat down. He said, "Susan, I love you and count myself very lucky to have you. The more time we spend together, the more I kick myself for not approaching you sooner." "I know what you mean. You at least had an excuse of your bodyguard. Me, I was just too afraid." Harry chuckled and said, "My dear, no one will ever accuse you of being afraid ever again. You gained The respect of Ragnarok today, and that is not an easy thing to do for a mere human. Not only that, but you almost had Albus Bloody Dumbledore pissing himself every time you tore into him. I also saw a tremendous amount of pride shining through in Amelia's eyes. Susan sighed and said, yes, but it was not Susan Potter but Lily Potter they praised. Susan, is that what you thought? In my eyes, they were paying you the highest compliment they could. I know I am biased when it comes to my mother, but what they saw was an effective Lady Potter. Not some pureblood princess that takes her place on the sidelines. I, for one, am proud to have a partner in life and not a wife. I look forward to our life together. Between the two of us, it will never be boring. Susan did the only thing she could think of in that moment. She gave Harry the hottest kiss they had shared yet. Harry stood up and adjusted himself and then said, well, let's get this show on the road. They both walked to the back door and Dobby appeared by their side. Susan asked, are we sure this is the right thing to do? Yep. Susan, we have already done more to harm Voldemort today than has been done to date. We removed a substantial portion of his financial base earlier. If he wasn't already after me, he definitely would be. Now, I figured we might as well send a message to the Death Eaters. Those 3 were taken from their homes and right out from underneath their parents' noses. I want them to know the fear that they have imposed on others. Once the Magicals get their hands on the bodies, if they even bother, they will know who did this and that they are not safe anywhere. Susan laughed and said, I like the lordly Harry, it turns me on. I get all that and agree with you. I was just wondering why them. Oh, that is easy. Without them, Draco will be unprotected and at everyone's mercy at Hogwarts even if he can afford the tuition anymore. That is so sneaky. Harry smiled and said, yeah, I know, great isn't it? Susan chuckled and said, on 3. No, let me do this. I don't want you scarring that beautiful heart of yours. I'm a big girl, Harry. I can handle it. Yes, you are in all the right places, but I may need you to put me back together again soon. If I'm a mess, then who will help you? Harry whipped out his wand and shouted, Incendio. A roar of flames left his wand and started engulfing the inside of the house. Dobby grabbed their hands and popped them to their next destination. Once they arrived on the front walk, Harry and Susan removed their robes and had Dobby take them home with him. Harry approached the door and rang the doorbell. A few minutes later, an older version of Hermione opened the door and asked, may I help you? Harry held out his hand and said, Dr. Granger, it has been a while, but I am Harry Potter and I would like to help you. Her eyes brightened and she asked him to come in. As they entered the sitting room, she yelled, David, can you come down here? We have visitors. David Granger ran down the stairs and said, what's the matter, honey? She said, I'm Jean and this is my husband, David. I know we have met before, but we have never been formally introduced. She turned with her eyes shining and said, honey, this is our Hermione's Harry. David's face darkened and he said, where is my daughter and what have you done with her? Jean stepped in front of him and said, honestly, David, would he come see us if he had done anything to our Hermione? He said he was here to help. Harry chuckled and David took offense at it. He said, what do you think is so damned funny? Harry said, I'm sorry, Dr. Granger, but I now know where my Hermione got that tone of voice from. I sure have missed it. We would like to tell you some things, and Hermione always said you were much like her and looked at things logically and thought before acting. David deflated a bit at that comment and said, please forgive me. We haven't heard from our daughter in over a year, and no one will give us any answers. Harry said, where are my manor? I would like you to meet my wife, Susan Potter. Jean said, wife? Susan smiled and said, yes, ma'am. Jean said, well, I know that you would never leave my daughter's side if she was in danger, and since you are here, I would assume she is safe. So would you please sit with us and tell us of our daughter? And then maybe regale us with the tale of how you are married before you turned 16. Susan said, yes, we would be most happy too. Jean said, oh, thank you. I think I need to know, is Hermione safe? Harry said, yes, ma'am, she is now. David said, what do you mean by now? Harry said, sir, I swear on my life that Hermione is safe at this point, but it is story that will be painful to hear and to tell. Jean said, where are my manners? Would you like some tea? Susan said, that would be nice, but let me take care of it. Tizzy popped in and said, yes, mistress. Could you please make us some tea? At once, Lady Susan. Jean raised an eyebrow and said, Lady Susan. Susan smiled and said, yes, we will explain. Tizzy popped back in with the tea and served them all. She then turned to Susan and asked, will that be all, mistress? Harry replied, I think so, Tizzy, but would you have Dobby get Winky and bring her here? Yes, sir, and she popped away. Jean said, was that a house elf? Harry said, yes, ma'am. We have several, but before you say anything about slavery, we bonded them to us as family, not slaves. They just choose to serve us and seem really happy to do so. As long as they are happy, we are too. Susan asked, how much do you know about last year? Jean said, well, we know of the tournament and what Harry went through. We also know that a friend was killed during the tournament by that moldy person. Harry laughed and said, moldy person, I like that. Susan slapped his arm and said, knock it off, you prat. Susan said, what else? Jean said, the headmaster came to our house during last summer and said that Hermione was in danger and that her being friends with Harry was the reason. Harry looked down and said he was right. I always thought it was from Voldemort and the Death Eaters, but have learned differently since then. David said, Harry, you were the last person we felt would put Hermione in danger. She always spoke of how you looked out for her. To her, you were the brother she never had. Harry said, as she was my sister. Jean said, she left with the headmaster and never returned. We haven't heard from her since. Susan said, from what little I know Hermione, I can see you share many of the same qualities. I will apologize now, but I am going to give you the blunt version, as I can tell you would prefer the honest truth. From what we have figured out, Hermione was tricked by the headmaster and the Weasleys and taken as a sex slave by Ron Weasley. Jean broke down crying, and Harry moved to comfort her. David leapt up and said, I'll kill those bastards. Susan said, David, it gets worse. Most of the entire Weasley family was bunch of sick and perverted asses, and they passed Hermione around the family, and also to some teachers who were part of the order. The one we are pretty sure did nothing is Mr. Weasley, and from what we gathered, he was the one who took care of your daughter when he could. A sobbing Jean said, you said was. Susan coldly said, yes, ma'am. My husband has ended the house known as Weasley and neutralized their presence. David said, you said neutralized. Does that mean killed? And just where is my daughter now? Harry said, several of them, yes. The others are now no names that can do no more harm. Your daughter is currently under goblin protection and with their healers. Jean said, you are speaking as if you're talking about nobility. Hermione said your world lived in the past. Harry said, yes, Jean. The magical world is all about blood status and nobility. David asked, what of Ron? Harry said, he has been marked for death. By who? By me. Hermione was my sister, and no one does that to family. David said, I want a piece of him too. Harry said, I'm sorry, sir, but there won't be anything left when I'm done. Jean said, boys, now settle down. David, I know you want revenge, but Harry has a better chance of taking care of the problem. Susan said, due to some things they were trying to do to Harry, Molly, and Arthur along with Dumbledore has been charged with line theft. If they are convicted, they will be executed by our laws. Jean said, I'm still following you. So what happened to Hermione during school last year? Harry said, she was different and somewhat distant with me. At the end of the year, she, along with every one of my closest friends, turned their backs on me. Jean said, I would guess this was all due to Ron. Pretty much, but Ginny helped too. Looking back, I can see how torn Hermione was, but at the time I was hurt and couldn't see things clearly. Jean said that was what, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Harry, from what I know of you, you can't blame yourself for this, and your reaction was how any of us would have reacted. Harry had tears falling down his face. Susan moved to hug him as he sobbed out, she was my sister. I should have known, or at least found out what was wrong. David said, Harry, what did you do when you found out? A red-eyed Harry said, we discussed it and came up with a theory to work off of, and then did what we could. Jean said, if my guess is right, Susan helped you through your anger and then helped you work out a plan. Harry said, yes, ma'am. Jean turned to Susan and said, thank you. I'm sure Hermione will be happy to know that someone was there for him. A stunned Susan said, I will always be there for him. I would like to say something. It is just a theory. But we think they used Hermione's weaknesses against her, and that is how this happened. She was preyed upon and they got her when her guard was down. I believe with my whole heart that she didn't choose this. Jean nodded and said, thank you for that. Although it is bad, our daughter is alive and being cared for. And we have you too to thank for that. If Harry swears that she is being cared for, then I can accept that, but I would like to see her right away. Now, as you have already surmised, Hermione gets her inquisitiveness from me, and I need to know about your marriage. Harry chuckled and said, before we get into that, when I took control of House Weasley earlier today, I undid Hermione's binding to that house, however. There is still an active bond between her and Ron. This binding will only be destroyed once I kill him. David said, what are you waiting for? Susan said, Dr. Granger, my husband is doing what he must for the sake of your daughter. The house binding depleted her magic, and the bond to Ron took away her control. By removing the house binding, my husband is allowing her magic to recharge while at the same time using Ron as the controller. By doing it this way, Hermione will be safe and Ron will be the one in pain while trying to control everything flowing through him. Jean said, won't that make it more dangerous for you when you go after him? Harry said, that is partly why I must wait. While I have no doubt that even with his temporary boost I could easily beat Ron, I need to wait until Hermione's magic stabilizes. Once that is done, I will take care of Ron and completely release Hermione. Susan said, right now, we have Hermione safely tucked away with the goblin healers who are trying to restore her magic and purify her. They are looking into rituals that may restore that which was taken from her, and if that is possible, they are going to remove those harmful memories of the last year. If things work out, she may not even know what has happened. That is our best case scenario. Worst case is that she remembers, but she will have you around her to help her grieve and come to terms with everything. David said, I want her home. Harry said, Dr. Granger, David, even if that were possible, I do not think it would be wise. I think the best plan would be to let the goblins have a chance to do what they can before she returns here. Jean nodded and asked, when can we see her? Harry said, soon, Mrs. Granger, maybe even tonight. I'm taking steps to help you with that. David said, well, it seems that her Harry has everything well in hand. I am trying, sir. Jean said, well, thank you. Anyone else would have just walked away after she turned her back on them. Harry looked down and said, to be quite honest, ma'am, in my hurt and anger I almost did as well. I owe her too much to not make sure she was okay. You really need to be thanking Susan as she made me see the truth. Jean said, well then, thank you again, Susan. Now I want to hear about how you two ended up married. Susan said, well, that is a story unto itself. It all started when Harry and Susan told their story, and the group of them was laughing, and the ladies were doing a little crying as well. At the end, Jean said, "Well, that is just amazing. I guess as much as we hoped Harry and Hermione were never fated to be together, as he would always have had to marry you." Susan chuckled and said, "Yes, ma'am. This was done by a lady I wish I had gotten to meet. Harry, too. As he was only 1.5 when she died. We do have her journals and are getting to know her through them." Jean glanced at Harry and thought about the tragedy of how everyone he loved had been taken from him. She was glad he had Susan, as they really seemed good for each other. In the back of her mind, a question was forming, and she really wasn't sure she wanted the answer to it. Dobby popped in about that time with a pitiful-looking Winky. Harry turned and said, "Thank you, Dobby. Winky, are you still looking for a family to bond with?" Very quietly, Winky said, "Yes, Lord Potter." Harry said, "Winky, I may be looking for another elf, but she would have to be a proper representation of my family. It would have to be an elf that could lay off the butterbeer, clean herself up, and show some pride in herself. By the looks of you, I'm not sure that I made the right decision in having Dobby bring you before me." Winky started crying and said, "Lord Potter, Winky could be a proper elf again if yous be giving her the chance." Jean said, "Harry, don't be so cruel. She needs help." Susan said, "Jean, my husband knows what he is doing. Please don't pity her, for that will make things worse." Harry said, "Winky, the elf in question would be bound to my family, but would serve the Grangers for now. This is an important position, as you will also be required to protect them and get them to safety if anything were to happen." Winky looked Harry in the eye and said, "Winky can do it. Give Winky a chance." Harry said, "Okay, Winky, I will give this one chance to prove yourself. If you fail at your task or give the Grangers cause to complain, I will be forced to give you clothes." Winky be good elf. Master not be needing to give Winky clothes. "Okay, come here, Winky." Harry placed his hand on Winky and said, "I, Harry James Potter Blackbones, claim Winky as my friend, family, and family elf. So mote it be." A flash of light occurred, and Winky started changing just as Dobby and Tizzy had. She grew in height, filled out more, her eyes became clearer and sharper, and she exuded strength. Winky asked, "Master Harry, what have you done to me?" Harry replied, "Winky, I only did the same thing for you that I did for Dobby and Tizzy. You were bonded as a friend and as family. The love I have for you transformed the bond, and this is the results." Winky leapt at Harry and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Master Harry. The strength you gave me will make my duties easy." Harry said, "Dobby, please take your girlfriend and get her a proper uniform. Winky, when you have dressed, come back here to help the Grangers. Your primary duty will be to help Hermione when she returns. You are to protect her at all costs, and if it turns out to be more than you can handle, summon Dobby. Dobby, once you are done with Winky, go see Master Bearclaw and inquire as to Hermione's condition. Inform him that Miss Granger has been separated from her parents for the last year and would like the opportunity to see her immediately. You and Winky coordinate with each other. Oh, and lastly, Miss Winky, you will need to form a secondary bond with Hermione so you can better serve and protect her if you so desire. You have my permission to completely bond with Hermione." "Thank you, Master Harry. I will not let you down." Harry hugged Winky and said, "I never had a doubt of that, Winky." Harry stood and reached for Susan's hand. She stood and said, "We will leave you in her most capable hands. If you need anything, tell Winky and she will relay it to Dobby, who will tell me, as we don't have a phone yet." Before they left, Jean asked the question that had been nibbling away at her conscience. "I want to thank you both for all you are doing for us and our daughter. From the way you said some things, I need to know if we will see you again." Harry glanced at Susan, who answered for him. "Jean, our whole purpose was to make sure Hermione would be fine. My husband feels that is the least he owes her, and I agree. The sad truth is that we will not be returning to Hogwarts, and I doubt our paths will cross very often, if ever. One of the qualities that I love about my husband is that he is so forgiving, however, he rarely forgets. My husband has been cursed, charmed, potioned, and has had every way imaginable used on him to try and control him, but yet he still remained true to himself. I speak for him because it is a very touchy subject for him, and the short of it is that we can never do something we truly don't want to. We are willing to help Hermione, because no one should not have free will or be used as a sex toy. By giving Hermione her life back, Harry feels his debt to her, for all her help has been repaid. As Dobby grabbed their hands, Harry turned and said, "Goodbye, Doctor and Dr. Granger. I wish you a long and happy life as I do for Hermione." Before they could say anything, Dobby popped them away. Dobby popped Susan and Harry into the entrance hall of Marauder Manor before disappearing once again with Winky. Susan said, "Well, that certainly went a lot better than I thought it would." Harry said, "They are trained medical professionals, my dear. We answered their first worry by telling them she was alive and safe. Anything else is secondary in their eyes." She said, "It still has to be hard on them, though." He said, "I'm sure it is. You were excellent, by the way, my Lady Potter. I'm really proud of the way you handled them." She said, "I just put myself in their shoes and tried to help as best I could." He said, "I know one thing. If anyone ever did anything like that to our daughter, there would be nothing left of them." She smiled up at him at that comment that spoke of a future filled by children and family, and grabbed him in a hug. She kissed him to let him know how pleased she was with him for that, as he amazed her at how sweet he was without even trying. The embrace was released, and they turned to head for their room. Our young couple gave each other a quick glance, giggled, and ran towards the master's suite. As soon as they hit the suite, there was much snogging and clothes flying everywhere. They made their way towards the shower, never breaking the lip lock they had each other in. Once in the shower and the water adjusted to the perfect temperature for both of them, they switched to kissing, washing, and caressing each other. The shower lasted almost an hour as Susan acted out Harry's shower fantasies from a week ago again. It was two very sated teenagers that slowly dried each other off and made their way back into their room. Flashback. As Harry was drying off his wife, he was appreciating the view and thinking back over the years since they had met. Until a few days ago, he had thought that they had first met in the entrance room before their sorting. Even though they were both shy, they had bumped into each other while trying to smarten themselves up. After a blush by both of them, Harry had stammered an apology while gazing upon her. He finally said, "Hi, I'm Harry Potter." His eyes were drawn to the beautiful smile on her face. As she said, "Susan Bones, it was nice bumping into you." When their hands had touched for that brief moment, Harry had become smitten with the cute red head. During the 5 years at Hogwarts, Harry had watched her from afar. Even though Harry was extremely shy, he always managed to speak to Susan as often as he could. He had watched her grow from the cute redhead in first year to the gorgeous woman she was now. Not only was she pretty, her body had developed into something that had become the talk of Hogwarts boys. Harry would always listen, but would never join in those conversations, especially when it came to Susan. She had begun developing earlier than most of her classmates, and she was one of the more blessed girls in the school in the breast department. On the occasion that she did not have on a robe, the rear view of her was just as stunning. To Harry, it was perfectly round and firm. Harry thought she was easily the sexiest woman he had ever seen. All this caused Susan to start getting a lot of attention from the older boys. In fourth year, they had announced the Yule Ball, and she was the first person he thought of. Older boys were constantly asking her to the dance, and unknown to him, were being politely refused. Had he known that she had been waiting on him, he would have moved quicker. One day, he drummed up his courage and was on the approach when he noticed that she was wearing one of the Support Cedric Diggory badges. She had looked up and saw him approaching and grew excited. She thought, maybe he will ask today. As he Approached, the badge switched to Potter Stinks and his heart plummeted. He stopped dead with his eyes watering slightly and caught her eye. She saw the pain in his eyes as he turned and walked away. Susan was confused until Hannah said, "Well, that's a fine way to get a date." Susan asked, "What do you mean?" Hannah pointed at the badge. Susan followed her finger and read what the badge said. Mortified, she broke down in tears and ran to her dorm. She tried to remove the badge and found it had a sticking charm on it that wouldn't allow removal until evening, and also found that it only changed when Harry was near. She was heartbroken as over the next week, Harry wouldn't look at her, let alone speak to her. They had both gone to the Yule Ball with other dates, but unknown to her, Harry's eyes had searched her out all night. She heard of how horrible it had gone for him and was inwardly smiling that if it had been her, he would have had a better night. The next morning, Amelia took her home for the rest of the holidays. When Susan told Amelia what had happened, she was directed to use the direct approach. Apologize and tell him the truth. It is the only way. When Susan returned to school, she saw Harry walking with his friends and took a deep breath. She approached them and said, "Excuse me, but I would like a word with Mr. Potter, please." They all looked stunned as she led him away. When she was sure they had some privacy, she turned and held both his hands. She said, "Harry, I am so sorry about the badge. I didn't know, I swear. I hope you can forgive me, as I would never do something like that to you." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Upon arriving in the suite, Tizzy was waiting for them with some evening clothes laid out for them. She said at least master and mistress clothes made it to their room this time. "I have laid out some clothes for you to dine in." Susan asked, "Are we expecting any visitors tonight?" "Not as far as I know, mistress." Susan smirked and said, "Good. Since my husband was so taken by my attire this morning, I think that I shall just wear that again." Harry grinned as he was beginning to pull on some pants when Susan's hand stopped him. She said, "Oh no, love. If I am going to dress for you, then you shall dress for me. I think those boxers shall be quite enough." Harry just smiled and said, "My pleasure, m'lady." Susan said, "Except for our lunch date with Auntie tomorrow, I think we have had a busy enough week and shall take the weekend off. Unless an emergency comes up or company comes over, I shall like us to remain dressed like this. In fact, Tizzy, will you go purchase some more silk boxers for Lord Potter? And also get me a few more robes like this one, except maybe a little shorter." "Of course, mistress, but may I say that I think master and mistress are quickly becoming perverts. I think it is a good thing that you are now married, so no one will think badly of you unless they appear here and see you running around in practically nothing." Harry laughed and said, "I wouldn't worry too much about it, Tizzy. If they show up uninvited, they deserve a show." Susan laughed and said, "Let's eat. I'm starving, and I think we may need our energy for later on tonight." After dinner, they were casually strolling through the manor as Harry pulled her into a room they had only glanced in before. As he kissed her heatedly, he began to untie the sash on the robe and started kissing her all over. The young couple managed to christen many other rooms that night before they begged a snack from a grumbling Tizzy. It was well into the morning before the young lovers fell asleep in their bed, cuddled closely with one another. Our young couple was awoken at 11 the next morning by an aggravated Tizzy. "Master and mistress need to get up. I know that you were doing the nasty all over the house last night, as I had to have the staff go clean every room you visited. Now, the Lady Amelia will be here in an hour, and you need to be properly showered, dressed, and ready for her arrival." Susan giggled and said, "Yes, mother." As Tizzy left, they heard her mumble, "And don't you forget it." The two of them showered together as they had enjoyed it up to this point and decided to continue the practice from now on. They got dressed and were arriving down the stairs just as Amelia arrived. She looked at them and said, "You two look awful happy." Susan ran up to her aunt and kissed her cheek. She said, "Of course we are. We just had a wonderful night together and just got out of the shower. Amelia asked, together. Harry smirked and said, yes, ma'am. Susan read where clean water was becoming harder to find and treat, so we decided to do our part and conserve our natural resources. Amelia laughed and said, you are going to do so well in politics, Harry. The fact that you can stand there and shovel that dragon dung at me with a straight face is unbelievable. Why don't you both just admit you are both sex-crazed teenagers and leave it at that? Susan smiled her lady of the house smile and said, now, Lady Amelia, that just wouldn't be proper. Tizzy popped in and said that their lunch was ready. Amelia looked at Tizzy and asked, how do you like living here? Tizzy responded, Lady Amelia, the house elves and I have never been happier. There is always so much work to do between restoring the other wings, picking up clothes from all over the house, cooking in the middle of the night, and cleaning where master and mistress been doing the nasty all over the house. Amelia laughed as she saw the two blushing teens. She said, you plan on christening the whole house? Susan was up to the challenge and said, I'm sure we will get to it eventually. It may take a while as it is a rather large house. Harry said, let's go eat. I'm starving. In an amused voice, Amelia said, I'm sure you are. A few minutes later, they sat at the table and started their discussions. Amelia started off with the adult Weasleys and Dumbledore. She said, the theft of your money, along with many of the other things, will be left alone for now. Harry asked, why? Amelia said, well, the goblins are handling the theft from your vaults, so it's a moot point. The things that went on at Hogwarts along with Albus, ignoring his mandate concerning Founder's heirs, will see him sacked by the Board of Governors. Harry said, how can you be so sure? Amelia said, Susan, you really need to start helping him with his place in the world and just what power he holds. When you gave me your proxy, I checked to see just what all it encompassed, and between the two of you, you have a controlling majority of the school Board of Governors. You can change anything you want to about the school. Susan said, even if we do, we will not return there as students. Amelia looked perplexed and asked, why? Harry said, for one, it would further damage Albus' reputation if two Founders' heirs wouldn't go back there. It may even help us to promote change in our society. I for one am inclined towards a more equal representation in our government for all magicals. It is obvious that the current system is not working and needs to be overhauled. Amelia looked at Harry before turning to Susan and saying, you have done well, Grasshopper. Keep up the good work. Now we could spin it a little different and say that you refuse to return to Hogwarts until some major changes are enacted. Susan nodded and said, we will leave the option of Hogwarts open for the moment, but it mainly depends on the staff and the headmaster. Amelia said, what if it was McGonagall? Harry said, the answer would be no. Amelia looked shocked. Susan said, Auntie, I know she is a friend of yours, but she knew what was going on and did nothing to help Harry. We have no confidence or respect for her. Harry said, and you wanted to stay in-house, I would have to say Flitwick. Susan said, I would agree. Amelia said, what about Pomona? She is like family. Susan said, so were Aunt Minnie and Andy, but I will stand with my husband on this. After Cedric was killed, Sprout did nothing to stop the rumors that Harry did it, and I think she even encouraged it a bit. Harry said, she treated me as if I were dung she couldn't get off her shoe. I could accept her as a teacher, as I wouldn't have to take her class ever again, so the contact would be minimal. Amelia said, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I can speak to them if you like. Susan glared at her and said, what's the point? They made up their minds about Harry years ago. As far as we know, they weren't forced into believing what they did. That statement upset Harry, and he said, excuse me, and left the room. Susan said, aw crap, I went too far with that one. Amelia said, what are you talking about, Susan? Susan related the story of what was said at the Grangers, as she was kicking herself for bringing that up. This morning, She even told her aunt that she had been the one to break the friendship as Harry had been too upset about it to do it. Amelia said, so he just walked away saying he could forgive her but would never forget. Yes, Auntie, think about this. Everything that Harry was put through. Charms, potions, curses. Emotional blackmail. And who knows what all else, and even through all that he remained Harry and followed his heart. In his mind, you can't be forced to do something that you know wrong and against what you believe. He is Lord Potter Blackbones and doesn't have the time to waste on second chances. And you are his lady. This means I will always stand by my husband no matter what happens. Even against family. Well, Auntie, Pomona, Andy, and Minnie were family, and now they are on the outside looking in. You know they will be heartbroken over this. Auntie, my husband's godfather, said it best. Our choices define us. He has taken it to heart and broke the friendship with Hermione because he doesn't trust her anymore. What if it happened to you? No one can control me or my actions, and especially where it concerns Harry. Harry says that love is a magic unto its own, and I have seen the proof in Lily's journals. Harry wasn't controlled because his magic is based on love. I won't betray Harry because I love him too much, and it will act as my shield. You may think we are young and haven't been together all that long, but I know what my heart tells me. And contract or not, it says that Harry is my future. If Hermione truly loved Harry, even as a brother, nothing should have allowed her to act as she did. Where did my little Susie go? She had to grow up, and while she did that, she spent a week with Harry Potter, who is the most amazing person I have ever come in contact with. I want to be the one that helps him change the world. Well, you have my full support and love. You both should know that I will always be there for you. Susan smiled and said, We know. Now if you will excuse me for a minute, I need to go apologize to my husband and bring him back in here. She got up and called for Dobby to find out where Harry had went. She made it to the library and ran to Harry. She pulled him into a kiss and then apologized. She told him she loved him and that it was not her intent to cause him pain, but it needed to be said so that her aunt would understand. She quickly drug him back to the dining area and continued their conversation with Amelia. Amelia said, You need to know that the charge of line theft is what I will pursue. I have already said it. Up to where they will all be tried together. Susan exclaimed, Brilliant. Harry asked, What? Susan said, Think about it, Harry. You know the prejudices that are rampant on our society. The Weasleys now being no names will cause the jurors to automatically dislike them and try to convict, based on the fact that they dishonored their pureblood house by committing acts that would allow it to be destroyed. By trying Albus at the same time, they can't let him go without letting Arthur and Molly go free. Amelia said, That's not all. The trial right before theirs belongs to none other than William No Name, formerly Weasley. When his family was disowned, his fiancée refused to marry him. He attempted to curse her and ended up in St. Mungo's after nearly having his genitals removed by a fireball. As her father is the head of the French DMLE, he used his influence to put pressure on us to press charges. Harry asked, What curse did he use on Fleur? Amelia said, Imperious. He was going to force her to have sex with him and force the bond to where he could take her name. Susan said, So unforgivable and attempted line theft. Amelia smiled and said, You make your old auntie proud. Harry asked, Any news of Charlie? Amelia said, As a matter of fact, yes. He renounced his family name months ago when he heard what they were doing to you and Miss Granger. According to him, he made several attempts to contact you, but the owls all returned with the letters unopened. He has married his girlfriend of several years, who is a fellow dragon handler, and took her name. Harry said, Good for him. Amelia said, In other news, I had my conversations with 4 people in my department. They were asked quite simply to either quit the order or keep their job, or to quit their job for the order. I told Them there was no room for compromise, and that their beloved leader was currently residing in my cells awaiting his trial on attempted line theft. Harry asked, "What did they say?" Amelia said, "I don't know yet. I gave them 24 hours to decide and should know in a few hours. Judging by their faces, I would say they will stay with the DMLE, but I guess we will see." Susan said, "So is there any more news?" Amelia said, "I don't want to bring up a sore subject, but I checked on Miss Granger before I came over. She is responding well to treatment, and the healers think they may have found a ritual to do just what you asked. The mind healers are also coming up with a plan to help her adjust better. Her parents were there and were giving her the love and support she needs. You two did a very good thing for them yesterday." Harry said, "Do they need anything special for the ritual?" Amelia said, "Just one thing. They need the blood of the one who enslaved her and first raped her." Harry said, "Tell them that I will deliver his body once her magic stabilizes. How do they need him?" Amelia said, "If he was alive, the ritual would be stronger and have a better chance of success. If it makes you feel better, for him the ritual will be agonizing and will take his life to restore the one he hurt." As a side note, Bearclaw said that they found the ritual in your mother's journal. He also said they were closer to finding a solution for your scar. She looked at her watch and said, "Where has the time gone? I have a lot of work to do if I'm going to make sure that snake doesn't slither through my grasp." Harry said, "What do you mean, snake?" Amelia laughed and said, "You didn't know. Dumbledore was a Slytherin when he was at school." Harry looked at Susan and said, "Well, that explains why he let them do whatever they wanted." She just replied with, "Yep." Amelia said, "So what do you two have planned for the day?" Harry and Susan just blushed as she laughed. She said, "There is a Muggle store called Victoria's Secret that I think you both would enjoy. Hell, you both should invest in it, as I'm sure you would buy enough to keep the stock prices up." Harry gave her a serious look and said, "I will have Bearclaw check into it." Susan giggled as her aunt's attempt to embarrass them backfired. Harry said, "Hey, if it is the kind of store I think it is, I have no objection whatsoever. I happen to think my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world, and seeing more of her is definitely a plus in my book." Susan grabbed Harry and kissed him. She said, "Love, we are married now. You don't have to work so hard to get in my knickers. In fact, I probably won't even put any on." Amelia stood there red-faced until her brain re-engaged. "Too much information. I need to go back to work before I see something that scars me for life." Susan and Harry both hugged her goodbye as she left. Harry looked at her and said, "Robe." She grinned and said, "I don't think so, mister. We are going out and enjoy the pool." Harry said, "I'll get our suits while you figure out how to get a catalog." Susan asked, "What do we need suits for?" They both ran towards the pool, shedding clothes along the way. Tizzy came out and saw the trail and muttered, "Damned horny kids. Well, at least at this rate, I will have Bobbies to take care of soon." Amelia arrived at her office and sat at her desk. She went to pick up a folder but was quickly distracted by her thoughts. Seeing the kids as happy as they were was very heartwarming for Amelia. Yes, it was heartbreaking that some of her friends had made decisions that would, at least for now, cause them to be pushed away from their family. She inwardly chuckled at that thought. Her family, that was a thought. It has seemed as it had always just been her and Susan. Now that Harry was in their lives, the possibilities of House Bones, once again rising as a truly living house, was now a reality. She smiled and knew in a few years that she would be a grandmother. After all, in Amelia's heart, Susan was her daughter. Amelia's thoughts once again turned to her friends. While she would prefer reconciliation between her friends and her family, she knew that to push for it would be a mistake at this time. Her Susan, and by Merlin, she was so proud of her, had made it clearly known that a betrayal would quickly cut off all ties. To be quite honest, Susan got it from her and could not fault her for it. Amelia was not looking forward to the conversations she would have to have with her friends. Minnie and Pomona would get there. Hackles up, and it would be up to Amelia to put them in their place. That is, unless by some chance they ran into Harry or Susan somewhere. Amelia again chuckled at that thought. No, very few would see them for quite some time. They were much too busy at the moment. Amelia chided herself and turned back to her work. She had a lot to do to ensure that Harry and Susan had the future they wanted. Harry and Susan were enjoying their nude sunbathing after frolicking in the pool for a while they would occasionally share kisses. They spent most of the afternoon just enjoying each other's company. They had learned over the last week that they were extremely compatible and were quite comfortable with each other. Harry turned to Susan and said, "Love." "Yes, baby. After our talk with Amelia, I was thinking we should put some ideas about Hogwarts on paper. I mean, there are so many changes we could implement that would make it so much better. I was also wondering if you knew anything of the finances of the school and the fees and tuition to go there. Is it the only magical school in England?" "I'm sorry, but I really don't know, Harry. We could ask Auntie our questions when we next see her and maybe sit with her and hammer out some ideas to begin with. We could ask Bearclaw about the finances. If he doesn't know, I'm sure he knows who does." Harry nodded, and before he knew it, a pure black eagle was sweeping down upon him and dropping a letter in his lap. Harry noticed it had the Gringotts seal on it and had two other seals that he soon realized were from Ragnock and Bearclaw. He gave a look of concern, and Susan moved closer to him so she could read along with him. "Lord and Lady Potter Blackbones. Our healers and curse breakers have been working non-stop since we acquired Lady Lily's journal, and there has been a breakthrough. Lord Ragnock and I would like to meet with you both as soon as is possible to discuss this. I will not mention the details in this letter, as even our owls and eagles can be intercepted, but it is imperative that we speak immediately, as this one ritual could solve not only our immediate concern, but could effectively eliminate a concern of the future. Respectfully, Master Bearclaw." Harry said, "That was decidedly cryptic, but to me it said a lot." Susan said, "Well, I get the part about your scar," but her eyes grew wide as Harry smiled. "He means Voldemort as well." Harry kissed her nose and said, "That would be my guess. Now I'm enjoying the view, so please lay back down." Susan laughed and said, "How can you be so blasé about it?" Harry said, "Baby, I've lived with it my whole life. You, however, I have only had for a week, and I am not ready to get up and have the worship of the goddess that is my wife interrupted." Susan jumped up and said, "Harry James, there is no way in hell that I am going to let you sit back when we can have all of this behind us. I want to make Bobbies and start that family with you now. I promise you this. We go and get this behind us, and you can have me anytime, anywhere, and any you want me for the rest of our lives." Harry's eyes grew wide and asked, "Will you continue to walk around like this, or in your robe all the time?" Susan smiled and said, "Of course, unless we have company or the children get too old for us to be able to get away with it." Harry smiled and said, "Damn, baby, you really make it hard to prank you, but I will be more than happy to accept your promises." Susan laughed and smacked his arm. "You prat, you were dying to go too." "Yep. Ass. Yours." Susan smiled and said, "Just make sure you remember that." Harry grinned and kissed her and said, "Forever." Susan sighed and said, "Yes, forever. Just remember, my love, that I am also yours." Harry said, "Don't worry. It was the best gift I have ever received. Now, if we don't stop this, we are going to have to christen another room before going." Susan pretended to think for a second and then said, "You can play with your toys later, my love. We have some business to tend to." As they were getting ready, they sent Dobby ahead to inform Bearclaw that they would be there soon. As soon as they were ready, Dobby popped them straight into Bearclaw's office. Harry approached Bearclaw and held out his hand. When Bearclaw returned the gesture, Harry said, "If I didn't know better, Master Bearclaw. I would begin to assume that you were happy to be in the presence of two mere humans. Ragnarok laughed and said, Ah, but there lies your misconception. You two are no mere humans. You are our friends, which overlook the unfortunate circumstances of your birth. Susan laughed at that. She said, Judging by your moods, am I to assume you have some good news? Bearclaw said, No, Lady Potter, we don't have some good news. He paused for effect. We have some excellent, or as the younger ones say, some awesome news. Harry said, Well, get on with it then. Ragnarok said, Your wonderful and brilliant mother solved 2 problems with 1 ritual. Bearclaw has told me you are aware of the Horcrux that Voldemort made. Harry and Susan nodded. Ragnarok said, Your mother figured out Voldemort and Dumbledore's secret. She researched and outlined a ritual that, using the power of love, we can summon the other Horcrux into the presence of the one in your scar. Our best guess is that the ritual would be excruciating for you, Harry, possibly even making you pass out. The actual ritual itself would be activated with the blood from both of you and would be performed by the 2 of you in an act of complete love and devotion to each other. Susan asked, What is expected in that act? Ragnarok said, That act would include the both of you doing everything you could to conceive a child. Harry said, While we definitely have short-term plans for that, we had wanted to wait until Voldemort was no longer an issue. Bearclaw said, Then here is the beauty of the ritual. It would accomplish both at the same time. Well, almost. Susan said, Explain. Ragnarok said, The ritual will summon every Horcrux made by Voldemort into the ritual room, along with the Dark Lord. The love from your act will force his soul to merge once again, and he will be in agony as well as incapacitated for some time. Harry's brow furrowed and said, If we both are incapacitated, and since the prophecy states that we can only die at each other's hands, how will this solve our problem? Bearclaw said, Well, it could be a matter of which one of you gets up first, or it could be a matter of your right hand performing the act while you are both out. Susan grinned and said, Harry, it makes sense. I will be there with you, our love will be complete, and our true life will begin because me, your right hand and partner, will be there to make his death permanent this time. He looked deeply in Susan's eyes and said, Are you sure you can do this? Susan said, You all said I was Lily incarnate. There is nothing I won't do to get what I want. Right now. I want a long life with my husband, surrounded by 12 children. Harry smiled as he stood and said, Let's do it. What else do you need? A smiling Ragnarok said, The ritual demands that 2 others must accompany you into the ritual. Those 2 must be very powerful and must also share your love. Susan smiled and said, That is easy. Dobby and Tizzy. Bearclaw said, We thought as much as well. Their devotion to you and yours to them is something very special, and you will need their strength. And if it as we suspect, you may need their protection as well. Susan said, I have one other question. Well, no, I have a lot of questions, but one pressing one. How will you kill him at the proper time? I assume that I cannot cast magic inside the ritual chamber. Ragnarok said, You are correct in that, Lady Potter, but I must ask if you are not in fact also Lady Gryffindor. Susan looked confused at that until Harry realized what they meant and whispered in her ear. She turned and said, Will it? Harry replied, I don't see why not. Lord Ragnarok, how soon can we do this? Ragnarok said, Give us an hour to set up the ritual in the room. I think we shall use the one closest to the infirmary just in case. Now, if you 2 would summon your witnesses and prepare them for what is to come. They were led into a conference room where they summoned Dobby and Tizzy. Susan immediately sent Tizzy back out to get Amelia and bring her there. She told Tizzy that it was imperative that Amelia clear her schedule for the rest of the day. It was a panicking Amelia who was brought back as she had just left them a few hours ago. Susan ran and hugged her aunt to calm her down so they could talk. Harry and Susan filled them in on what was about to take place. Harry looked at Tizzy and Dobby and said, "We need you too with us. The bond we four share makes you the best able to help us and protect us. When the ritual is begun and we start summoning those things, we will need your strength to help us and to keep them from latching on the either of us. My part is easy. I just have to lay there and allow my head to be ripped apart. Susan, on the other hand, must continue the ritual when I am passed out, and it will be her that sees to its completion. You too will protect Susan at all costs, even if my life is part of that cost. This is our one best chance to eliminate him once and for all, and as I see it, this is also my one best chance at the future I so much want to share with all of you." A giant group hug was shared by all five of them as there was a knock on the door. Bearclaw came in and said, "My lord, everything is ready." Harry just gave half grin and said, "Well, let's do this then. Oh, and Bearclaw, if this works, we need to sit down and discuss our investments. Since my wife has upped the ante and now wants a dozen kids, we may need to get more aggressive." Bearclaw said, "My lord, keep that thought in your head. It may be what makes the difference in all this." The ritual had not gone as intended, but the initial act of love during the ritual had removed the Horcrux from Harry's scar. Harry had been rendered unconscious during that act, and it had been up to Susan to fight through her fear and concern for Harry and labor on. They had been warned that the removal of the Horcrux may well knock Harry out, but she was not to stop the ritual for any reason. Due to her hard work and the absence of the contraceptive charm, Susan had been impregnated during that first session. Truth be known, she was concerned about Harry's condition but was enjoying it immensely and figured that blood must still be pumping if little Harry was still working. She chuckled inwardly as she thought that compared to what she had heard from the other girls at school, little Harry wasn't so little. After she had ridden him to completion, she laid forward and kissed him deeply. Harry started to stir and could see his watchers through the perfectly clear diamond window to the room. They had been told that they would be monitored closely, and he gave them a weak smile, letting them know he was hurt but okay. Susan said, "I know you are tired and in pain, my love, but we must continue." She kissed him deeply again and wiggled a little, getting an instant reaction from her husband. She giggled and said, "Who knew that all our practice in the last few days would pay off like this?" Harry smiled through his pain and said, "Yeah, well, it doesn't hurt to have an absolute goddess for a wife, who is also a nymphomaniac." Susan lovingly said, "Why, Lord Potter, flattery will get you, well, more of this." Harry said, "Then I will make sure to flatter you more often," as his hands came around and cupped her ass once again. He thought of how much better this was than his fantasies. Underneath the love he felt for her, there was a strong feeling of lust and desire. He could only hope that this ritual would be successful, and they would have a long life filled with the passion they now shared. As they looked into each other's eyes, as they made love once again, the magic of their love for each other flashed out in a brilliant light and strengthened the power of the ritual. As they began to kiss and once again become completely oblivious to everyone and everything but them, it wasn't long before locket, ring, tiara, and a cup were floating above them in the inky black mist that had seeped from Harry. As they once again connected through their orgasms, the ritual strengthened yet again, and the golden light was swirling about the room. Dobby and Tizzy were watching the items carefully to make sure none of the four of them came into contact with the dark items. Bearclaw gave a quick chuckle after looking at some runes on the monitoring panel and said, "If what you said was true about their desires for a large family, it may happen quicker than we thought. Their magic has somehow allowed them to conceive twice already. We may face the possibility of there being triplets after this ritual." Amelia turned pale and said, "Holy Merlin, that would mean those two are more fertile than the Weasleys." Ragnock laughed and said, "Possibly, but I doubt it. I feel ancient magic at work here." Amelia asked, "How so?" Ragnock laughed again and said, "Many of Lily's theories on love-based magic are being proven here. By tapping into it, they are growing stronger even as the ritual should be draining them. The conceptions are just a reward for their surrendering to it." Amelia grumbled, "I am too young to be a grandmother." Ragnock said, "That may be so, but I know your desire to see house bones rise again. With those two lay the hopes and dreams of our entire world. Until they rose to the challenge, 3 of the last of the noble houses were as close to extinction as possible. With them, I see the possibility of them and several other lines, once again becoming active." Amelia nodded. Bearclaw said, "Speaking of rising to the challenge, there they go again. This time should do it." True enough, the magical swirl in the room was going at a frenzied pace, and then it happened. A loud pop sounded in the room, which was accompanied by Voldemort and his pet snake Nagini. Voldemort was screaming in pain as all the objects and the snake were drawn towards him. The dark swirl was winding about him as the magic of the ritual was reconnecting his soul and making him human once again. In her pain, Nagini was thrashing about and biting anything that she came into contact with. Harry saw what was happening and flipped Susan on her back as he was struck several times while protecting her. Harry's act of total love and devotion, by putting his life before hers, caused the ritual to pick up tempo once again. Voldemort fared no better than Harry with Nagini, and as a result of her nearness to him, he took many strikes which helped weaken his now human body. With the new surge in power, all of the Horcrux had split open and poured their contents into Voldemort. Even Nagini was now lying motionless on the floor, with a huge hole in the side of her head. The effect had been immediate, and Voldemort was now lying on the floor writhing in pain. Another flash of magic occurred as Harry said, "I love you forever," to Susan, then slumped to the floor. That flash of magic was twofold. It first signified Harry's ultimate act of love in giving his life to save Susan's. The second was the love-based magic judging Tom Riddle unworthy of the gift of magic. Lily had theorized, and at this moment was proven right. Her theory was that magic was alive and sentient. What Lily didn't know until after her death was that the part of magic that was love-based would welcome those that had embraced her with open arms. In fact, at her death, Lily became the personification of love magic, and in that moment, love magic had taken on more of the human cruel and vindictive traits. In her eyes, when someone gave themselves completely to her, that person should be rewarded above all others. When Lily saw what her Harry had done for his Susan, she collapsed to the floor and wept. He had done just as she had those years ago and stepped in front. Danger to protect the one he loved most. Lily in her personification, as love magic got up from where she had collapsed and vented her fury on Voldemort. She reached in and ripped his magical core from his body and then forced the magic through the connection he shared with his followers. All over the world, those marked with Voldemort's brand were screaming in agony. The power fed through the tattoo became like a flesh-eating virus, but worked much faster. The darkness was spreading out from their tattoos and up their arms. The burning was so great that their hands were turning to ash and falling away. Those who had some presence of mind quickly severed their arms by any means necessary. Others fell to the ground and were being consumed by the dark fire that radiated from the tattoo until there was nothing left of them but a pile of ash. Voldemort had felt his core being ripped from his body and tried with all his might to open his connection to his followers and use their strength to fight whatever this was. His opening of the connection was what allowed Lily to send the magical backlash that led to their downfall. In the end, Lily had left Tom Riddle as a mere human, not even having enough magic to be classified a squib, and all of his followers either dead, dying, or with depleted cores. When he was able to lift his head, he noticed Harry lying on the floor motionless and managed a chuckle. He then noticed a redhead getting up from where she had been screaming Harry's name and crying hysterically. She heard Tom, and even though her eyes were red from crying, they were filled with hate. She staggered over to where he was lying on the floor and stood there for several minutes. He laughed at her and said, "At least he's dead first. The prophecy has been fulfilled." Susan replied in a dead voice, "Not yet, it hasn't." He asked, "What can you do, girl? I may now be a squib, but I can still kill you with my bare hands." Susan smirked and said, "I am Lady Potter, and by his choice and our magic, I am Harry's right hand." "So," Susan said, "by my rights as Lady Gryffindor, I call upon my husband's sword." Godric's sword appeared in her hand, and she looked at Tom Riddle and smirked. She said, "Say goodbye, Moldy Shorts." Susan allowed the sword to control her hand and quickly removed his head. Susan gazed at the body for a moment before she held the sword up and kissed the hilt. She said, "Thank you for coming to my aid. Please return until you are needed once more." The sword disappeared as the magic in the room dissipated. Susan saw the stones slowly rolling out of the way as she went back over to Harry and cradled his head in her lap. Susan was crying and saying, "Why, Harry, why did you leave me? I can't do this without you. Please, Harry, don't leave me, I just got you. It can't be over yet." Dobby and Tizzy had come over and hugged Susan. Tizzy said, "I'm sorry, mistress. I couldn't keep that nasty snake away from master. It is my fault." Susan was still crying and was rocking his body. In a whisper she said, "No, both of you were great, but it was all too much for all of us. He wouldn't let me get hurt if there was anything he could do to stop it." Dobby looked at the two of them and shook his head. He quietly said, "Mistress, master is not dead. I can still feel him in here," he said, pointing at his chest. Susan hugged Dobby harder and said, "I know, Dobby. I can still feel him in my heart too. But he is gone." Ragnock, Bearclaw, and Amelia made it into the room as they were having this conversation. Tears were streaming down Amelia's face for her incredible nephew. Susan was still crying and turned to them and said, "He stopped breathing 5 minutes ago." Ragnock said, "I'm sorry, Dobby, but Harry is gone." Dobby looked at them and shook his head and put his hand over his heart. He said, "No, master is still here. He is not dead." With tears in his eyes, Dobby became quiet and sat next to Susan. He never uttered a word but started following his bond to Harry. He knew that his Harry was still out there and decided the best thing he could do was go to sleep and rebuild his strength so he could find his master. The ritual had drained much of Dobby and Tizzy's strength. It had affected Dobby more because he was pushing much of his magical strength into Harry to try and keep him alive when Dobby felt Harry slipping away. Dobby finally succumbed to his exhaustion and passed outright beside Susan and Harry. Bearclaw looked at Dobby curiously, and a look of inspiration hit him. He had become just as engrossed in the journals of Lily Potter and had a guess as to what was going on. He too was brilliant and was able to make some intuitive leaps with some of her theories. Bearclaw knew something was up with Dobby and dove deep in his magic where he could get a sense of another's magic. In his wisdom, he kept his mouth shut, but said a quick thank you to the being that was love magic. Susan looked to Bearclaw and said, "Can we move my husband and Dobby to bed for now? I don't know what to do, and I just want to lay with him for now." "Of course, m'lady. Why don't we move you both to the infirmary so you can rest? I also want to verify something." Amelia turned and said, pointing at Voldemort, "What do we do about that?" Ragnock smiled and waved his hand. The body returned to its previous inhuman state. He said, "If the head of the DMLE will allow it, I think the head of Gringotts would be most pleased to escort her and the body to the Vale of Death, where we can dispose of it for good." Amelia grinned and said, "Lord Ragnock, I would be most honored if you and, say, a fully armed goblin warrior troop would honor me with an escort." Ragnock laughed and said, "Why, Madam Bones, are you trying to make a statement?" "Lord Ragnock, the only thing I am trying to do is show our world that I know who my family's true friends are. They can read into it what they want, but I will make a stand from this point on. She pointed at Harry and said, he has set the bar, he has shown us the way, and it is up to us to make the most of it. Ragnock nodded and said, well then, shall we go? Amelia walked over to hug Susan and said, I will be back soon to sit with you. I'm sorry, but this needs to be done now so he can never be brought back. It is time for us to start changing the world. I love you and will be back soon. Susan smiled up at her and said, thank you, Auntie. I'm sure Harry is proud of the choice you made. I love you too. Amelia and Ragnock stepped into the lobby of Gringotts, surrounded by 50 armed goblin warriors. Ragnock had Voldemort's body levitated and floating right behind them, but obscured from everyone's vision. The wizards in the lobby quickly turned and stared when they saw who was walking together. They followed along as the procession left the bank. Amelia and her honor guard marched straight through Diagon Alley, picking up more gawkers than followers, as they wanted to know what was going on. They arrived at the Diagon Alley entrance to the ministry, where Amelia used her status as the head of the DMLE to force the guards to stand down. When they hesitated at her orders, she told them that if they didn't comply immediately, that she would consider them as dismissed from service. Amelia led the group further into the ministry and proceeded down towards the Dom. On the way, she was met by Moody, Shacklebolt, Jones, and Vance. Moody stepped forward and said, Madam Bones, we would have preferred to do this in private, but as you have been indisposed, this is the first opportunity. We have had to tell you that we would prefer to take your offer. She raised an eyebrow and said, the offer has been withdrawn. Your services are no longer desired or required. Clean out your lockers and leave your badges with my assistant. Moody gruffly said, Amelia, see reason, you need our help to deal with you-know-who. Amelia parted the goblins, allowing them to see just what was going on. She smirked and said, as you can see, that is longer an issue. Now if you will excuse me. Kingsley said, how? Amelia said, surely Dumbledore's order knew the truth. When they stared at her blankly, she said, so he lied to you too. I find it quite pitiful that you lost your careers over your loyalty to a man who never told you the truth. Fudge came storming into the atrium and said, Amelia, what the hell is going on here? What are these beings doing in my atrium? Amelia said, Minister Fudge, if you could wait 5 minutes, all will be explained. She brushed past him and led her procession to the door of the Dom. She allowed the goblins entrance to everyone's surprise and led her procession into the veil room. She turned to Ragnock and bowed low. She said, my Lord Ragnock, if not for your nation, this moment would have been a long time coming if ever. Please do the honors. He levitated the body in front of the veil where everyone could see. The gasps were heard all around as they finally saw what this was all about. Ragnock said, Lady Amelia, I thought friends help each other. Do they not? Of course, Lord Ragnock. Then we shall do this together. They banished the body and the head into the veil just as Fudge approached them. He said, well done. Amelia, I'm glad to see our plan worked. Ragnock chuckled and mumbled, have fun with that. She graced him with a smile and said, my dear Cornelius. He gulped as he had only heard that tone on rare occasions, and it did not bode well for him. Our plan, you say? How could you have ever come up with a plan that would actually do something worthwhile? You sniveling little turd, you are so incompetent that I doubt you could use the loo without Dolores holding your hand, and then your Johnson while you took a piss. No, Cornelius, the demise of Voldemort can only be attributed to 5 people, and none of us are them. Excuse me a minute. Rita, are you getting this all down? Rita Skeeter replied with a nod, good. Now, Lord Ragnock and Master Bearclaw were very instrumental in the plan, along with Lord and Lady Potter Blackbones, and the former Lady Potter. Right now, my niece is lying with her comatose husband after permanently defeating this dark bastard. Lily Potter put all the pieces together, and with the help of our goblin friends, they made it a reality. If that is not clear enough for you, Harry Potter once again risked his life to save a society that has vilified him and called him delusional and a liar. Umbridge screamed, "Maybe he will finally die this time." Amelia turned and said, "That was awful small of you, Dolores. From what Lord Potter Blackbones has told me, you have been wishing that on him for the last 2 years. I am sure that further investigation will reveal quite a bit. I can only pray that he recovers, as I am sure who he will next set his sights on." Fudge and Umbridge paled at that statement as Amelia and her honor guard left the building. Ragnarok said, "Feel better?" Amelia grinned and said, surprisingly, "Yes, but I think my family needs my attention at the moment. And if truth be told, I need them. If it wasn't for the upcoming trials, I would have quit just now." Ragnarok said, "A wise choice. Harry will be especially proud of you this day." As they were heading for Gringotts, her assistant came running to her and said, "Ma'am, we have reports from all over of suspected Death Eaters dying and burning into ash. There are several at St. Mungo's who have removed their arms for some reason. We need you back in the office." Amelia turned and glared at her assistant. She said, "No, Susan needs me more right now. I want you to call in Robards and Rufus and tell them they are point on this." All Amelia got in return was, "Yes, ma'am," as Amelia turned and headed into the bank. Hermione Granger was a very unhappy young lady. In her head, she knew what had happened and knew that Harry had saved her from that life, but she was both thankful and angry at Harry. Her anger was because he had taken her away from her Ron, who her heart was saying she belonged to. Her best friend had arranged it where her parents could come last night, and they hadn't left her side since. Oh, how she loved and hated Harry Potter. They had cried with her when she was crying and backed off when she was angry. Not only was Hermione angry at Harry, but she was also angry at herself in her moments of clear thought. She had always been able to control the feelings in her heart with her brilliant mind, but now her heart had full control. Her heart was telling her she needed to go to Ron, as he would take care of her and make everything better. It didn't matter what he did to her in the process. She had been raped, beaten, and even forced to perform oral sex on some of the nastiest people she would ever meet, all in the name of her love for Ron. The healers had given her some potions which eased the pain, but her heart still ached for her Ron. Several hours ago, she saw her chance. Harry and Susan were walking through the infirmary following those 2 goblins from the will reading. When they got closer, Hermione jumped at Harry to her parents' dismay. When she reached him, she left a hand print across his face as she slapped him, and then, to further show her displeasure at his interfering in her life, spat in his face. A goblin warrior quickly had his sword at her throat until Harry placed his hand on the blade and pushed it away. He nodded to the goblin and said, "Thank you, but that is not necessary." The goblin bowed, and Dobby quickly handed Harry a towel to wipe his face. Hermione growled, "I hate you. You ruined my life." Harry gazed upon her for a minute and said, "That's okay, Myone. I love and forgive you." With that, he turned and walked away. As she returned to her bed prison, she was met by her mother, who did something she had never done. Jean had raised her hand and slapped her daughter hard across the face. In a growl, Jean said, "Get back into your bed, or I will ask to have you restrained. That boy, no, that man has shown more love for you than any Weasley ever will. He has saved you, then has seen to your care at his own expense, and has done this out of a misguided sense of debt and love towards you. We have not told you this, but now is as good of a time as any. One of the last things that were said to us last night is that he can forgive you for what you have done to him, but he can never forget it. He claims all debts are paid and wishes you a good life." In a moment of lucidity, Hermione started crying once again as she realized what she had done. She glanced up and Harry was gone. It was now 2 hours later, and she saw the goblins along with Amelia Bones trying to hurry the stone out of the way and get in the chamber. They had a look of fear and shock on their faces and seemed rather frantic to get inside. It was a short while later that one of the goblins, along with Amelia Bones, came walking out, levitating a body behind them. She horrified and gasped as she recognized Voldemort. A few minutes later, the other goblin, along with a sobbing Susan, came out of the chamber, followed by Harry's floating body. The next thing she saw was a girl elf coming out with Dobby floating along behind her. They laid Harry in a bed as the goblin called over a healer and had her do some tests on Susan. Susan directed Tizzy to lay Dobby next to Harry. Once the healers concluded her tests, Susan nodded and then climbed into the bed next to Harry. Even though he was gone, she had felt compelled to be near him. Jean called Winky and asked her to find out what was happening. Winky approached the bed and immediately fell to her knees, sobbing. Tizzy helped her up and then spoke with her. She nodded and then returned to the Grangers. She said, "Tizzy said my master's last orders still stand. I'm to stay with the nasty Miss Hermie and help her parents." Jean said, "What do you mean last orders?" Winky said, "Mrs. Granger, Master Harry is with his mother. He ended up there trying to kill that nasty snake person." Hermione yelled "NOOOO" and jumped up and ran towards Harry. When she got close to the bed, Tizzy stepped in front of her and held up her hands to form a shield. Hermione said, "Please let me go to him." Tizzy said, "I will not let nasty Miss Hermie get anywhere near my master, so she can slap and spit on him again." Bearclaw stepped forward and said, "This is a private time for family. You are not welcome here." Hermione shrieked, "But he is my brother." Susan crawled back out of the bed and went eye to eye with Hermione. With tears in his eyes, she said, "You have one hell of a way of showing it. Haven't you hurt him enough? Leave us alone to grieve for my lost husband." Hermione looked bewildered and said, "Husband? How?" Susan nastily replied, "I guess you couldn't hear with your head stuck so far up Ron's ass. Yes, I am Lady Potter, along with a host of other titles. You turned your back on him when he needed you. The only reason you are still alive is due to the fact that my husband once saw you as his sister and felt he owed you for that. Now, once again, I ask you to leave us be and never contact us again. Please." Susan was riled now. "No, you gave up your chance with HIM when you pushed HIM away. So I'm going to tell you one last time to stay away from MY family from now on." Susan said, "Master Bearclaw, would you please get her out of my sight and keep her there?" "Yes, m'lady. Come, Miss Granger, I think it best that you leave before Lady Susan violates her husband's wishes and strikes you down. She is quite deadly with a sword." Susan crawled back in beside the cool, unmoving body of Harry and whispered, "I'm sorry, love." Bearclaw placed his hand on her shoulder in comfort. Tizzy had used the last of her energy in trying to keep Hermione away and was starting to sway on her feet. Bearclaw expanded the bed further then, picked up Tizzy and placed her beside Susan. He said, "Rest, little one. I will protect your mistress and master." Winky watched all this from her place beside Jean and turned and looked at her with a frantic face. She was anxious as there was now no family there to watch over them. Jean said, "Go, Winky, we will be fine while you watch over them." But my master said, "Winky, I can see how upset you are. If there is a problem, he can come back and take it up with me." "Thank you, ma'am." Winky popped straight to the bed and took up vigil over her family. Susan sighed and said, "Oh, Harry, it's been a long day and I have so much to tell you. I love you, and I need you. Please come back." She settled in and fell asleep beside Harry. Amelia and Ragnarok had just come back, so there was no need to worry as the family was now keeping a vigil over the young couple and their elves. As the evening wore on, they were joined by Ragnarok and Bearclaw's wives and children. Winky sent word, and one of the Evans elves appeared with the newly named Evans family. Amelia filled them in on what happened, and they approached the bed to pray over the young couple. All three Evans then knelt and kissed Harry on the forehead and returned to join the vigil. As soon as Dobby passed out, he let his consciousness flow into his magic. From there, he started. Following the bond link he shared with Harry, he felt like he had been drifting for a long time until he felt a warm presence up ahead. Dobby tried to hurry along and meet this presence, for it felt very familiar. Harry was sitting on a couch with Lily, and they had, and finally got the chance to know each other. All the fantasies and dreams that Harry had about her in his life were no comparison to the real Lily. After finally getting a chance to be with her, Harry had found that he loved her even more than he had before. He finally just blurted out, "Mum, am I dead or what? Do I get to stay here with you?" Lily replied, "No, baby, as much as I would like that, that just can't be. You see, the combination of my gift to you and yours to Susan has made Mother Magic rethink everything. She decided that because two of the same blood was both willing to give their all for their love, she would reward us. Since I had already taken this position, it was decided that the gift fall upon you. She has watched your life and feels very bad for all that you have gone through." Harry mumbled, "I don't want pity." Lily said, "Harry, it isn't out of pity. It is out of respect. Magic respects you and knows you will do what needs to be done. There is still a whole lot of good you can do down there, and while your life will not be easy, with Susan by your side it will be fulfilling." Harry, "Oh no, Susan. Mum, I have to go back to her now. She's probably pretty upset." Lily said, "We have some time, she is sleeping right now." But yes, she was very upset. Harry said, "Mum, I promised. I have to go take care of her." Lily said, "Soon, my son, but we need to finish our talk. Now, magic has decided that you deserve special reward. You have been granted the one wish you have always dreamed of, a family." Harry said, "I always wanted a family. Now that Moldy is gone, maybe we can go ahead and start." Lily laughed and said, "Harry, you will have a family maybe sooner than you thought. But let me continue. Along with having a family, you and Susan have been given some other gifts." "Like what?" Lily laughed and said, "You and Susan are unlike most magical people in that your love is the basis for your power. Most magicals can't or don't utilize this power, and that is why they only have one child. Your love is what helps you create a child, and since most purebloods don't really know love, they only end up with one child." Harry snickered and said, "I thought it was from all the inbreeding." Lily laughed and said, "That proves my point. How could you really love your cousin in that way? Many of those contracts were loveless. I knew that if you and Susan gave it a chance, it would be everything either of you could ever want." Harry nodded and said, "Yeah, and so much more. She's just perfect and all I could ever hope for." Lily said, "That is because you chose love. You could have gotten out of the contract, but both saw your future in each other. Now, let's talk about your gifts. The first one is that together you are completely fertile. That means if you do not use the charm, Susan will get pregnant." Harry paled and said, "Oh." Lily laughed and said, "Yes, I think Susan will have news for you when you get back. Magic has seen the immense amount of love in both your hearts and has decided to bless you with as many children as you both want." Harry said, "That's a scary thought, but won't it be hard on Susan?" Lily smiled and said, "Well, that is the second gift. Susan will never suffer from the long-term effects of childbirth, and you will both remain youthful and healthy until you reach a ripe old age." Harry blushed and Lily said, "Yes, Harry, you two will be much like you are for another 100 or more years." Harry smiled and said, "I can live with that." Lily laughed and said, "I'm sure. You would give both Padfoot and Prongs a run for their money. I've heard Sirius saying how proud he is of you quite often. All I hear from James is, 'That's my boy.'" Harry blushed again. Lily said, "Harry, you know Sirius and I know James wasn't much better. They are both pervs." Harry laughed. Lily got serious for a minute and said, "Magic sees you and Susan as the best hope for rebuilding our world." Harry said, "Mum, will we be able to talk after I go back?" Lily said, "I'm afraid not, son. Not until you join us up here. Hopefully by then there will be another to take my place, and I can spend all my time with you and Susan." Harry laughed and said, "I don't know if you are both as alike as I think. Me, Dad, and Sirius wouldn't have any fun." She laughed and said, "Harry, it's time. Know that all of us are watching over you. Tell Susan that her Mum and Dad send their love. Now go back to Susan and kick a little ass. And don't forget to chain the world as you do it." Harry hugged his mum and said, "How do I?" Lily smiled and said, "Well, first you need to talk to Dobby. He has dove deeply into your bond and knows you are near. Just have him tell Susan to start calling for you. Then all you have to do is follow your heart and her voice, and you shall be back in her arms." Dobby woke with a start and a smile on his face. The others noticed and were looking strangely at him. When he got out of from beside Harry and approached Susan, he gently shook her awake and said, "Mistress Susan." She looked up and said, "What is it, Dobby?" With tears running down his face, Dobby said, "Master says it's time. He said you need to call him and talk to him so he can find his way back. He says he has to follow his love home." Several of the watchers were roused at Dobby's movements. When they heard what he said, they started sending out their love, hope, and prayers to the young wizard who had made quite an impression on their lives. The movement had not gone unnoticed by Hermione and her parents, who had been keeping their own vigil from a distance. David had been sitting deep in thought as he felt the world was a much lesser place than it had been yesterday. They watched as Dobby went to Susan and woke her. They were mesmerized as Susan was holding Harry and whispering in his ear. They noticed that everyone around the young couple had something they did not have before: hope. Susan was whispering in Harry's ear, "I love you forever, Harry. Please come home to me. I can't do this without you. I need you. Please come home to me. Baby, we did it. That bastard will never interfere with us again. He will never cause the life of an innocent to be taken again. Harry, I need you to come home. We still have some work to do. Harry, you're going to be a daddy. I have your 3 strong boys growing inside me. We have our heirs, and they need their daddy to teach them right from wrong and how to play pranks and how to irritate girls and how to fly a broom. Their mum will need their daddy to keep her sane and warm at night. Harry, you need to come back because I love you and can't live without you. Love, I need to feel you inside me once again. I need to have my shower with you and to finish christening the house. Baby, I love you forever, and you still haven't seen the new robes Tizzy got for me. We also need to go to that store and then buy out the whole chain. Harry, please come home too. Me, I love you." At that point, Susan broke down crying again. Petunia moved to her and hugged her. Petunia said, "Son, it's time to come home. Your wife needs you." "Oh hell, Harry, we all do." And then Petunia was in tears. Vernon and Dudley stood and wrapped her in a hug. One by one, everyone who was sitting in vigil spoke to the young man lying there as Susan was sobbing. Ragnarok finally came and said, "Lord Potter, how can we take over the world if you won't get off your lazy ass?" Bearclaw said, "Yeah, Harry, how do you expect to conquer to World of Ladies lingerie if you don't get up?" Up above, Lily was laughing and crying at the outpouring of love for her son. She felt more powerful as if Harry and Susan's love was spreading. She looked at the unlikely group of humans and goblins and thought, if I ever doubted it before, I can't now. To see humans and goblins sharing their love in front of each other is just simply magic. Susan giggled and said, "Harry, I'm tired of waiting and you are starting to disappoint me already. I thought you promised never to do that. Sirius and James are probably so embarrassed right now that their son can't keep a woman happy." On the other side of the room, a young woman had truly realized just how much she had lost. She was crying very hard at her loss, and at how she couldn't be there anymore for the one who had always been there for her. She let out a scream and collapsed into the bed. The Grangers stared their daughter. And then at the bed, containing their only hope for her. Susan said, "Harry James, you have kept me waiting long enough. Now are you coming, or am I going to shower without you?" Susan was getting frustrated and finally just climbed on top of him and then leaned down and kissed him. A glow started forming around her belly and started spreading across both of them. Bearclaw said, "Amazing." Everyone looked at him with a what expression, and he chuckled. He said, "Not only is Susan calling to him, their 3 unborn sons are adding their magic to call him as well." Amelia and Petunia both looked to each other and said 3 at the same time, and then promptly fainted. Luckily, Vernon and Dudley were there to catch them. When they woke back up, Harry was returning the kiss and had his arms around his wife. Everyone heard him say, "Susie, I agreed to the audience for the ritual, but can we wait until we are alone?" Susan let out a squeal of Harry, and anything else was quickly muffled by the next kiss. He sat up with her still in his lap and still wrapped around him. He pulled away from the kiss and said, 3. She smiled and said, "Yep." Harry laughed and said, "Merlin, you are beautiful. I missed you. Mum says hi and that you are the perfect fiery Lady Potter. She looks forward to meeting you far in the future where you two can try and tame me, Dad and Sirius." Susan laughed in joy and said, "I have already tamed you, mister." He whispered, "I've got so much to tell you, but not now." She nodded and kissed his nose. She said, "Never leave me again." He said, "I won't, I promise." He grabbed Dobby and said, "Thanks for believing me." Dobby patted his chest and said, "My Harry will always be here just as he has always been." Harry leaned down and kissed Tizzy's head. He said, "Thanks for always taking care of us, little Mum." Tizzy grabbed them, both in an embrace, before they could get up. When the healer saw Harry standing, she rushed over and pushed him back into the bed. She said, "Not so fast, Lord Potter. I know all about you, and you will be checked over before you get up." Harry looked at her and said, "Just who are you?" She smirked and said, "I am Winona Pomfrey. Aunt Poppy told me all about you, and I need to treat you for that snake venom." Harry said, "Don't worry about Nagini's venom. It can't hurt me. My exposure to basilisk venom negated it." She asked, "How were you exposed to basilisk venom?" "I was bit by one in 2nd year." "How are you still alive?" "Oh, that's easy, Phoenix Tears. Fox saved me." A stunned Winnie Pomfrey cast some diagnostic charms over him and came up relatively clean. She said, "Dead to perfect in minutes and no sign of core drain or damage. Care to explain? You don't seem surprised." "Nope, not today, but I think you have just earned the title of Potter Blackbone's family healer. I wouldn't trust anyone but a Pomfrey." She said, "Lord Potter, she tried to help you as much as she could, but was barred from it by the headmaster. She feels really guilty about it, and it has been a burden on her for some time. Now, how do you feel?" Harry grinned and said, "Wonderful, but if my wife doesn't get her shower soon, that may change." Everyone laughed at that, and Harry grinned and said, "If my wife doesn't mind getting dressed tomorrow, I think I would like the whole family to come for dinner." Susan blushed but nodded her head. She once again became Lady Potter and looking at their goblin friends, "My husband mean all our family." Ragnock nodded and said, "We would be honored." Harry said, "Once again, Ragnock, you are wrong, as I am the one who has been honored tonight by all of you. There are no words to express my gratitude and love towards you for what you have done for Susan and me tonight. And hey, we do need to celebrate. One dark idiot down, a few more to go." Everyone laughed at that as they started moving out of the infirmary. With her head down, a recovered Hermione approached them as they passed and said, "Harry, I just wanted to say I'm so sorry. And thank you. You were the only one who ever cared, and I threw it away." "Hermione, you should know better than anyone that I would do anything for family. As Sirius said, our choices define us, and yours have defined you. I will keep the promise I made to your parents out of respect for them." Harry stepped past Hermione and gave Jean a hug. He then shook David's hand, who said, "Thank you. Lord Potter, if you ever need anything, all you have to do is ask." Harry smiled and said, "I may take you up on that one day." Winky hugged Harry. She said, "Master, I am so happy you are strong again." Harry said, "Don't worry, my sweet. You will be home with us soon. We will have many bobbies for you. And Tizzy to take care of soon." Jean hugged Susan and said, "You're pregnant." Susan giggled and said, "Yes, ma'am. It seems magic has gifted us with triplets." Jean said, "Oh, wow." "Yep." Jean said, "You two take care of each other." Harry said, "No doubt about that." And with that, Harry Potter walked out of Hermione Granger's life for the last time. Dobby and Tizzy were wiped out, between the emotional highs and lows and their magical expenditure. Earlier, they were barely staying on their feet, in order to get Harry and Susan back to Marauder Manor. They had to pool their magic along with tap into Harry's to accomplish this simple task. The young family put on a brave show for the others, but truth be known, they were all wiped out. Susan was much like the elves and was drained emotionally and magically, while Harry was just emotionally exhausted. There was a strong desire in all of them to get home and recover from the stressful day. Through her link with her family, Winky picked up on the things that were being kept hidden from the others and approached Jean. Jean had been speaking to David about how they had seemed to recover. With pleading eyes, Winky asked, "Mrs. Granger, I know I have my orders, but my family needs me for tonight." Jean said, "What's wrong, Winky?" "Master is in the best shape of all of them, but Mistress is close to collapse, as are Dobby and Tizzy." Jean said, "They looked fine as they left, but if you feel you need to be there for them, then go, we will be fine here." Winky said, "Thank you, ma'am. I will return in the morning once I am sure Dobby and Tizzy are able to perform their duties to my master and mistress." Jean smiled and said, "In that case, just to keep you out of trouble, I order you to go see to your family for the night and return when they are back on their feet." Winky stepped forward and hugged her, saying, "Thank you," and popped away. She arrived right behind her family and found Dobby and Tizzy on the floor where they had arrived. Harry was also sitting in the floor with Susan in his arms. When he saw Winky, she noticed the panicked look on his face. He looked up at her with relief on his face and said, "They all just passed out. When we arrived, I was trying to figure out who to help first." Winky smiled and said, "Master Harry, I know you love all of us, but you do have other elves that could have helped you." Harry smiled sheepishly and said, "I know that, Winky. I'm just so tired that I couldn't think straight." Not that I am not happy to see you, but why are you here?" Winky said, "I voiced my fears to Mrs. Granger, and she ordered me to tend to my family tonight." She grabbed Harry by the shoulder and popped him and Susan to the master bath, where she placed them in a lounge. She filled their tub and then vanished their clothes. Once the tub was full, she floated them over and gently placed them in it after pouring a potion vial in it. Winky said, "Master, I put a rejuvenating potion in the water to help. Master and Mistress need to stay here for a bit. I am going to tend to Dobby and Tizzy, and I will be back to attend to you." Harry said, "Thank you, Winky, you're a good elf." She smiled and popped away. She grabbed Dobby and Tizzy's hands and popped them away to an elf bedroom. She expanded the bed and placed them both in it. Tizzy was trying to get up and was quickly put in her place by Winky. Winky said, "Tizzy, you will stay in bed this night and not get out. I will take care of Master and Mistress until you both are fit." Winky snapped her fingers and several potion vials appeared. She poured the contents of a couple into each of their mouths and said, "This will help you sleep, and this will help you recharge your magic, but only if you both stay in bed tonight. You should be able to return to duty in the morning, but not until I say you can." Both Dobby and Tizzy nodded their heads. Winky giggled and said, "And no hanky-panky either. You too need your rest. Let the potions do their job and don't fight it Another elf popped in at that time and said, "Miss Winky, I is Wally and I will watch over these two while you tend to master." She nodded and popped away. Harry and Susan were in the tub sleeping as their bodies absorbed the potion. She went and sat down so she could watch over them as they rested. When they started stirring, she floated them out of the tub and cast a drying charm on them. Susan said, "Thank you, Winky. How are Dobby and Tizzy?" Winky said, "They are resting and should be able to return to duty in the morning. Would Mistress like me to lay out some sleepwear for her and Master?" Susan smiled and said, "No, that will not be necessary. I prefer my husband to be close at hand." Winky smiled and said, "As you wish, Mistress. Would Mistress and Master like a snack?" Harry's stomach growled at that time and he said, "Yeah, Winky, that would be nice. Could you bring it to us in our chambers?" Winky nodded and said, "You two go get in bed and I will be right back." As they got in bed and sat closely to each other, Susan asked, "So, you said you have a lot to tell me. I'm guessing by what you have said that you met your mother, and you had a long talk." Harry said, "Yes, and before we get into all that, Mum said that your mum and dad send their love and to tell you how proud they are of the woman you have become. They also asked you to tell Amelia how grateful they are to her for the great job she has done in raising you." A small tear ran down Susan's face and Harry kissed it away. He said, "We will all be together again one day." She nodded and quietly said, "So what else?" Harry told her all that he and Lily had talked about and what she had become. He told her that magic had chosen them to be the chosen ones to turn the magical world around. Susan sat there listening to his revelations and just nodded at the right times. Winky had popped in and left them some sandwiches to snack on. When he was done, Susan asked, "So we can have as many children as we want?" Harry smiled and nodded. "And no matter how many children we have, I will never show the effects and look like Molly." Harry smiled again and shook his head. "And part of our gift is that we will stop aging in our mid-20s. Harry again smiled and nodded. Susan said, "Wow, I mean, we will basically stay much like we are now, and I will be able to have my way with my sexy husband for many years to come." Harry laughed and said, "Yes, baby, you will remain young and beautiful our whole lives. To be quite honest, for me it is just a bonus. I will love you no matter what, but to know I will have my sexy and gorgeous wife to play with for many years makes it even better. I think that lingerie store will remain in business for years to come." Susan laughed and then turned serious. She said, "Just promise me that I won't have to go through that again." Harry put his hand to her cheek and said, "Love, you know as well as I do that neither of us can promise that. If we are to change the world, we must always do what is right, even if that means putting ourselves in front of a coming storm." "I know, baby, but I actually lost you for a while." Harry tenderly said, "I know, but for me it was the only choice and would do it again. Susan, without you, I have no life." "That's sweet, my love, and I feel the same way, but I do not want to raise our children alone. And I don't want you to. I plan on being there beside you for another 100 years or so." She teased, "Only 100, and I thought you loved me." Harry chuckled and said, "Sorry, baby, but you are stuck with me until the day you die." And from Mum said, "I'm guessing long after that as well." Susan smiled and said, "Well, I guess that will be okay. I would hate to have to start over by training a new man after finally whipping you into shape." Harry just laid his head back and laughed. Susan said, "Not trying to change the subject, but I was curious as to why you offered the job of family healer to Winnie without talking to me about it first." Harry replied, "I'm sorry for not discussing it with you, but she reminded me so much of Poppy that I couldn't resist. As many times as I was under her care, she always did everything she could to help me. And I got the same feeling with Winnie." "How can you be so sure?" "Hindsight, Susan. Some things Winnie said just helped me put the pieces together. We already know the lengths Albus went to try and keep me under his control. After Poppy would do her diagnosis, many times Albus would show up, and they would go discuss my treatment in her office. My guess is that he memory charmed her, obliviated her, or just cast some hex on her. I can remember her coming towards me with a determined look on her face, and suddenly raising her hands to her temples, as if she had a headache. Well, how did Winnie know? My guess is the healer's oath, along with Poppy probably slipping some things from my file to her. I'm sorry I did it without asking you first. It boils down to the fact that we decided to use goblin healers from now on, and that is exactly what she is. Her being Poppy's niece was just a bonus. Susan said, "It's really okay, baby, I liked her too. I would just like to have a heads up next time." Harry said, "Yes, ma'am, and while I am thinking about it, you probably need to invite Hannah and her parents to dinner tomorrow with the rest of the family." Susan replied, "I will send a note first thing. I think Auntie was going to speak with Minerva and Pomona tomorrow. She said something about striking while the iron is hot." Harry laughed and said, "Good for her. I think everything that has happened lately has really got her going. She will probably take over the ministry next." Susan said, "She does seem especially driven right now. I think she just doesn't want to let us down." "Okay, anything else?" "I don't think so." He pulled her close and said, "Good. Now come on over here and let's get some sleep. Love." "Yes, baby." "I love you. Thank you for guiding me home." "Oh, Harry, I love you too. Thank you for coming home." They cuddled up and fell into a nice, relaxing sleep. Both took comfort in each other's arms, and Harry made sure to keep her close in his arms just in case she had any nightmares about the events of the day. Around 9 the next morning, Tizzy softly popped into the master suite. When she noticed that Harry was awake, she asked, "How are master and mistress this morning?" Harry squeezed Susan tightly and said, "I feel great, and Susan doesn't feel too bad either." Tizzy smiled and said, "You two deviants need to get up and get ready for the day." Lady Amelia flewed and said she needed to come by for a few minutes this morning. "She will be here in an hour." Susan groaned and said, "We will be down shortly. How are you and Dobby this morning?" Tizzy said, "We are fine and back to normal, at least as normal as Dobby gets. Winky and Wally made us lay in bed all night and made sure you were all right as well. I think Master made a good choice in bringing Winky into the family, but she sure is bossy." Harry laughed and said that she is, and I think so too. Tizzy said, "Winky finally left this morning after making sure Dobby and I was able to perform our duties. She is very protective of her family." Harry called out, "Winky." She popped in and said, "Yes, Master Harry." Harry said, "Susan, Tizzy, Dobby, and I want to thank you for taking care of us last night. We are glad you are in our family." Winky wiped a tear from her eye and said, "Thank you, Master Harry. It feels good to be part of a family again." Harry said, "Well, don't worry. Soon you will be with your family all the time." She nodded and popped away. Susan called Dobby. He popped in and was excited to see his favorite people doing well. He said, "Yes, mistress." Susan said, "Harry and I want to thank both you and Tizzy for what you did yesterday. Your help made a big difference, and I'm sure is why we are all here to live another day." Both were given hugs by Harry and Susan, and before she popped away, Tizzy said, "Now get up and get ready. Lady Amelia will be here in 50 minutes. Harry laughed and said, "Yes, little mum." Susan jumped up and pulled Harry into the shower. She had decided that if she was going to have to get up, then she was going to start the day off right, and that meant snogging and some detailed attention from her husband. She had to put her foot down as Harry was scared to touch her due to the bobbies. She said, "Winnie said it would be many months before we needed to be concerned. Now get over here and show me how much you love me." He did, quite thoroughly, and Amelia had already arrived before they made it downstairs. When she saw them running down the stairs holding hands, she smiled until she saw Harry reach around and pat her butt. She said, "Didn't you two get enough yesterday? My gods, you already have triplets on the way and I'm surprised. That didn't scare you into slowing down at least." Susan smirked and said in a saucy voice, "Sorry, Auntie. Harry didn't want to, but I convinced him. Otherwise, what can I say? I just can't seem to get enough of my husband." Harry blushed as Amelia rolled her eyes. Amelia said, "Why don't we eat a little something and chat for a few minutes?" They went to the small family dining room and sat down. Harry had held out their chairs for them, but as soon as he sat, Susan jumped up and went over and sat in his lap. She looked at Amelia and said, "Sorry, Auntie, I just need him close to me after yesterday." Amelia nodded and said, "I'm sure you do. Why don't I just jump right in? I am going this afternoon, too. See Minerva and Pomona. Before I say anything, are you sure this is the route you want to take?" Harry said, "Yes, ma'am. I can never again place my faith or trust in either one, while they could remain teachers. I don't feel they show the qualities I am looking for in a deputy headmistress, or even a head of house." Amelia said, "I see that brings up another topic. What do we do about Snape?" Harry laughed and said if Mum was right, he took care of himself. Amelia asked, "What do you mean?" Harry said, "When Mum stripped Valdi of his magic, he tried to open a connection through his mark to pull their magic into himself. Instead of pulling it in, Mum pulled it out of Valdi and pushed it out through the mark. If her theory was correct, it should have killed any marked Death Eaters." Amelia said, "So that is what happened. There were reports of a bunch of people falling to the ground, screaming and then burning up. We even lost quite a few in the ministry." Harry pumped his fist in the air and said, "Yes. Not only did we get him, we got his followers too. That makes it even better." Amelia started chuckling and said, "Well, I think we have cut the information link for the order as well." Susan asked, "How so?" Amelia said, "Well, when we took Valdi's body to the Vale, Moody approached me with his cohorts and asked if they could take my deal. I responded by showing them his body and told them the deal was off, and to go clean out their lockers. With Arthur and Tonks gone, they won't have anyone to keep them informed of ministry activities. I also may have stated that they gave up their careers for someone who didn't trust them as much as they did him, and that they backed the wrong leader." Harry said, "Good for you. I bet that really confused them. When are the trials?" Amelia replied, "This Wednesday. I have managed to pull a fudge and put it in front of the hole. Wisengamot, as you were the one who were wronged, your vote cannot be cast in the decision, and I am going to prosecute in the name of the Potter Blackbones family." Harry asked, "What do we need to do?" Amelia said, "Nothing yet, but I do need to bring this to your attention." She laid down a copy of the Daily Prophet. Susan picked up the paper so they could both read. They were met with a large, bold headline. "You know who is here no more. By Rita Skeeter." Yes, readers, you have read it right. You know who has been defeated. This reporter was luckily in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic yesterday, when a procession made its way through, being led by Madame Bones and Lord Ragnarok of Gringotts. They were escorted by at least 50 armed goblin warriors and went straight to the death chamber that houses the Vale. I personally saw the body and the head of you-know-who be levitated in front of the Vale by Lord Ragnarok. He and Madame Bones banished the body through the Vale, ended the threat of you-know-who forever. In an amusing confrontation, Minister Fudge and Undersecretary Umbridge tried to take credit for the victory but were quickly silenced by Madame Bones. Our own Madame Bones stated quite loudly that the true heroes of this victory were none other than Harry Potter and the Goblin Nation. We also learned that Mr. Potter was not present due to the fact that he was comatose and near death due to his efforts. Further investigation by this reporter unearthed the rumor that Mr. Potter had actually lost his life in the attempt, but I can neither verify nor deny this claim. There have also been reports of many suspected Death Eaters following their leader to his death, At this time, there are too many rumors and not enough truth, and unlike in the past, I will not write about it until I have confirmation. This message goes out to Harry Potter. If you are out there, and I pray that you are, I offer my sincere thanks for taking this threat from our world. I would also like to publicly apologize for my part in the efforts to discredit you. Harry, please forgive me and allow me to tell your story and set the record straight. Harry and Susan sat there quietly. Harry finally said, "This is going to change some things, isn't it?" Amelia said, "Probably, but it might be a good idea to grant Rita the interview and tell your story. And I mean the whole story." Harry looked up and said, "Let us think about it. If we agree, I would like you to be there as our advisor and to control the interview." Susan spoke up and said, "Love, you don't have to reveal everything. I think your meeting with your mother could be glossed over. There is no need to share that information." Amelia looked confused and asked, "So you did have a meeting with Lily?" Harry smiled and told her all that had happened while he was away. At the end of the tale, she looked at them incredulously and finally said, "Susan is right. That is news that does not need to be shared. I don't think the world needs to know the secret behind your power. Pass it on to your children. I think Bearclaw and Ragnak are already aware of it through Lily's journals." Susan said, "Our first family secret." Harry looked confused until Susan said, "Love, every family has magical secrets. We have yet to discover most of them as of yet, but this will be the first secret of our family's magic." Harry nodded and said, "Whatever you say, Lady Susan. Now, what about the repercussions from the article today?" Amelia said, "Shouldn't be much. Unless you do the article and reveal your new status, no one will know. That until Wednesday, when it will come out when I put forward your proxies." Harry started to say something when Susan laid a hand on his and said, "Love, the article may be for the best. This article already suggests that you were the one to defeat Valdi." He cut her off and said, Yes, baby, I know that, but we can tell our story at a point when public opinion of you is at its greatest. It would also help sway the opinion of the public in the upcoming trial of the Weasleys and Albus." Amelia added, "I think that it would also help to ease any backlash from the public when you finish settling some debts owed to you." Harry asked, "Auntie, what are your plans for the future?" Amelia smiled and said, "Funny you should ask that, as it has been on my mind a lot lately. With the threats quickly coming to an end, I thought I would start training a replacement. You, my dear nephew, have shown me that my duty resides with my family and not the ministry. I was thinking that I could enjoy being a grandmother, and if you desire it, remain the public face of our family." Susan snickered and said, "Are you really ready just to be a grandmother?" Amelia paled and said, "Oh crap, I just remembered what you said. Just how many children do you plan on having?" Susan smiled and said, "Well, Auntie, our plan is to at least restart the main lines and reforming the ancient houses. We feel that we control too much and would like to split the lines once again." "How many?" "Anywhere from 8 to 12 boys. However many girls come along will be fine with us as well." Amelia was stunned. "You plan on being pregnant for the next 20 years?" Susan laughed and said, "Merlin, no. Lily taught Harry a charm to aid in the conceiving of multiples. We will probably do this every few years. We have also decided that every child will be a Potter first and then named with their house. Our firstborn will be Potter Blackbones, and even as they are adults will remain Potterbones or such." Amelia said, "I'm impressed. You two have really planned for this and thought this through." Harry smiled and said, "Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? We actually sit and talk a lot of times." Amelia blushed and said, "Well, that's good to know. Have you two decided anything for Hogwarts?" Susan said, "Other than not wanting to return, we were thinking that a change in leadership might solve most of the problems. The only thing we were really thinking about was expanding the curriculum and offering more classes. We thought that runes and arithmancy should be taught earlier. That would give Newt students the opportunity to learn warding, curse breaking, and much more. We had thought that the last 2 years could be in apprenticeships for masteries, or even wand crafting and broom crafting. Amelia said again, I'm impressed. Harry smiled and said another thing that could be done is to have an 8th and 9th year to further educate and train students. You know, it might even be possible to offer a full healer course and apprenticeship and do it in partnership with St. Mungo's. I thought that we could even offer masteries. Amelia was glowing at their ideas and pulled out a piece of parchment and spelled it to catch up and then continue on. She looked up at them and said, don't stop now. Susan said, first and foremost, it will take a person with vision to do this. It will take someone willing to do the absolute best for their students. Harry said, whoever takes the headmaster slot needs to know that their job will be to put this dream into reality. But at the same time, they will have a deputy to handle administration who will have a support staff to help. I also would like to see the schools set up like many Muggle universities. That would mean hearing enough staff to form departments for each subject with department heads. It would also allow early apprenticeships along with research. Susan added, I think we could do the same for the crafting side as well. It may even be possible to have the unspeakables get involved with the research done at the school. It would also give them a chance to recruit and guide early. Amelia stared at them for a minute and said, you are proposing quite a bit. How would we fund it and where would we put it? Harry said, currently, the castle is only being used at a quarter or half capacity. Much of the castle is closed off and not accessible. I suggest we open it back up. Amelia said, how do you propose to do that? Susan said, we will just adjust the wards of the castle to do so. Harry said, due to yesterday's efforts, since we ended the Slytherin line, we now have full control. As far as funding it goes, we have access to the founders' vaults. They can be used as they were intended to educate another generation. There may be a draw on the funds at first, but once we get it all up and running, those funds will replenish and grow. If that is not enough, with the inclusion of the apprenticeship programs, I'm sure the school could be subsidized by interested companies and institutions. I could see St. Mungo's providing staff for the training if it meant that the problem with a lack of healers was about to be eliminated. Same goes with Aurors, Unspeakables, and every other field out there. Hell, just having a decent and encouraging potions master will make all the difference in the world. Amelia said, this is just incredible. If these dreams could become a reality. Susan cut her off. With the right people, they will. That is where you come in. You may be our public face, but you will be the driving force behind all this. Amelia smiled and said, you do know me well, don't you? Susan said, yes, Auntie, I do. I know how tired you are of dealing with the incompetence in the ministry. And I thought that a new challenge would be just the thing. Just because this challenge coincides with our vision for the future is just a bonus, as my husband is fond of saying. I also think with the rapport you have developed with Ragnarok and Bearclaw, the three of you could figure out the financing. Harry said, the future of our world rests with bringing together the intelligent magical species. Eventually, we would like all magical species to be able to learn at Hogwarts. I know that will be difficult at the present, but to have teachers from the other magical races will be a huge step in the right direction. One last thing, whoever leads the school will be required to implement a no-tolerance policy. Bigotry, racism, blood purity, and bullying will not be allowed to flourish there again. Susan nodded and said, Auntie, we know we are asking a lot. I'm sure it will take years to implement this plan. The only point we expect to be done at once is the no-tolerance policy. Amelia looked at her watch and said, you have given me a lot to consider. There is no question as to whether I want this opportunity. This job is enormous and will take a lot of time, and I truly want to be able to spend time with my family. Susan said, well, The Bones wing is finished. I think you should put Bones Manor in stasis for the time being and just move in here." Amelia teared up and said, "I would like that. The manor hasn't been the same since you moved out, even though it has only been a week or so." Harry stepped around the table and said, "We would love to have you here, but that does create a dilemma." Susan asked, "What's that, love?" Harry smirked and said, "We are going to have to hurry if we want to christen that wing before she moves in." Susan laughed as Amelia rolled her eyes. Susan said, "I like the way you think, my love. Maybe we should start this afternoon." Harry smiled and said, "I think we have some head of house duties to attend to first." Susan asked, "What?" Harry glanced at Amelia and said, "I think it is time for a few letters to be written." Amelia said, "I don't think you should burn too many bridges at once." Susan snappily said, "Forgive my rudeness, Auntie, but why not? Where have these so-called friends and allies been? My husband just lost his godfather, and have they offered any condolences? Have they tried to help at all? No, all they did was turn their backs on him. At this point, we don't need them." Harry watched as Susan got fired up, and Amelia could not fault her for it. Harry came up behind Susan and hugged her. He whispered, "You are just so damn sexy when you get all fired up." Susan blushed and turned to kiss his cheek. Susan turned back to Amelia and said, "Auntie, I'm sorry. I lost my husband for a while yesterday, all because most of our world is too selfish to care for anyone but themselves. You said it best yesterday when you said you knew who our family's true friends were. As far as I am concerned, anyone else can just go screw themselves." Harry smiled and said, "Damn, another fiery Lady Potter. Life with you is going to be a lot of fun." Amelia smiled and said, "Apologies are not needed, my dear. I'm just used to the political maneuvering. And to be honest, I agree with you. You go write your letters, and I think I will go and bring a couple of witches down a few notches." Harry said, "Have fun with that." Amelia arrived at the Hogwarts gates and was allowed entry by Hagrid. He made small talk on the way up to the castle and even asked quite bluntly about Dumbledore and Harry. She rebuffed him, saying that she really couldn't discuss the matter with him, as it was an open case. Once at the doors, she thanked him and then made her way to Minerva's office, where Minerva and Pomona were waiting. As soon as she entered, she was greeted with hugs and asked if the stories were true. Amelia sighed and said, "Yes, Voldemort is dead for good this time. Yes, Harry was involved." Minerva looked at Amelia and said, "That is not what you came for, is it?" Amelia looked at her two dear friends and said, "No, it isn't." Pomona said, "Well, spit it out. No point beating around the bush." Amelia asked, "What do you two know of Mr. Potter's heritage?" Minerva looked down. Pomona said, "So what has that boy done now?" Amelia sighed again and said, "I had hoped for the best in this meeting, but I can see I was wrong and was blinded by our friendship." Minerva looked up and asked, "What do you mean?" Amelia said, "You Minnie knew all along and allowed Albus to play his games with Harry. Did you know that his best friends all turned against him at the end of the year? Did you know that Miss Granger had been enslaved by the Weasleys?" Minerva looked down in shame again. Amelia then turned to Pomona. She asked, "Did you encourage the torment and accusations of Harry in your own house?" Pomona said, "Who told you this? They are liars." Amelia said, "So now Susan is a liar." Pomona paled and Amelia started again. "Most of the betrayals have been revealed, and to think you once called yourselves friends to James and Lily. Were you in on the plans, from what I have gathered? It is my guess that all of you were trying to see Mr. Potter killed. Well, guess what? It finally happened. Yesterday, Harry was killed in his attempt to rid the world of Voldemort. What truly amazes me is that, despite all that has been done to him, he did it anyway." Minerva had tears running down her face, and Pomona was just staring at the ground. Finally, she raised her head and asked, "What does this have to do with Susan? And how could Mr. Potter have killed Voldemort if he was dead?" Amelia said, "Not that you really care, but my Susan stood beside Mr. Potter when all of his friends had turned their backs on him." Minerva said, "Why would she do this?" Amelia smirked and said, "Because, unlike the rest of you, she loved him." "How?" Amelia said, "They had connected as Bobbies and that connection remained. They had been attracted to each other since first year, but both were too shy to do anything about it. They grew closer during the and have remained at each other's side for the last several weeks." Minerva said, "His relatives would never allow it." Amelia smiled and said, "Hell, Minerva, his relatives were in on it from the beginning. Luckily, Lily didn't trust any of you and made plans that made Albus manipulations look like child's play. She wanted Harry with her sister, and she and James made fake wills just to manipulate Albus into doing as she wanted. Oh yeah, Sirius did the same thing. I guess you can imagine the surprise that awaited everyone on Friday." Minerva couldn't say anything. Amelia said, "Yeah, so Sirius emancipated Harry and left him his titles. As soon as he was emancipated, the Potter wills were read, and Harry was now Lord Harry James Potterblack. So Minerva, who does that make Harry now?" Minerva mumbled, "Along with all the other lines, he is now Lord Gryffindor and Lord Ravenclaw." "Exactly." Pomona said, "So where does Susan fit into this?" Amelia grinned evilly and said, "Pomona, who is Susan?" Pomona paled and said, "Lady Hufflepuff when she comes of age." Amelia said, "Okay, now we are getting to the good part. The staff at Hogwarts, with the exception of a few, have mistreated and suppressed the rightful heirs of Hogwarts. Now, when Harry took his titles, it activated a marriage contract." Pomona said, "You didn't." Amelia smiled and said, "Damn right I did. House Bones was quickly dying. It was the only way to see to the survival of my house. They are now the emancipated minors Lord and Lady Potter Blackbones, the rightful heirs to Hogwarts." Minerva said, "But you said he died." Amelia said, "Oh, he did. He was dead for about 6 hours. Well, that was until Lily sent him back." "Lily?" "Oh, yeah, and she is so looking forward to the day she is reunited with her friends after the wonderful job they did of looking after her son. Harry was killed in the attempt on Valdi as he was protecting Susan. In her fury, Lily ripped away Voldemort's core and created a backlash across the connection, which should have killed any marked Death Eaters. You might want to see if there is a pile of ash in Snape's quarters, by the way." She continued, "I watched as Harry died, Susan. Well, let's just say she wasn't too happy about it and called upon the sword of Gryffindor, which came to her by the way, and she beheaded the bastard." Both ladies just sat there stunned. Amelia smiled again and said, "By killing Voldemort, they earned the Slytherin title as well, so now they have full control of the castle. My friend Lord Ragnarok told me that." When Susan got fired up, she reminded him of Lily. "You know, I don't think I would have ever wanted to piss Lily off, and now knew pissed off Lady Potter in this life, just itching to have a go at you, and you have the same waiting for you in the next one. Two of the people she trusted above all others have done that. I am sorry to say that Susan has decided that you are no longer family, and that is my whole reason for this visit. I can no longer remain friends with you." Pomona crankily said, "So you are letting 2 teenagers dictate your life?" Amelia smiled. "Not at all. They offered me 3 new jobs that I believe I will find quite rewarding." Minerva asked, "May I ask what they are?" Amelia said, "Well, first, I am the family proxy in all titles and positions, and will be the public face of the family. My second job is that I will be a grandmother in about 9 months, and after all these years doing my duty, I think I will find it the most rewarding endeavor to date. My last job will be somewhat difficult. They have tasked me to create their vision of what Hogwarts should be." Pomona said, "And what is that?" "I can't even begin to describe it. They want to turn this school into the utmost in magical education. They want to be able to do it all as the founders envisioned. Sadly, they feel that most of the staff will have to be replaced as they hold no confidence in the current staff's abilities or honor. Well, that's not entirely true. They said they had no faith in them personally. Minerva was silently crying as Pomona stewed. Amelia said, Minnie, Harry said he had considered you his grandmother until the evidence against you kept piling up. All he really said about you, Pomona, was that after Cedric died, which hurt him deeply as they were close, you became another Snape to him. Susan is hurt the most that you would treat her husband that way, and has asked that you never contact her again. Minerva asked, aren't they returning to school? Amelia said, no, they may work to make it better, but they have both said that they no longer have the desire to put up with the people here. Amelia got up and said, as soon as a new headmaster is named, our first job will be to interview for all positions. If you choose to remain here, you will need to reapply, but according to the heirs, under no circumstance will you remain heads of houses. You both have failed too many times in your duties. Minerva asked, Amy, what of Albus? Amelia turned around and gave one of her rare smiles. She said, loyal to the end, I see. I'm not about to give away all my secrets. Harry and Susan spent the afternoon enjoying the pool. Harry had begged Susan to put on a swimsuit, as he needed to get a few things done, and her trying to get an all-over tan would definitely distract him. He thought he had won that battle until Susan reappeared in a bikini that was more string than bikini. Harry really didn't mind that so much as he did find his wife to be the most desirable woman in the world. Susan giggled at his reaction to the bikini and proceeded to tease him mercilessly as he tried to write. In the end, Susan got her way and had Harry so wound up that he picked her up and laid her on one of the lounge chairs. He waved his hand, vanished her strings, and then engaged in a quickie with his wife. Of not even 2 weeks. Once done, Harry made her put on a robe and help him finish writing the letter that he had been dreading. It took some time as Harry's attention was constantly distracted by the sight of Susan's legs and what lay just above the shortened hem of her robes. It took a while, but the letter had finally been finished and was sent winging its way toward its destination, clutched in Hedwig's talons, as they were sitting by the pool and enjoying the scenery and each other's company. A familiar gray owl soared down and landed in front of Susan. Susan took the letter he offered her and said, thank you, Eeyore. Harry snickered and asked, Eeyore? Susan giggled and said, yeah, Hannah had always had a thing for poo. Susan read the letter and said, oh no. What's wrong, baby? This isn't good news. Hannah responded to my invitation and asked if she could bring her new boyfriend. Oh, who is it? Neville. Harry frowned and said, oh. What should we do? I don't know. Surely he can't know that it's us. You haven't released her from the oath yet, didn't you? Tell her what happened. Yes, I did. And she asked to bring him anyway. Yeah, and since we just sent that letter, this won't be good. I'm sorry, love. Not your fault. It was Neville's for turning his back and hers for still choosing him after what I told her. I will just tell her it is family only, and if that is unacceptable to her, then she can just choose to not be here. I'm sorry, Susan. Harry James, it is not your fault. If this is her choice, then so be it. I chose you and will always stand with you no matter what. I just feel like you are giving up everyone for me. Baby, they chose to act that way towards my husband. Knowing what I do now, there is no way I could ever look at them the same again. Auntie feels the same way. When are you going to realize that? You will never be rid of me. I am carrying your children after all. With a dreamy grin, Harry said, yeah, I already know how lucky I am to have you. I guess I got used. To everyone, I loved either leaving or being taken away from me, and I sit waiting for the shoe to drop. Susan smiled and said, well, mister, that shoe will never ever drop. You are stuck with me for the next 100 years. Harry smiled and kissed her cheek. Only 100. I thought you loved me Susan grabbed him and kissed him deeply. "Oh, I do, my husband. Now let me show you how much." Lady Augusta Longbottom sat at her desk, reading a letter she had just received. The contents of the letter disgusted and horrified her all at once. She sat there for quite a few minutes and grew angrier by the minute over what she had learned. Finally, she called Ruth. An elf popped in and said, "How may Ruth help mistress?" "Do you know the location of my grandson?" "He be at Miss Abbott's, mistress." "Ruth, would you please go and tell him I need to see him immediately? If he tries to put it off, you tell him it is Longbottom family business." "Yes, ma'am, at once." She quickly popped out. Meanwhile, at the Abbott's house, Hannah and Neville were in a discussion. Well, that's not entirely true. Hannah was listening as Neville was pouring out his soul to her. Neville was close to tears, and it really didn't matter to him if Hannah saw him this way, as they, along with Susan, had been friends for years. He said, "I don't know what to do. I owe Harry so much, and how did I repay him? I just sat there and said nothing. Harry had just lost his godfather, and I didn't try to talk to him and see if he was okay. Hell, Hannah, we all owe him our lives. Yes, we followed him to the ministry, but when we were hurt, he fought on trying to protect us. I need to apologize to him. The guilt is killing me." Hannah hugged him and said, "Don't worry, Neville. I will help you however I can." At that moment, Ruth popped in and said, "Excuse me, Master Neville, but Lady Longbottom says to come home right now." Neville looked up and asked, "Is it urgent? Hannah is helping me with something." Ruth said, "Lady Longbottom be saying it is family business, and you needs to come at once." Neville sighed and said, "Tell her I am on my way." He got up as Ruth popped out and gave Hannah a hug. He said, "Thank you for listening. Thanks to my stupidity, you are probably my last friend." Hannah smiled and said, "It will all work out, Neville. Have faith." He gave her a half smile and went through the flue. As soon as Neville arrived in his grandmother's study, he knew something was wrong. He asked, "What's wrong, Gran?" She held up a letter and said, "I think you need to read this. Then I think we will be having a long talk." Neville took the letter and started reading. "My Lady Longbottom, it is with deep regret and a heavy heart that I write this letter. I have just recently inherited my titles, and in the process of reading the journals of the former Potter lords, I learned that our families have had a long-standing alliance. I was astonished to learn that your Frank and my father were raised as brothers, as had been the future lords of Potter and Longbottom for the last few centuries. In my research, I learned that it was understood amongst the old houses that at any time a Potter would have a Longbottom's back and vice versa above all others. Having been raised away from the magical world, my knowledge of it and my place in it has been somewhat lacking. I find that this is mainly due to two reasons. The first is that Albus Dumbledore and his minions thought it in their best interest to hide everything from me. The second is that those who had the knowledge and were duty-bound to assist me failed to do as their position required. I have to question the honor of certain individuals who have failed not only my family, but theirs as well. It was several weeks ago that I had the honor of having a Longbottom accompany me into a dangerous situation. I find that the stories were true, as a Longbottom protected my back and was the last one standing along with me at the end of the confrontation. After the confrontation, the headmaster thought it best to separate me and my friends and share some rather disturbing news. This was done as soon as I returned from seeing my innocent godfather killed and witnessing several of my friends being injured. I am not one to begin to fathom what goes on in the headmaster's mind, but as soon as I was able to get away from him, my thoughts were of my friends, and I used a family heirloom to sneak up to see them. I quietly entered the infirmary at Hogwarts and heard my name being mentioned and remained hidden. I had to stand there and listen to the 5 people I trusted most in this world speak of how dangerous and unstable I was. I also had to listen to them saying that they felt it would be best if they no longer associated with me. At the time, I felt it best if I left as quietly as I came, and they never knew I had been there. I had considered confronting them at first, but the damage had already been done, and for me the pain was too great. Upon reading my ancestors' journals, I realized something was very wrong. I must have, somehow in my ignorance, caused the alliance between our families to be voided. I went to Gringotts to see if this was the case, and was quite surprised when the document presented to me was still active. Due to the part the scion of House Longbottom played in these events, it is with deep regret that I revoke any alliances or treaties between our families. I have the utmost respect of you, Lady Longbottom, but I cannot in good conscience maintain an alliance with a house that has violated such a sacred pact with my family. I think my godfather said it best when he said, "Our choices define us." It is my opinion that the choices made by House Longbottom in my dealings with them fully prove that my actions are quite justified and in the best interest of my family. Respectfully, Lord Harry James Potter Blackbones. A shaking Neville finished the letter with tears running down his face. He received a harsh glare from Augusta, who said, "We have much to talk about, young man. You have either lied to me, or was it that you just conveniently forgot to tell me everything? I was so proud of what you had done as you had finally stepped forward into your rightful place. And now I find out that not only did a Longbottom turn his back on a Potter, but when you saw his lack of knowledge of our world, you didn't help him as was your sworn duty as a Longbottom. Right now, I am deeply offended and ashamed by your actions, as House Longbottom has always prided itself on its honor and doing its duty. You failed on both of these counts. As I was your teacher, it must have been some failure on my part." Neville was freely crying now and said, "No, Gran, it was not your fault. It was mine. I failed too. Remember the most important lesson. Always do what is right. I folded under the pressure of my peers." Augusta looked at him and said, "Let's see if I can guess right. 2 Weasleys, a Muggle-born named Granger, and the Lovegood girl. Am I right? They are not your peers, therefore you are above their petty opinions. The only opinion that should have ever mattered would have been Harry Potter's, and now through your actions or lack thereof, it is quite obvious what his opinion is of House Longbottom at this point." Neville vowed, "No matter how long it takes, I will make amends with Harry. I know I did wrong and have been trying to figure out a way to apologize." Augusta looked at him incredulously and said, "Just how thick are you? The family does have owls, don't we?" Neville just hung his head, incredibly embarrassed. Augusta said, "If you had acted at once, I'm sure everything would have been forgiven. A letter may not have been the best way to approach this, but it may have kept the two of you talking enough to work through this. As it is now, his friends have betrayed him, and from the rumors I have heard, he is not offering much forgiveness to those that have wronged him." "What have you heard?" "Neville, all I have heard is rumor at this point. You have proven that you do not have the maturity to deal with such things yet. Hopefully you will grow up soon and realize that Lord Black was correct. Our choices define us." Neville nodded. She said, "You have the remainder of the summer to think about it, as you are grounded to the manor. And that punishment includes your greenhouses." Neville said, "Yes, ma'am." As soon as Hedwig returned, she was sent off on another delivery. Harry grabbed Susan's hand and led her on a walk through the gardens. They strolled around holding hands and sharing little kisses for an hour or so, until it was time to get ready for dinner. Their family had arrived, and an enjoyable time was held by wizards and goblins alike. Harry and Susan were thrilled to have those people. They considered their family and their home, and made sure everyone felt welcome. Ragnarok, Bearclaw, and Harry would often start off on their own conversations and truly enjoyed each other's company. Harry confirmed many of Bearclaw's suspicions and was impressed by Bearclaw's grasp on his mother's theories. Amelia was included in the discussion as it turned towards Hogwarts. When it was revealed that Harry and Susan would not return, Ragnarok offered some of his staff to tutor them for their NEWTS. Amelia then produced the parchment of Harry and Susan's ideas, which were well received and considered to be a large step in the right direction. The topic turned to finances and Amelia's concerns over how they would do all of this. Ragnarok and Bearclaw glanced at each other and started laughing. Harry asked, "Okay guys, what is the joke?" Ragnarok said, "Well, Harry, it seems that killing Valdi gave your family the claims over the Slytherin title." "Yes, we kinda figured that." "Well, you also have access to Slytherin's vault, which has remained untouched in a millennium. And while the value was quite large, it has had 1,000 years to gain interest. I would dare to say that you won't have to worry about financing your ideas." Amelia smiled and said, "Excellent." Ragnarok said, "It gets better. You see, the founders had a provision put in their accounts that added a sum to another vault each year from each of their personal vaults. The provision stated that when the founders' heirs were united and had a similar vision to their own for Hogwarts, Vault 6 would be activated, and those funds would be available to fulfill that vision." Harry said, "That's great. I'm not going to even ask how much is there, and I hate to ask, but could you two work with Amelia to make all this a reality?" Ragnarok said, "It would be our honor to assist in such a bright future for all the magical races." Harry and Susan smiled. Both said thank you at the same time, which earned several chuckles followed by a few minutes of silence. Susan said, "If you will excuse me, Hannah has been staring a hole into me for a while and I'd better see what she wants to talk about." Hedwig had landed at the odd house that was the home of Zeno and Luna Lovegood. When Luna saw her, she went over to speak with Hedwig, and Luna's attempt at petting her ended in a bloody finger. Luna thought it odd and asked, "Do you have a letter from Harry for me?" Hedwig's response was to turn her back on the girl and take flight once again, landing in front of Zeno. While he was working at his desk, Zeno untied the letter and gave Hedwig a pat on the head and a freshly preserved dead mouse he kept in a jar on his desk. He asked, "Why did you bring a letter to me from Harry? Why not take it to my daughter?" Hedwig responded in a mournful hoot and flew out the window. Zeno felt a wave of unease pass through him and unsealed the letter and sat back to read it. "Mr. Lovegood, I find I must void our agreement from earlier this year. I ask that you refrain from writing any articles about me, and I will not be granting any more interviews to the Quibbler. Due to recent overheard conversations, I feel that any articles produced by a member of your house will be less than truthful and not in the best interest of my family. Respectfully, Lord Harry James Potter Blackbones." Zeno looked at the letter in thought for a few minutes. Truth be known, he was just about to contact the young man in question and ask him for another interview, but on the events that happened at the Dom, now he had been asked not to write of Harry, who featured heavily into the article, Zeno thought. Hell, he was the article. He finally called out, "Moonbeam, can you come up here, please?" Luna appeared in her father's office and asked, "What is it, father?" "I have just received some disturbing news, and it seems your friend Harry no longer wants to be associated with the Quibbler. From the sounds of it, he thinks we would print lies about him." Luna's eyes widened even more than normal and asked, "May I see the letter?" The letter was handed to her, and he saw her eyes water as she read. When the comment was made about overheard conversations, tears were flowing down her cheeks. Zeno was stunned, as he had not seen her cry since her mother died. He finally asked, "What is wrong, Moonbeam?" She related the story of what had happened in the infirmary after the Dom incident. Zeno listened intently as she described what had been said. As she finished, she said, "I am such a fool. Harry was the first friend besides Ginny that I ever had. He stood up for me and looked after me, and I repaid him by turning my back on him. The others were only nice to me because he considered me a friend, and I chose to follow them instead of him. Zeno looked up at his crying daughter and said, "I don't think I have ever felt this way before, but I am deeply ashamed of you at this moment. True friendship is a gift that once it is broken, can never be fully repaired. I think you need to go think on your actions." "Yes, father, for what it is worth. I am ashamed of my actions as well." "As you should be. If the rumors I am hearing are true, Lord Potter is not allowing much in the way of second chances. Those who have wronged him are finding this out in many ways." "What do you mean, father?" "Well, first off, he signed his name Lord Potter Blackbones. That would mean that he has inherited the titles left to him by his father and godfather. He also has the title of Lord Bones. The only way this could have happened is if he married into the family and there were no male heirs. Susan Bones is a student at Hogwarts. She and Harry were rather friendly during the DA. If they have married, and I would guess that is the case, the only way you may be able to bridge the gap you caused is through her, and so it may be best to approach her once school begins. I also see that Harry's owl was less than pleased with you as well." "Yes, father, Hedwig is very protective of Harry and will not hesitate to show her opinion of others. I will go consider my actions and your advice." He nodded to her as she left and sunk back into his own thoughts. He was glad she had realized her mistakes and showed regret, but was deeply bothered by her actions. He had never tried to be controlling with her, but he may have to put his foot down and restrict association with the weasel family. He had allowed his Luna and young Ginny to be friends, as it seemed Ginny was unlike the rest of her family, but that was proving not to be the case. He knew his daughter's only hope would probably be through Susan, but felt that if she truly loved him, she may be more offended by the actions of the 5 young idiots than Harry was. He shook his head out of his thoughts and went back to reading the tips he had received concerning the adult Weasleys and Headmaster Dumbledore. When he read further into them and discovered who these events were centered around, he cursed and threw the parchment into the no pile. He knew the no pile would grow larger and larger day by day, thanks to his daughter and those idiots she called friends. The dinner party at Marauder Manor had moved into the sitting room and had continued to grow in mirth and spirit. Susan had asked to be excused for a few minutes to have a private discussion with Hannah. Once she was out of the room, Ragnock and Bearclaw mercilessly teased a blushing Harry on his proposed hostile takeover of the world of ladies' lingerie. Harry finally fired back, "You just want a piece of the action. I saw you ogling the catalogs imagining your wives in such outfits. I think you are just jealous that you had to wait for me to make overtures into the Muggle world." Everyone grew quiet at what Harry said. Amelia just smiled, but the Abbotts grew nervous as they did not know the true extent of Harry's relationship with the goblin leaders. They grew equally nervous as they saw the feral grins on the faces of the other goblins. Ragnock and Bearclaw looked at him for a minute before they threw their heads back in laughter. Ragnock finally said, "Ah, Harry, you know us too." Well, the conversation in the other room was not going well. As soon as they were in private, Hannah turned on Susan and said, "How could you?" "What?" "The letter you sent to Neville's grandmother. I got an owl from him explaining everything. He says he is grounded until school begins and I will not be able to see him. You did this on purpose to make sure I wasn't happy." Susan replied, "The letter had already been sent before I received your request. There was nothing we could do at that point. I am sorry, Hannah." "No, you're not. You got the man of your dreams and have done nothing but try and keep Neville and me apart." Susan said, "Hannah, I swear everything I told you was the truth." Hannah screamed, "I know it was. He was sitting at my house in tears over what he had done when his grandmother summoned him. I had promised him that I would help him any way I could, but you made me swear that damn oath, and I couldn't say anything without revealing your secret." Susan calmly said, I know that and I apologize, but you know we had good reason. Bullshit. You just wanted to be able to whore yourself to him in private before anyone else could get their hands on him. Slap. Hannah looked stunned as Susan stood there glaring. With barely contained fury, Susan said, "You may be my best friend and even sister, but you will not speak to me like that. If you had asked if we had a good sex life, I would have answered with a big grin and a yes, but I love my husband dearly just as he loves me. I had wanted this to be a celebration, as not only did we defeat that bloody dark bastard, but now I am carrying my husband's children. Yes, children. My husband has been betrayed by everyone he held close, and I will not do that as well. They chose to do and act as they did while my husband was the one who suffered. I will have no part of that or of the people who caused him pain. If you must. No, I am desperately in love with my Harry. Yesterday, after he tried to rid our world of Voldemort, he died trying to save me. I lay there with his dead body for 6 hours until Magic herself blessed us and returned him to me. If you have problems with our relationship, then screw you. Hannah meekly said, "Sue, I'm so sorry." She turned and stormed out of the room, followed by a sheepish-looking Hannah. When she got back into the main sitting room, she called Dobby and said, "Miss Abbott was just going home. Will you see that she gets there?" "Yes, mistress." Hannah said, "Susan, I'm so sorry." Susan glared at her once again and icily said, "Miss Abbott, I heard you the first time, but I don't think that this, how was it you put it? Oh, yeah, this whore deserves your apologies. If it is any consolation, I hope things work out between you and Neville. I can't think of two people who are better suited for each other. If you would all please excuse me." Susan quickly ran from the room. At the word whore, Harry was on his feet and radiating power. He said, "I'm sorry to say that this party has suddenly come to an annoying halt. Lords and ladies and other guests, please excuse me as I attend to my wife. Lady Amelia, would you be kind enough to honor me by seeing to the farewell formalities to our guests?" "I would be honored, my lord." With a nod, he turned to go take care of Susan. Hannah sobbed and said, "Harry, please tell her I'm sorry." Harry stopped in mid-stride and turned back to Hannah. He said, "You knew everything that had happened, and despite you having the facts, you made your choice. I can accept you insulting me after second year. I should expect it from you." She flinched, however. "I will not accept you insulting my wife. If you should do it again in my presence, be prepared for the consequences, as this is my one and only warning." Dobby had the good sense to pop her out at those words. Before he left after dropping her at her house, Dobby said, "You have hurt my mistress and in turn hurt my master. If you should ever upset her again, Tizzy, Winky, or I will make your life miserable. If you doubt their love for each other, let me clear something up for you. Yesterday, my master died protecting my mistress. We were fortunate that Magic smiled upon them and sent him back, but their life together to date has been anything but peaceful. Upon my return, you will be removed from the wards of my master's manor, so do not try and return." With that said, he popped away. Amelia stood and said, "I'm sorry to see this evening end, as I found it truly enjoyable up until just now. If you will allow me to show you out, I would like to go see to my niece." Ragnock and the goblins stood and he said, "It was truly enjoyable. I hope we can do it again soon. Go see to your family, as family is everything." Amelia bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord." As the goblins left, they sent several glares in the direction of the abbots. They stood and approached Amelia. Lord Abbot said, "Please offer my house's sincere apologies to Lord and Lady Potter over the actions of my daughter." Amelia nodded and escorted them to the flue. As they were leaving, Amelia sadly said, "I would advise not returning until you are invited." Both adult abbots nodded sadly and said, "We understand. We will go try and see if we can locate our daughter's brain. It is evident that she did not bring it with her tonight." After a half smile from Amelia, They stepped into the flue. Amelia tore off after the kids and found them in the master suite. Harry was holding her in his arms as she cried. She joined them on the bed and wrapped her arms around both of them. Her tears joined theirs as she thought about all that they had been through. The next day, Harry received a note from Bearclaw saying that Hermione's magic had recharged and was now able to partake in the ritual. Harry looked at Susan and said, "Might as well get this over with. Dobby." "Yes, Master Harry." "Can you take me to Ron?" Silently. Dobby thought for a second and said, "Yes, sir. They tried to ward against it, but I can feel a way in and out. Let's go." They popped into the living room of the burrow, where Ron was sitting between his brothers and talking. It was obvious they didn't hear them appear, and Harry said, "Hello, Ron," right before putting all three of them in a body bind. Harry said, "There has been a change of plans, and that is why I came for you so soon. You see, the goblins discovered a ritual that would undo the damage you did to Hermione. Sadly, I don't think you will survive the ritual, but that is really not my care or concern. From what I was told, it drains you of your magic, life force, and blood to restore her magical control, virginity, and erase the memories associated with it. Personally, I don't see it as too much of a sacrifice, but that is just my opinion." Ron tried to say something, and Harry released his mouth to speak. Ron screamed, "You can't do that. I'm a pureblood, and she is just a filthy little mudblood." Harry smiled and said, "You and your family tried to take my life and inheritance from me in one way or another, since you did manage to steal from my vaults and then turn my sister against me. In my opinion, and by goblin law, your lives belong to me. I am just calling the payment due before any of you once again try to do something against me or my family. You're just a half-blood. You don't really matter either." Harry glared at him and said, "That is where you are wrong, but you are entitled to your opinions. Not that it really matters, for you will soon be atoning for you crimes and sins. Dobby, take this filthy name to Bearclaw and then return for me. I would like to have a word with these two." "Yes, master." He grabbed Ron's arm roughly and popped away. Harry turned back to the twins and said, "I have no issue with you personally, except for what you did to Hermione. I have no proof, but I'm pretty sure you had something to do with what happened to her. If evidence were to ever surface revealing your part in it, I would gladly pay the debt you owe Ragnarok, just so I can hire a team of goblin assassins to permanently end your existence. I hear they can be quite brutal and cruel to thieves and rapists before they finally complete their assignment." They looked at him and gulped. Harry smirked and said, "Good, I'm glad you understand my position." Dobby popped back in and took his master's hand. Harry said, "The body bond will release once I leave. Have a nice life." Dobby popped him back into Susan's waiting arms. She hugged him and asked him how it went. His reply was, "You know, purebloods really are stupid. They were hiding behind crap wards, and when they didn't hear us pop in, I just put them all in body binds. Dobby delivered the piece of crap, so that leaves Remus and the trial. Since tomorrow is the full moon, after Wednesday, our lives will be our own." She kissed him and said, "Good, I'm tired of sharing." At breakfast the next morning, Amelia asked them if they had considered the interview. Susan replied, "Yes, we have, and decided that if we do it, it will be after school starts back. Right now, we just want to get all this behind us and start living our lives together without this shadow hanging over us." Amelia nodded and said, "I understand and I won't push. I had just thought it might help with the trial tomorrow, but it shouldn't matter with all the evidence we have. So what are your plans for today?" Harry said, "Well, I thought that I would chase my beautiful naked wife around the pool and house most of the day, and then maybe go visit some old friends tonight." Amelia raised an eyebrow and said, "Full moon." "Yep. Just be careful. 2 adult werewolves might be a little overwhelming." Harry grinned and said, "Neither of you need to worry. Both of them together are no match for Slash." Susan said, So when am I going to meet Slash? Harry smirked and transformed. Amelia said, holy shit. Susan just sat there with her mouth hanging open. Harry transformed back with a wide grin on his face. He asked, so do you think I will have any problems with two mere werewolves? Amelia just said, no, I don't think so. Susan sat there for a minute and said, you make quite a handsome red griffin, Harry. He smiled and said, did you notice my special feature? Both shook their heads no, and he only transformed his hand into a paw with silver claws. He said, thanks to Dad's journal, I learned how to form the silver claws just for Remus. That evening brought a slight argument between Harry and Susan, as she wanted to go with him too. Take care of Remus and Tonks. Harry finally said, baby, first, I don't want you to have to see me do that. Second, I don't want to have to worry about you being attacked. You have to consider our sons. Sweetheart. You're right, Harry. I just don't like you going anywhere without me. Last time, baby, I promise. I'll hold you to it, mister. He kissed her and said, Dobby, have you located them yet? Yes, sir. They are hiding in Dogfather's basement. Harry smiled and said, even better, if you would. Grab Creature once we get there, and we will take care of that little bastard at the same time. They popped into the basement at Grimmauld Place and found two werewolves in the middle of some really sick animal sex. Harry, having a very aggressive wife, sat back and watched for a few minutes to get some ideas. After a few minutes, he startled the two werewolves out of their mating rites with a few stinging hexes to their privates. When he had their attention, he said, did you really think that I would not keep my word? I am not one of Dumbledore's stooges like you, as I keep my promises. You know, I think I am going to enjoy this. I mean, two dangerous creatures broke into my house, and now I find I must defend my home from them. Not only that, but you took away most of the challenge by taking the wolfsbane. I found out that if I killed you in your human forms, you had a 50-50 chance of your souls finding peace or being eternally damned. As it is, you are in your cursed form and can only go straight down to hell where you belong. They both looked at each other and then charged Harry. Harry quickly transformed, and once they saw him, they stopped short. With one silver-clawed paw, Harry swiped across Tonk's neck and ripped her head off. Remus backed off and Harry turned back to himself. Harry said, so Remus, how does it feel to have someone you love being taken from you? Well, I know you can't talk, so let me just say, I know better than anyone, thanks to you helping set up my parents. And Sirius. Not only that, I know you had a hand in turning Hermione against me, so in payment I think I will rip away a piece of you at a time, just like you did to my family, and in turn, my heart. Harry transformed again and slashed his paw across Remus' chest. The slash from his silver claws wouldn't kill Remus, but would make him wish for death from the pain. Harry changed again and continued taunting Remus. He said, oh, did I hurt you? Too bad, but it is kind of pitiful. No wonder you had to run to Dumbledore. The other werewolves would never accept you, because you were too big of a coward, along with being the biggest submissive I've ever seen. I mean, really, you turned Tonks, but yet she was dominating you. I'll bet Dad and Sirius have been having quite a few laughs at that. Remus growled, jumped up, and charged Harry. Harry changed again and took another swipe with his paw, removing Remus' left arm. One of the werewolves' advantages was their quick healing, but the silver of Slash's paws negated that advantage, and Remus started bleeding out. Harry then took another swipe and removed his right arm. He changed back and started taunting him again. Yeah, all your friends are not around to help the big bad wolf. Not surprising, since you set up your oldest friends for death. I don't know if you know, but I have been repaying everyone's betrayal. I find that the eye for an eye method is quite therapeutic. As Remus lay there bleeding, Harry continued, let's see, hopefully Albus, Molly, and Arthur will meet the Vale tomorrow. I had thought about using that option for you too, but it would be way too easy on you. Let's see. I stripped the Weasleys of their family magic and name by making Arthur do it in repayment for the life debt. Bill tried to curse Fleur and force her to have sex with him. I think he will join his parents as well for attempted line theft. It seems her father is high up in the French ministry and took offense at his actions. Percy raised his wand at me in Gringotts and lost his head. Not that he used it much anyway. It was sad to watch Ginny die as I required her life in payment for the life she owed me. Who else? Oh yeah, Ron, he is paying with his life and magic as we speak. Funny enough, it was some ritual my mum had discovered that would return everything Hermione had lost. Mum had also discovered a way to reverse your condition. If you hadn't been such a traitorous bastard, you would have been free of the curse years ago. It will be offered free of charge by Gringotts to those they deem worthy. By the way, Valdi is now dead along with all his marked Death Eaters, including Snivelus. I know own a joke shop. Sirius would be so proud. I took everything from them, including their research, for what they did to Hermione. Remus just looked up at Harry and shuddered. As he finally saw the vengeful James, he remembered shining through in his son. He was growing weaker and weaker as he bled out. Harry transformed one hand into a paw and swiped his legs, removing them at the knee. Harry said, Hermione is going to get better but will never be a part of my life again. She made her choice even though it wasn't her choice to be a sex slave for the Weasleys and the Order. I have all of you to once again thank for that. Oh yeah, last but not least, a little push from me and Minerva. Pomona, Mad Eye, Kingsley, Hestia, and Emmeline have all lost their positions thanks to having their heads buried so far up Albus' ass. I think I did some pretty good work in a very short time. Remus just whined at Harry. Harry finally said, well, I would say watch out for my parents, but you won't be anywhere near where they are. Enjoy the afterlife, Remus. Harry changed once again and ripped Remus open from his neck to his groin. When Remus continued to linger on, Slash thrust his paw into Remus' chest and pulled his heart out. He dropped the heart and it landed with a thud as Remus' eyes were wide with shock. Harry changed back and looked upon the scene quite disgusted, yet at the same time satisfied. He called for Dobby, who brought a kicking and screaming creature with him. Harry looked at him and said, Creature, you betrayed your last master. I, Lord Black, sentence you to a dishonorable death based on your failure to the House of Black. So mote it be. Creature screamed as his magic started killing him. Dobby tossed the body to lay with the other traitors. Harry said, Dobby, do me a favor, burn this place to the ground. I never want to see it again. Dobby said, as you wish, master. He grabbed Harry's hand and they both vanished. When they arrived back at Marauder Manor, Harry found Susan waiting for him in their bedroom. She kissed him, stripped him, and led him to the shower. She spent most of the time holding him as he cried over what he had done. After she washed him completely, she toweled him off and then led him to bed. In a small voice, Harry asked, What have I done? Susan hugged him tightly and said, Baby, you did what you had to do for our family. You are the lord of 3 ancient and noble houses for a reason. You did as our families have always done and protected the family. Nothing has changed. I still love you. Susan pulled him close as he succumbed to sleep. As she finally drifted off, Dobby came in to watch over the hurting couple for the night. He could feel the guilt and sorrow through the bond and wanted to remain close just in case. Amelia had done as the kids had suggested and closed up Bones Manor until a new Lord Bones could take it over. She had her house elves move all her things to the Bones wing of Marauder Manor and had put them to work right alongside the Potter elves. She had also worked out a schedule where the Bones elves would all go once a week to maintain and clean her family home. She had activated the stasis wards on the manor to keep it preserved and only accessible by Bones elves. That next morning found her sitting across from a somber couple. Susan looked tired while Harry's eyes were rimmed in red. She took a deep breath and asked, I'm guessing from your appearance that it is now my turn. How did things go? Harry quietly said, as good as can be expected. The whole thing kind of scares me with how easily I just ended them. Amelia said, that is good in a way. I would much rather see you regretting what you had to do than taking pleasure in it. Harry said, but that is part of the problem, Auntie. I may not have done it with my wand, but before I killed Remus, I tortured him with words. Susan pulled him closer, and Amelia said, I see. So just what did he say? He told her everything he could remember, and after a few minutes she said, Harry, I want you to put this in perspective. It may have been torture to him, but in reality all you did was tell him the fates of those who betrayed you and your parents. It may well be that what you said caused him to regret his actions and begin the process of your healing. Let me ask you a question. What did you do once it was done? Harry said, Dobby brought me home, and I held Susan the rest of the night. Amelia smiled and said, then I would think you have nothing to fear. You turned to your love to see you through. The darkness that had crept inside you never stood a chance in the light of your love. Harry nodded, and Susan turned to kiss him. She said, Harry, I guess you never have to worry then, because I will always be beside you. Harry smiled and kissed her back. Susie, that is one thing I do know. You have beaten it in my head enough lately that I will never forget it again. I'm so lucky to have you. I feel the same love. Amelia smiled and said, since that is settled, you two need to be in the atrium by 9:30 and meet Senior Auror West. He will lead you to a room until the time that you will claim your titles. Even though you cannot vote, your presence will have a huge effect. She smiled evilly. I have taken it upon myself to rearrange the seats and have placed all of the family's seats together in a block. I put the Potter and Bones seats side by side so that you may sit beside each other. Harry asked, why? I mean, I would sit beside Susan no matter what, but why the block of seats? Susan smiled and said, my dear husband, don't you see? It is a power play to show everyone else just who holds the power. If I were to guess, in the top row, the founders' seats next would be Potter, Black, Bones, and Peveril. Then below us would be the lesser houses. While the lesser houses will be numerous, it is the seats in the top 2 rows that will make the others take more notice. Amelia smiled and said, very good, Susan. It also adds a layer of protection from everyone else if you are seated in the middle of this protection. Amelia looked at Susan and nodded. Susan said, yes, Harry, no one can use the seat of another house. Basically, Auntie just isolated us from the other members. Harry asked, but don't we need the other houses get things done? Amelia said, yes, we do, but that is my job. Susan said, it won't matter anyway, my love, as those sheep will be falling all over themselves trying to earn our favor. Amelia laughed and said, yeah, there's that too. This is just a show of power, and who has it? Your presence should swing the conviction we desire just to please you. Harry said, I have an idea and need your opinion. You have told me that except in special cases, women usually do not have a say in things and hold no real power. Amelia and Susan both nodded. Amelia said that was one of the reasons behind the contract. While Susan would always be Lady Bones, her husband would always hold the power. I was only able to act in her behalf as House Regent. Harry said, then it is time to change that, and I think I have a plan. How about we? Amelia said, daring, but I like it. It may tie into another plan of mine. At the end of the trial, I plan on. Susan smiled and said, then I guess our earlier plans need to be modified. Harry said, how so? Susan said, Harry, the changes we want for our world will not be done if we are hiding behind the scenes and pulling strings like Dumbledore. We need to be an active force in our world. I know our original plan was just so we didn't have to deal with people we didn't want to see, but as I see it, hiding away will not accomplish anything. We need to be standing in the front with our heads held high. Amelia grinned widely and said, bravo, now that is my girl. Now what about Hogwarts? With you both There, Phileas, who by the way accepted thanks in a large part to Bearclaw and Ragnarok, will have a much easier time. Susan glanced at Harry and said, "We will think about it. We have several weeks to decide." Amelia said, "If not attend, then at least make appearances showing your support of the changes we are making." Harry said, "That is the least we can do to support our changes. Maybe we could make an appearance at the welcoming feast. I was kind of looking forward to the goblin tutors and thought if we used them, Susan and I wouldn't be separated by our houses." Susan said, "Silly man, if we went back to Hogwarts, our status as heirs in addition to our being married would give us our own quarters." Amelia said, "We will talk of it later. I need to go to my office and prepare, and you two need to go get ready. I know how long it takes you both to shower and get dressed." Harry and Susan both blushed. Amelia laughed and said, "You will have to deal with some people that you would rather not today. I would suggest you go and prepare for the day ahead." It was 9:30, and the members of the Wisengamot were filing into chambers. They immediately noticed the change in seating arrangement, but said nothing as they made their way to their seats. Once everyone was seated, there were quite a few empty seats, which was made obvious by a rather large block of seats that sat empty. The Speaker for the House stood and said, hear ye, I now call this session of the Wisengamot. In the month of July of the year of our Lord of 1995, our continued privilege and honor, granted by Queen Elizabeth II. Lord Saul Greengrass stood as he banged his gavel. He said, "We have quite a few issues to deal with today, so if everyone will please settle down so we can get to business. First on our agenda is the matter of lines of succession. It seems that some of our former colleagues were in collusion with the self-titled Lord Voldemort, and upon their death, the titles passed to their eldest children. In some cases, the last-in-line clause has been activated. If our Aura Guards would be so kind and escort our new members into the chamber." 10 young lords and ladies were escorted in. They included Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, Montague, Knott, Vasley, Higgs, Macmillan, and McLagan. Lord Greengrass stood and said, "Welcome, young lords and ladies. At this time, please declare your name and house and swear your oath. You may then be seated after everyone is done." The 10 introduced themselves, and once they were done, started moving towards the large block of important-looking seats. An amused Lord Greengrass said, "Young lords and ladies, those are not your seats. Your seats are among the gallery, along with the other common lords and ladies." It was a very embarrassed group who went to sit in the gallery. Their parents had always bragged on how powerful their families were, and how they held important seats of power in the Wisengamot. Once they had taken their seats, Lord Greengrass stood once more. He said, "It is my honor to welcome this next young lord into our midst. So would the Aurors please escort him in." The Aurors left, and when the doors opened, there were gasps as Harry and Susan made their way forward with her arm wrapped around his. Lord Greengrass said, "Lord Potter, while it does happen, Lady Potter does not need to be present in these proceedings." Harry said, "My Lord Greengrass, first let me say that we are the Lord and Lady Potter Blackbones. My wife and I equally share the duties of heads of houses Potter, Black, Bones, Peveril, and the founders, along with numerous others. It may not have been a common occurrence before, but as I highly value my wife's counsel, she will always have a voice in the decisions relating to and affecting our houses. As it should be, her place is and always will be at my side." Greengrass smiled and noticed there was no protest in the gallery. He said, "I meant no offense, my lord." Harry said, "Thank you, Lord Greengrass. As I have come to learn, my lady has an intelligence which I could only one day hope to match. It is my hope that other lords would bring their ladies to these sessions, as with their influence, there is no limit to what we could accomplish." Amelia smiled as Harry had just secured Susan's position and thrown down the challenge to the other lords. Lord Greengrass said, I can see your point, as I too would be nothing without the support of my wife. And family, please take your places after swearing your oaths. Once Harry had led Susan to their seats, the jealous looks thrown their way by the 10 who had just joined did not go unnoticed. Lord Greengrass stood and said Lord Potter Blackbones, as the highest ranking member of this body, along with it being your first day, it is your right to be the first to have the floor. Harry stood and said, Thank you, my lord, but we feel that there are more pressing matters to attend to today than to listen to my agenda and views. With that said, I yield the floor to Madam Bones. Lord Greengrass said, By all means. Madam Bones, you have the floor. She rose and took the floor. Thank you, Lord Potter Blackbones. My lords and ladies, I have a serious matter which must have your full attention, in the aftermath of a matter which we will later discuss. William No Name, formerly Weasley, attempted to place Miss Fleur de Lacre under the imperious curse and force her into sexual relations. His intent was to impregnate her and force the issue of his becoming heir to the de Lacre. I bring this before you for trial, as the charge is attempted line theft and use of an unforgivable curse. Pansy stood and said, Why should this concern us? Is she not a French citizen? Amelia said, Milady, this concerns us as the crime occurred on our soil. It may also be of some concern, as her father is the French Minister of Magic, and therefore very interested in our reaction to this crime. Malfoy stood and said, again, Why does this concern us? Send the Velatrollop home and be done with it. A man rose in the visitors' area and said, So the Malfoy intelligence runs in the family. Lord Malfoy, you have just impugned the name de Lacre with your words. While I may not have jurisdiction here, it would be wise for you to never step foot in France once again. The Malfoy properties and finances that are hidden in France will be confiscated for this insult to House de Lacre and the Vela nation. A shaken Malfoy sat back down. His father had hidden a substantial amount of their wealth in France to shelter it from Voldemort along with the ministry. His immature words had cost him much this day. He glanced at Harry and saw the smirk adorned on his face. Amelia had the Aurors bring in Bill and then questioned him under Veritatum. His testimony pretty much sealed his fate. A privacy bubble was put in place around him as he watched the grim faces speaking. A few minutes later, the bubble was removed and Lord Greengrass said, Mr. No Name, this panel has found you guilty. Our sentence is 20 years in Azkaban and a 10,000 galleon fine to be paid to the de Lacre. Bill grew angry and started a Weasley rant. He yelled at Harry, This is all your fault. I will serve my 20 years, but rest assured, when I am RELEASED, I will be extracting vengeance upon you and your family. This I so swear. Harry stood and said, Bill, I really wish you had not done that. In accordance with the old laws, your threat just gave me power over your sentence. Your actions against Fleur are unforgivable and typical of the Weasley family. Since I have already ended your family and their magic, I think it only best that you join your siblings. Temporary Chief Warlock Greengrass, it is my right to request that his sentence be changed to the Veil, as he has made an active threat against the Lord of a most ancient and noble house. Greengrass looked over at Amelia, who nodded, and said, It shall be as you request, my lord. The Aurors led a screaming Bill from the courtroom to carry out his sentence. Every eye in the courtroom was on Harry. Many had sat up and taken notice before, but now everyone was well aware of how much power was held by the young lord and lady. Most of the junior Death Eaters could see the shift in power and knew they were in for a rough time after everything they had put Potter through at school. Amelia said, We have another matter that requires your attention and deals with similar charges. The previous trial had set the tone, and she hoped that no quarter would be given if they were found guilty. Amelia knew how slippery Albus could be and hoped it would be enough. Amelia smiled at this. She turned to her Aurors and said, Please escort in the accused. The Aurors left and returned with Albus, Molly, and Arthur laden with manacles and chains. The whole gallery gasped as they saw the former hero in chains, along with two of his most staunch supporters. Albus looked around the room and tried to play on everyone's emotions. He said, "Is this really necessary?" Amelia said, "It is in accordance to the charges that are being brought against you." Albus said, "And these charges are?" Amelia took the floor once again and said, "My lords and ladies, in the process of Lord Potter Blackbones inheriting his titles, there were many crimes discovered against the houses of Potter and Black. These crimes include theft, illegally violating the terms of a lord's will, child endangerment, unlawful binding of a child's core, willful suppression of two founders' heir rights, and the worst of all, attempted line theft. The three you see before you perpetrated these offenses, and it will be up to you to decide their guilt or innocence in this matter." Albus said, "Shall we get on with this then? I do have other matters that need attending." Amelia glared at him, as did the rest of the gallery. His attempt to show his own importance had caused a general feeling of outrage in the room, and now she knew that she definitely had an upper hand. She calmed herself, remembering that he was a slippery old bastard and would use any means to escape punishment and retain his controls. Lord Greengrass asked, "How do the accused plead?" Albus said, "Not guilty." Amelia smiled and said, "Lord and ladies of the court, most of the charges are not major offenses, but do add to the whole picture of just what wrongs have been done against Potter and Black. Did they steal from the Potter vaults? Yes, there is no question, as I have the proof in the form of sworn affidavits from Gringotts claiming the funds that were removed, when they were removed, and by whom. I also have the documentation from their retrieval efforts. They are handling this matter as they have deemed it an internal matter. From their investigation, a goblin was instrumental in their efforts and has paid for his treachery with his life. Mr. Dumbledore, do you have anything to say in response?" Albus said, "As Mr. Potter's magical guardian, it was my right to remove funds from his vault to deal with expenses concerning him." Amelia smiled. "Yes, am I to assume that your defense in this matter rests on this reason?" Albus said, "Yes, as his magical guardian, I was well within my rights to do these things." Amelia asked, "Mr. Dumbledore, do you have any documents to support your claims?" Albus said, "I don't need any. As Harry is Muggle-raised, my position as headmaster grants me the title automatically." Amelia said, "Yes, Lord Potter was Muggle-raised, but you violated the terms of the will of the former Lord and Lady Potter, allowing you to gain that position. Not only that, you have failed to turn in any receipts for the more than 4 million galleons you removed from the Potter estate." Albus slipped and said, "That will was not their true will." Amelia smiled and said, "So you admit you were aware of their will and chose not to follow their instructions?" Albus sat there knowing he had slipped. Amelia said, "Lord and ladies, I take his silence as confirmation. It is true that the former Lord and Lady Potter did make a will to manipulate Mr. Dumbledore into placing Lord Potter in a home that was supposedly against their wishes. Mr. Dumbledore then used the Muggle-born raised rule to gain control of Lord Potter, even though the will clearly gave guardianship to Sirius Orion Black. If you would allow me to explain something, the will witnessed by Mr. Dumbledore was a valid will until they decided to make another canceling out all previous wills. Guardianship in both wills was given to Sirius Orion Black." She stopped for a minute and took a sip of water. Amelia said, "In your capacity as his guardian, you used that so-called authority to bind his magic, along with place numerous charms on him. This in itself would not be so bad, but as everyone in this room should know, all bindings are required by law to be removed from the child when they enter Hogwarts or turn 11, whichever the case may be. I have another affidavit from Gringotts stating that they removed said bindings and charms 2 weeks ago at age 15. just several weeks shy of his 16th birthday. Malfoy stood and said, "Everyone knows that the goblins can be bought. Isn't anything for a price there?" "Moth." Amelia turned on him as Harry stood. In a low voice, Harry said, "Malfoy, you should really learn to keep your mouth shut. Did you not just lose a significant portion of your family fortune by slandering the Delacour? Nobody asked you, Potter." Amelia turned and said, "Enough. The affidavit was certified by Master Bearclaw and Lord Ragnarok. Does anyone want to question their integrity?" There were low murmurs all around the chamber. Amelia started again. "The next item is knowingly suppressing the rights of 2 heirs of the founders at Hogwarts. You and your staff did not grant the rights of Hufflepuff's heir to Susan Bones when it is a documented fact. In addition to this, Harry Potter was not informed of his heritage by his so-called magical guardian, and at the same time was not granted his rights. Do you deny this as well, Mr. Dumbledore?" Again she was met with silence. Amelia said, "Again, I will take that as confirmation of the fact. It seems since you declared yourself Lord Potter's magical guardian, you have failed in many if not all of your duties, but I guess your way out of that is that you weren't really his magical guardian." The murmurs among the crowd were growing louder, and Albus knew he would soon need to do something to gain an upper hand. Amelia said, "If all that wasn't enough, you coerced Lord Sirius Black into writing a will naming known werewolf Remus Lupin as Harry's magical guardian in the event of his death. At the same time, and this is where you made one of your biggest mistakes, you coerced Lord Black into naming Lord Potter's non-magical aunt and uncle as his legal guardians. In the end, it seems Lord Black manipulated you as well as he too followed James and Lily and created another will which invalidated the coerced one." She stopped to take a drink of water and let everything she had said sink in for a few minutes. When she came back, she was setting up for the kill. "We were made aware of all of Mr. Dumbledore's plans through the second will of Lord Sirius Black. In it he detailed everything he had heard and witnessed. During the will reading, Mr. Dumbledore fought fiercely against Lord Potter's emancipation. He knew that if that were to happen, all his schemes would come to light. It seems that Mr. Dumbledore, acting as Lord Potter's magical guardian, in collusion with Molly Weasley, set up a marriage contract between Lord Potter and Ginevra Weasley in an attempt to take the Potter name and fortune. If Mr. Dumbledore had been Lord Potter's magical guardian, he would have known that only a sitting Lord Potter may sign a marriage contract for a member of his house. The illegal marriage contract allowed the thefts from the Potter vaults by the Weasleys and gave them permission to use whatever means necessary to have the contract consummated. If Mr. Dumbledore had actually been Lord Potter's magical or legal guardian, he would have known that Lord Potter was already under contract and had been since he was a year old. Albus looked at her dumbly. She said, "I have shown you all that Mr. Dumbledore illegally assumed guardianship over Lord Potter. During the time he acted as Lord Potter's guardian, illegally, mind you. He allowed countless thefts from his family vaults, bound him and put tracking charms on him like he was a criminal, hid his rights and heritage from him, and then attempted line theft by entering him in an illegal marriage contract. I have a copy of said document, and the terms state that if Lord Potter were to die, all of the assets of House Potter would be transferred to the Weasleys. If you look at it in a different way, by signing the contract, he committed line theft by trying to usurp the title of Lord Potter. None of this includes the offenses against House Black and Lord Potter's other houses. The list against House Black is quite long and would take several hours to go through. After Mr. Dumbledore had his time to speak, I ask you to convict these common criminals. I'm not going to spend any real time on Arthur and Molly, no name due to the fact that their names were both on the contract and the vaults in which the stolen funds were placed." Dumbledore tried to stand, but as he was chained to the chair, He had to remain seated from a position of vulnerability. He said, Harry has a destiny different from all others. It is my job to prepare him for this, and if it meant taking certain liberties to ensure he lived up to his destiny, then so be it. The marriage contract was an attempt on my part to give him some happiness in his life. My intention was simply to place him with a loving family since he had lost his. As far as the bindings, they were necessary to keep everyone else safe. Harry has a tendency to lose his temper, and at his power level it would have been dangerous to others. I alone can guide him to fulfill his destiny. Harry stood, and the room went silent. He slowly walked down to the floor and stood in front of Dumbledore and the former Weasleys. He was soon joined by Susan, who took his hand to calm him. Before he could say anything, Susan lashed out at him. Special destiny, only you can help him. What? Rubbish. I am going to assume you are referring to the prophecy saying that Voldemort can only die by Harry's hand. Dumbledore said, Be silent, girl. There are things that are needed to be kept secret. Susan said, I am assuming you are referring to the power he knows not. Or could it be the Horcruxes? Albus was about to lose his temper. You should not know of these things. She laughed in his face. Oh, we forget. You have been in isolation these last few days. Voldemort is dead, old man. All his Horcruxes are destroyed. Impossible. Harry is still alive. Harry laughed and said, You, like many others, underestimated my mother. She figured it all out and showed us how to use the one in me to summon him and the others. You were right about one thing. Old man, it was the power of love that destroyed him. My mother's love, as well as Susan's and mine. And it was my hand that killed him. In fact, it was my right hand, namely Susan. Dumbledore looked at him in shock. Susan said, I am sad to say that we must thank you for something. When Harry left school this past year, he was quite agitated by your actions and inaction. During the year, my husband was on the verge of disappearing and leaving this world to its own fate. What you don't realize is that Harry also overheard his friends, or should I say your spies, as they were, in the process of betraying him. Then he witnessed your order bullying his uncle. All this separate would mean little, but when it was all compounded upon each other, it set off a chain reaction that allowed me to marry my love and bring us here today. Harry smiled and said, to top it off, our actions this last week have allowed some wonderful things to happen, the least of which is that with assuming the title of Lord Black and our destroying Voldemort, along with his marked Death Eaters, we now are the heirs to all four founders. Even if you somehow talk your way out of this, you will never return to Hogwarts to corrupt any more children. Harry grabbed Susan's hand and led her back to their seats. With a grin, she sat in his lap. A smiling Amelia stepped forward and said, You have heard all the evidence and Mr. Dumbledore's answer to the charges. I ask that you consider this evidence and come to a decision that will satisfy the affected parties. Lord and Lady Potter Blackbones, as you are the affected parties, you may not cast a vote, as it would be considered biased. Albus said, and the prosecution is not biased. Amelia said, I will not deny that I have strong feelings about this case, but I have provided the evidence as required by my position. I think I was fair in my presentation, and truth be known, I could have asked for testimony under truth serum. My advanced age would not allow for it. Yes, that is true, but Molly and Arthur would have done just as well. The fact that 3 of you are on trial for the same offense constitutes a conspiracy. Add to that the thefts and all the other charges and evidence against you, and the fact that these acts were made against the future lord of a most ancient and noble house adds to the penalties. If you feel I have prosecuted this case in a biased manner, I will be glad to reopen my case and proceed with the truth serum for Molly and Arthur. Albus looked down and said, That will not be necessary. She cast the privacy bubble and allowed the council to discuss the case. Harry and Susan stayed out of the discussion, but the other members were casting glances at them to judge their reaction to things that were being said. Most of the Wisengamot members wanted to end up allied with this new power that had surfaced and did not want to get on their bad side. Most voted for conviction, and the few that didn't were people who were already at odds with Harry. Surprisingly, Pansy pulled her head from wherever it had been the last few years and made a bold move towards the Potter camp. The majority spoke, and the decision was conviction. The sentencing stage was a long-fought battle that finally reached a breaking point. It was Lady Longbottom who finally said, "You have voted for conviction. There is really only one sentence when the crime is against a most ancient and noble house, and that is to be sent through the veil." Harry and Susan nodded in agreement, and everyone else took their cues from that. Lord Greengrass signaled the bubble to be dropped and said, "The Wisengamot has found you guilty of your crimes and sentenced you to be immediately sent through the veil. I am personally offended by what has happened to Lord Potter. I pray that Lily, James, and Sirius are waiting for you on the other side so that they too may get the justice they deserve. Based on the evidence presented today, I have little doubt as to who orchestrated the deaths of Lord and Lady Potter, along with Lord Black, and will make it my personal agenda to raise the reputation that you have in our society." Molly started screaming obscenities at Harry, while Arthur just hung his head down in shame. In a moment of bravery, he raised his head and said, "May I make a request?" Lord Greengrass said, "Yes, you may." Arthur said, "Harry, for what it is worth, I am sorry and beg your forgiveness. I may have signed the contract, but that was just to give my ears a rest. If I may ask, would you please give me a 5-minute head start so that maybe I can get away from the screeching? It may be my only chance not to have to listen to that for eternity." Harry laughed and nodded to Lord Greengrass. Lord Greengrass smiled and said, "Yes, Arthur, I think we can accommodate you in that request." Albus just looked at everybody like, "I'm Albus. I killed Grindwald Dumbledore. You can't do this to me." Arthur, Albus, and Molly were dragged from the chamber. It was quiet as one of the Aurors had placed a strong silencing charm on Molly. Harry stood with Susan and said, "If you would excuse us for a few minutes, I need to witness with my own eyes that the threat to my family is truly gone." Lord Greengrass said, "An excellent idea, my lord. I think a 2-hour break is in order after the events of this morning." Harry called Dobby and sent him to see Ragnarok. When Dobby came back, he slipped something into Harry's pocket and popped away. Susan looked at him with a raised eyebrow and he just smiled. Amelia joined them and said, "As soon as this is done, why don't we go get a bite to eat?" Harry nodded as he followed the procession. There were several other wizards following, including Lord Greengrass. He approached and said, "You handled yourself well, my lord." "Thank you, and please call me Harry." "Thank you, Harry. It would please me if you called me Saul." "Saul, would you happen to have a daughter at Hogwarts named Daphne?" "Yes, Daphne and Astoria are mine." "I know of them, but I am sorry to say that we have never talked. It's not like talk between our two houses is encouraged. I'm sure having the J.R. Death Eaters around her didn't help matters much either." Saul laughed and said, "I like you. May I ask, are you gray?" Susan said, "Yes, my lord. Both extremes have harmed us both, and we prefer a more neutral stance." "I see." Susan said, "From what I know of Daphne, your family leans more toward the gray. Well, to Dumbledore and his minions, you would be called dark. We have always been neutral in these conflicts, and both sides decided to see us as enemies. This last time." Harry said, "Well, I don't think you will have to worry about that anymore. The power behind both sides will soon be gone. The Death Eaters have been eliminated and the Order has had its teeth pulled. All in all, I'd say it had been a pretty productive week." Saul smiled and said, "What are you planning for an encore?" Susan said, "We are planning to have a family dinner every week. Love, will Sunday evenings be all right with you?" "Whatever you want, milady." Susan smiled and said, You make a tempting offer, my lord." Amelia palmed her face. She turned to Saul and said, "Please excuse them. They have issues." Saul laughed and said, "No excuses are necessary. I can only hope for the same type of relationship for my daughters. I think they are well matched." Susan said, "Thank you. We both feel very lucky to have each other." Saul looked at Harry and with a wink asked, "Does she speak for you often?" Harry smiled and said, "Yes. Most of the time I find it easier as she has already made up my mind for me." Saul laughed and Susan slapped his arm, calling him a prat. Harry asked, "What my wife was starting to ask you earlier was if you and your family would like to join our family for dinner this Sunday evening." Saul asked, "Your family as in you three?" Harry said, "Not exactly. We have somewhat of an extended family which includes Lord Ragnarok and his family along with Master Bearclaw and his." Saul's eyes shot into his hair. "They come to your home?" Amelia said, "Oh yes, I think you will find them quite fun to be around. They are amazing people when given the chance." Saul said, "I find your invitation intriguing. Let me speak to my family and I will let you know." They had arrived at the Vale, and the Aurors removed Arthur's manacles. He smiled and said thanks as he dove for the Vale. Molly and Albus looked on in horror and shock. Albus was led toward the Vale when Harry stepped up. He said, "I may not have proof, but I will believe until I die that it was really you who sent Sirius through this thing. I find it quite fitting you go the same way." Albus just looked at him. Harry said, "No remorse, even now. I should say it surprises me, but it doesn't. I think you found perverse pleasure in destroying others' lives. Now that riddle is gone. Your Horcrux has been destroyed and you will die. If you made others and think they will save you, think again. We also found that when someone is sent through the Veil, they are gone for good and they magic surrounding the Horcrux dies, ending their ability to anchor a soul to this plane. I do have a departing gift for you." He reached into his pockets and pulled out a ring and a wand. Albus' eyes went wide as he recognized the objects. Harry took the wand and broke it over his knee. He said, "I know full well what they are. Mum's journals clued me in on them as well. Once I learned the story, I was quite surprised you gave me the cloak back. You had 2 in your possession and only needed the 3rd. Well, as you can see, I possess all 3 and find that I don't want them. I will keep the cloak in honor of my father, but the other 2 have to go." Harry took the 2 broken pieces of the wand and threw them through the Veil. He looked at the ring and then tossed it as well. He said, "No one needs that kind of power." He stepped back and allowed the Aurors to do their job, and Albus was thrown through the Veil. Soon after, Molly was dragged kicking and screaming all the way and was finally pushed through. Harry said, "Good riddance." He turned and kissed Susan. She kissed him back hard and said, "Our life is our own now." Harry smiled and said, "Saul, why don't you call your wife and join us for lunch before we go back in session? I have an idea that I'd like to pass by you." Amelia looked at him questionably. He shrugged back and headed for the lift as Saul summoned an elf to get his wife. It was a dazed-looking Saul and Trudy Greengrass who followed the Potter family back into the chamber. Trudy took a seat in the visitors' gallery as the others went to their seats. Once Saul reopened the session, he said, "I believe Lord Potter still has the floor." Harry stood and immediately called for the recall of Fudge, citing corruption and incompetence as the reasons. With his supporters mostly gone, Fudge didn't last long and was quickly replaced by a still dazed Saul thanks to Harry and Susan. In his first act as minister, Umbridge was given the boot and in a veiled threat by Harry, told to disappear before he revealed all her secrets. She paled and fast walked from the chambers. With the conviction and death of Dumbledore, the call was made to name a new chief warlock or witch. Harry and Susan made no move to nominate anyone and left it up to the more seasoned members. After a nod from Amelia, they voted for Henry Smith, father of Zacharias Smith, to take the position. Once Amelia had sworn him in, she asked, or the floor. Amelia stood in the center of the chamber and said, "Today has been a momentous day for all of us. I think I have seen enough evil in the guise of the greater good to last me a lifetime. At this time, I would like to tender my resignation as director of the DMLE. This is in no way a reflection upon the new administration and would have happened sooner if not for today's trials. I have been given a new challenge which will allow me to spend time with my family. Thanks to recent events, I have found that my priorities have shifted and I should focus on my family from now on. If I may offer a suggestion, I have groomed James West as my replacement and feel he would serve you well in this capacity." Saul stood and went to shake Amelia's hand. He said, "We wish you well in your endeavors and just know you will be missed." She went and sat with her family as the session was concluded. There was no further business to discuss, but every member was given homework by Saul. He asked them to start reviewing the laws that had been passed in the last 40 years and looked to start a more affirmative stance on the other magical races. One lunch with Harry and Susan, and he already had the vision, if for nothing else than to strive for a better world for his daughters. As they were leaving, Lady Longbottom caught up to them and deeply curtsied in front of Harry. She said, "My lord, I offer my deepest apologies for the actions and inaction of my grandson. What he did was unforgivable, and more than anything he wishes it had never happened. He vowed to me that he would take whatever measures necessary to right the wrong he has done." Harry stood there for a minute before he finally responded. The three ladies could see he was doing his best to control his anger, and fortunately did pretty well for the most part. He finally said, "My lady Longbottom, as I stated in the letter, I hold no ill will towards you, but Neville was supposed to be my brother, and he stood by and did nothing for 5 years. The betrayal at the end of the year is what finished it, but the real betrayal was his inaction. I'm sorry, but he was trained in this shit and knew everything about me, but still chose not to help or do his duty according to our former alliance. In my mind right now, his actions seem the same to me as what Dumbledore did." He turned and walked away. Susan said, "Please forgive my husband for his manners, as the subject is still quite painful for him. In addition to that, his girlfriend had the audacity to call into question my fidelity to my husband once she had been informed of the letter. I'm sorry to say that the chance of forgiveness is very slim at the moment, if not already gone. I wish you well, Lady Longbottom." Susan turned and took off after Harry. Amelia just gave the same half-smile to her as she did to the Abbotts. She then turned and headed to her office to gather the last of her belongings. The Potters were pretty worn out once they had returned from their eventful day at the Wisengamot. Harry and Susan had taken up residence in the private sitting room of the family wing of Marauder Manor. They were joined by Amelia once she had returned home after packing up her belongings from her office. The rest of the day was spent in discussion over the day's events and eventually turned to Hogwarts. Amelia said, "Saul appointed Senior Auror West as the interim director of the DMLE. I think he will push for a permanent placement during the next session." Harry nodded and said, "That would be good. I found him very likable and at the same time very thorough. Maybe we could get him and his family to join us for family dinners and see if they are our type of people." Amelia said, "I can assure you he is. I have worked with him for the last 20 years. Susan said, "I will vouch for him too, love." Harry said, "I think I'm going to like the changes in our world that we are helping along. I already feel better knowing we have more tolerant and neutral people in charge. I just hope they can enact the changes needed." Susan giggled and said, "They will, Harry, and we will be there to help them. In all the time we have been married, have I steered you wrong yet?" The three of them laughed at that, as it was hard to believe that they had only been married for a couple of weeks. Harry mused that his life was so messed up that he wasn't even allowed the normal newlywed year. He and Susan had jumped into this wholeheartedly, and with all the pressures and challenges facing him, they had accomplished so much in a short time. Harry grinned as he thought he wouldn't change a thing. His eyes moved over the body of his hot wife and ginned as he thought of the 3 boys growing inside her womb. Susan caught his expression and said, "What are you thinking about Harry?" Harry smiled and said, "Just about how great everything turned out and how lucky I am." She kissed his cheek and said, "I couldn't agree more." He looked at her and said, "No regrets." She snorted and said, Let's see. I'm married to the man I have been in love with my whole life. I am happier than I have ever been. We have been blessed with youthfulness for our entire lives, which means I can have my way with you for years to come. Oh yeah, I'm knocked up and carrying the boys. That will continue our family lines. No love, I think things are just about perfect." Harry smiled and kissed her cheek. Before things could go any further, Amelia said, "I have some ideas." "For Hogwarts?" Harry laughed and said, "Eager, aren't we?" Amelia smiled and said, "Well, as I am sure your wife has told you, when I get my teeth into a project. I'm really interested, and I tend to get rather single-minded. This trial was the one thing holding me back, as I wanted it done right." Susan laughed and said, "Oh, Auntie, he was teasing you. What are your ideas?" Amelia said, "Well, I thought of all the trouble that the Muggle-born have when trying to adjust to our world. I thought that maybe we could offer a required element to the curriculum that would teach the customs and traditions of our world to them to help their transition better." Harry brightened up and said, "At the same time, we could scrap the current Muggle Studies course and a new one could also be offered to teach the purebloods about the mundane world as well. The one currently in place is about 100 years out of date. We could bring in a Muggle-born to teach it and eventually try and infuse non-magical technology into it." Amelia said, "The only problem is that non-magical technology will not work in highly magical places. If that is not enough, the magical world does not have electricity." Harry just smiled and said, "I did say eventually." Susan laughed as her aunt was pulling out her never-ending parchment and set the quill to writing everything that was being said. Susan said, "Well, if you're going to go that far, why not change the curriculum of history of magic to include the achievements of all the magical races? I think it would promote a more tolerant and respectful approach to dealing with the other races. I think it would help show that each race has its strengths and that united, we are so much more." Harry added, "Let us go a step further then and call it world history like the universities do and include non-magical achievements as well. I mean, the mundane world works their unique magic just as well as we do. In fact, if the same intellect and ambition were put toward advancement in our world, who knows what we could achieve?" Amelia said, "Damn, you two are going to make Phileas so proud. We talked about many of the same things a week ago. Am I to assume that you approve of this?" Harry said, "Auntie, just tell Phileas that we trust him and that he has the money, resources, and support to do whatever it takes to turn Hogwarts into a school we can all be proud of." Susan said, "Auntie, I haven't seen you this excited over anything in many years. Well, except for all the fun you have been having these last few weeks." Amelia smiled and said, "Yes, all I can really say is thank you both for everything you have given me recently." Harry stood and went over and hugged her. He said, "I think we should be saying thank you for signing that contract." The family dinners continued every Sunday evening, with the Greengrass and West families joining in. Saul and Trudy were quick to join, and while their daughters were a little on the reserved side at first, the West children were already grown and on their own, but had promised to join in on the dinners when they were able. Both families fit in well with everyone else, and even after a slow start, Daphne and Astoria quickly became semi-permanent fixtures at Marauder Manor for the remainder of the summer. Their Slytherin biases had to be overcome along with getting over the rumors that surrounded Harry. The first time, Daphne and Tori went swimming with Harry and Susan was quite the eye-opener for the two purebloods. Susan appeared in an emerald green bikini that left little to the imagination. The Greengrass girls' eyes about popped out of their heads as they took it in, and then glanced down at their somewhat modernized version of a Victorian-era swimsuit. Daphne asked, "Susan, just what are you wearing and where can we get something like it?" Susan giggled and said, "Do you like it? It covers more than I am used to as Harry and I don't wear clothes much unless we have guests." Daphne blushed at that comment. Susan then called Tizzy, who brought a copy of a new catalog Susan had just received. Daphne glanced at the company name and asked, "Are you Susie?" Susan just grinned real big and nodded her head. Flashback. Harry, Ragnock, and Bearclaw all sat around in Harry's manor office discussing their business ventures and any promising ideas they had. Over the course of the summer, the three had formed an investment group that had been quite active already. Harry asked Bear, "Were you able to make any sense of those journals of my mom's I sent you?" "Yes, Harry, and the possibilities are endless. The rune research she and your father had done may well be modified to work on mundane technology. I have some of my best people digging deeper into it. If we can make it viable, I think we could open a business that not only installs electricity to magical homes and businesses, but we could have a monopoly on mundane appliances and other electronic devices in the magical world. I know that we at Gringotts would love to have computers to aid us. It would also allow us to become more integrated into the mundane world of finance." Harry said, "Well, if Saul is right, the wizard-goblin treaties of the past are going to be revisited, and many of the restrictions in place should be lifted." Ragnock said, "That would be nice. Now on to the facts. Our venture into the world of lingerie is already paying dividends." Harry laughed and said, "Is that what you are calling it? Don't you mean Rihanna is modeling for you?" Ragnock laughed and said, "Yes, your idea of having our wives get involved with the company has definitely improved my life. I never knew letting her have a job would be so rewarding." Harry said, "I know Susan has been thrilled in working with Rihanna and Lena on designs and plans for the company." Bearclaw said, "I must thank you as well, Harry. I haven't seen my wife so happy and excited in many years. Those three are more ambitious than we are. We just wanted access to more lingerie for them. And they will have the company in the Fortune 500 in no time." Ragnock said, "Who knew a joke would turn into all this?" Harry said, "I want to thank you for your help and for nomming it Susie's slinky secret." Bearclaw said, "You are welcome, Harry. It was your crazy idea after all." End flashback. Daphne was looking at Susan with her mouth hanging open and said, "How?" Susan smiled and said, "That would be because of my horny husband and his horny friends. I modeled some lingerie for him, and he loved it. He asked if we could get more and then proceeded to tell his friends he wanted to buy the company. They also became interested and went in with him to form an investment group and bought it. Once they did that, they created a magical division and gave me Lena and Rihanna control over it." Daphne said, "I take it you mean Ragnock and Bearclaw when you say his friends." "Yep, those two are about as crazy as Harry is. I'm so glad they came along when they did." "So they gave you three the controls over the company?" "Yep, they said it was our reward for putting up with them." "You are so lucky." Susan smiled and said, "I know, and I thank the Maker every day for bringing me and Harry together. Now, let's find you something to swim in." Daphne and Tori both ended up with several new swimsuits that day. Harry had found something to do for a little bit to allow for some girl time. When he arrived at the pool later, his eyes widened at the lovely sight in front of him. Now, he loved Susan completely and would never seek out another, but the view was incredible. Harry still felt his wife was the most beautiful woman in the world, but Daphne and Tori were a close second. When Susan noticed him looking, she asked, "Like what you see, love?" Harry smiled and said, Who wouldn't? And while they may both be beautiful, they still can't hold a candle to you. She pulled him into a tight embrace and said, "Good answer," as she kissed him. Harry said, "You know they would make excellent models for your catalog. It would also give you someone to pose with." Susan giggled and said, "You just want pictures of us wet and frolicking in skimpy outfits." Harry's eyes gazed for a second before he said, "Yeah." She smacked his arm and said, "Pratt." Harry laughed and said, "But I'm your Pratt." Daphne had been watching the young couple and said, "You two are well suited for each other. I am very happy for you both." Susan said, "Thank you, Daphne." Daphne said, "Now where can I find one like him? Would Longbottom be a good choice for me?" Harry's eyes darkened and he said, "Please excuse me." Susan watched as he walked away and Daphne asked, "What did I say wrong?" Susan explained everything that had happened to them over the last few months, as that was a subject that wasn't approached too often for Harry's sake. Daphne and Tori were equally horrified and angry over the actions of Harry and Susan's friends. Daphne finally said, "You two aren't coming back to Hogwarts, are you?" Susan shook her head and said, "More than likely not. The memories are just too painful and fresh for Harry at the moment." Tori said, "Well, I think news of their actions will spread rather quickly on the train. I also think they will have a very rough year if I have anything to do about it." Susan said, "We already took revenge on most everyone who betrayed Harry. Some were dealt with more severely than others. The ones that will return to Hogwarts are dealing with their own hell right now." Daphne said, "Good. They deserve it for what they have done. I'm just glad we are getting the chance to get to know one another now. The division between the houses almost cost us some very good friends. Susan, should I go find Harry and apologize?" Susan said, "No, he will be fine. It just hits him at times and he has to get it all back under control." At the next family dinner, Susan, Daphne, and Tori convinced Trudy, Amelia, and Sarah West to go shopping with them. That Monday, they joined Lena and Rihanna in going to their newly opened store in Diagon Alley. The younger women finally wore down the older ones, and they ended up leaving Susie's with several bags full of undergarments and bathing suits. After saying goodbye to their goblin friends, they made their way into the Muggle world, where they were all amazed at the selections available. The men all felt sharp pains in their back pockets as the ladies went on a shopping spree unlike ever seen before, and it was an exhausted group of ladies who arrived back at Marauder Manor that evening, burdened by numerous bags. Susan, Lena, and Rihanna had all been busy in their company and were in the process of opening several stores scattered about the magical shopping districts. The stores all had sections dedicated to each magical race, and the witches section had a large selection which encompassed both magical and non-magical lingerie. Some of the charmed lingerie in the magical section was just that to most men. Magical. Susan made quite a bit of use of these items and kept Harry entertained for hours. At the next Sunday dinner, the men quickly voted to start holding dinner out by the pool in the form of a barbecue for the remainder of the summer. They had all quickly forgotten about the pinch in their wallets once these clothes and swimsuits were modeled for them. They all sat around with smiles on their faces for the entire evenings. The girls had taken it upon themselves to do a makeover on Amelia and soften the image of the once stern law enforcement officer. The girls had softened her hairstyle and made her put away the monocle and opt for contacts. The results were quite stunning as her beauty had been hidden all these years. Harry noticed her as she came out to the pool one evening in a purple one-piece that obviously hinted at the nice figure she kept hidden under her robes. Harry knew that he and Susan had been blessed by magic with their use, but also thought that even if that had not have happened, it wouldn't have been so bad. His aunt was quite attractive and she and Susan were quite similar. It had even become somewhat normal for all meetings to be held out by the pool. All the ladies would congregate there most days after they had completed whatever they needed to do that day, and the men would hurry there when they were done just to admire the view. The only meeting that was held. Inside was Harry, Ragnarok, and Bearclaw's weekly business meeting. The meeting had quickly changed into an idea session and a chance for them to just hang out together. The real business meeting usually took place before the family dinner, as the success of their wives had shown them how much more ambitious they were. The wives also brought in the other families, which caused the investment group to more than double. The days leading up to the start of the new school year went by quickly. Amelia spent a lot of her time with Phileas as they started rebuilding the school's academic programs, while Harry and Susan enjoyed their time together out by the pool or doing whatever they wanted to do that day. They were more often than not accompanied by Daphne and Tori, as the Greengrass girls had grown quite close to Harry and Susan. They all were sad to see the end of the summer approaching, as Daphne and Tori had already committed for another year at Hogwarts and would soon be leaving. Amelia had spent a lot of time trying to convince her family of returning to Hogwarts, but was met at first with noncommittals, which eventually turned into polite refusals. Harry claimed it was the fact that he would not subject his wife to the idiots that attended school there. Susan claimed that she was protecting her husband and family by not putting him in the situation where he would end up in prison for killing one of the idiots. In all honesty, they finally admitted that except for Daphne and Astoria, there was no one there they wanted to see. The young couple felt that the bridges between them and their friends had long been burnt and were unlikely to be rebuilt. Amelia and Phileas tried every enticement they could think of, even offering a private suite for Daphne and Astoria right next to theirs. With a smirk, Harry forced the issue and had the quarters assigned to them anyway, so the Greengrass sisters would be close by when they visited. On September 1st, the students who were to board the Hogwarts Express were excited and looking forward to a new year. Although the loss of their headmaster was disconcerting, the end of Voldemort and his Death Eaters made the world a much brighter place. Phileas and Amelia had also kept the Hogwarts Owls busy over the summer by sending out different notices dealing with staff changes, curriculum changes, new codes of conduct, and many other informative notices. Most of the students looked to the new school year in a hopeful and positive manner. Well, I did say most. The junior Death Eaters knew their reign of terror was over and were resigned to keeping their heads down and just trying to finish their education. Many of them were not looking forward to having to face the man that had caused their status to change from heirs to heads of houses. They also knew that one wrong move, and that man would bring about the end of their houses and wealth. One of these heads had seen the light and allied herself with the neutral faction of the lords and ladies. In all truth, Pansy Parkinson did not follow her parents' views, but went along with her parents' wishes to appease them. She had hung around Malfoy and his thugs for protection and comfort. As Lady Parkinson, she now had control of her own fate and was looking forward to making amends to Harry and gaining his trust and friendship. Another group that was not so positive was the group of 4 that stood away from the others, as they hoped to meet Harry and Susan and formally apologize for their actions. They watched as the former junior Death Eaters slunk onto the train, with the exception of Pansy Parkinson. She stopped and waited until the Greengrass family appeared and stepped up to them while greeting them warmly. Pansy said, "Good morning, Daphne and Astoria. I wish to formally apologize for my past actions and words and offer my hand in friendship." Daphne looked at her warily and asked, "Just what do you want, Pansy?" Saul and Trudy watched as this was taking place and let their daughters handle it. Pansy said, "I know I deserve that, but I give my word by oath, if necessary, that I am being truthful. I would ask that you pass along to Lord Potter that House Parkinson offers itself as a vassal house to his." Daphne asked, "What makes you think that we are in close contact with Lord Potter?" Astoria blurted out, "Yeah, besides, Harry doesn't believe in all that stuff. He treats everyone as equals. Daphne turned and glared at Astoria. She said, Tori, shut your trap. She turned back to Pansy and said, well, as my sister cannot keep her mouth shut, I will say that she is correct, and I will pass it along. But do not expect immediate results. Lord Potter is slow to trust, and you haven't been overly kind to him these past few years. Pansy looked down and said, Daphne, I really do want to change and turn my house around. I would really like to offer him my apologies and help him make our world a better place. Daphne nodded. Pansy said, plus, these changes to the school, it is not hard to figure out that Harry and Susan are behind it, even for someone like me. Daphne smiled. That one statement said more than anything else she had said. To Daphne, maybe the ego-ridden Pansy really did want to change. She said, why don't we just take it day by day and see what happens? Pansy smiled and said, I can do that. Thank you, Daphne. She shyly looked up and said, I don't want to seem pushy, but could I sit with you two on the train? I really don't want to sit with the others. Daphne said, that will be fine, Pansy. Pansy said, not to seem forward again, but where are Lord and Lady Potter Blackbones? Daphne's face fell and said, they are not returning to Hogwarts. They felt that the negatives outweighed the positives and decided to seek their education elsewhere. Pansy asked why. Daphne turned and glared at the four eavesdropping teens that were noticeably paler. She said they felt that with the betrayals they suffered this past year, the school would only hold bad memories for them. I really can't say as I blame them, as they are still quite scarred by the knives that were stabbed into their backs. They also said something about not having the patience to deal with a bunch of effing idiots. Astoria snorted and said, yeah, but in Susie's words, she just doesn't want to visit Harry in Azkaban for killing one of the bastards. Daphne smiled evilly as the four teens turned even paler and their heads bowed. She said, yeah, they offered us the chance to learn with them, but unfortunately, we had already committed to another year at Hogwarts, and Dad didn't think it would set a good example if the minister's daughters did not support the school by attending. As much as I would have liked to stay with Harry and Susan, I think we should all give the new headmaster all the support we can. His vision for the future of the school will be quite the undertaking and will make Albus Dumbledore look like a rank amateur. They watched as the four teens bowed their heads and sadly made their way to the train. Daphne and Astoria turned and hugged Saul and Trudy and kissed them goodbye. As he hugged Daphne, with a grin, Saul whispered, you are so mean. Daphne giggled and said, thanks, Daddy. Tormenting them this year won't make up for not having Harry and Susan at school, but it should help. Saul laughed and said, don't forget to be at the headmaster's office at 5 on Sunday. Astoria said, we won't, Daddy. Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Hannah Abbott sat in a compartment in relative silence. The four of them had been hopping for the chance to apologize to Harry and Susan and to try and mend the broken friendships. If anyone had really looked at the occupants of the compartment, they would have seen tear tracks running down the faces of all four of them. Neville finally said, how am I going to make it up to him if I can't talk to him? Hannah patted his back and said, we will figure something out, Neville. At least you didn't call your best friend a whore to her face. Everyone looked up at that. Hermione said, no, I just told my best friend of 5 years that I hated him for ruining my life. Even after all that, he still saved me from my stupidity and made sure I was taken care of. With tears running faster now, she said, he even called me his sister and told me he loved me before he said goodbye and walked out of my life. Luna said, he was the first real friend I had. He always made time for me and listened to my stories. He made me feel welcome the first time we met, which is more than I can say for the rest of you. In my stupidity, I was so scared of losing all of you guys that I turned away from the only reason you were friends with me in the first place. My father was so disappointed in me, he didn't speak to me for a Weak. Neville said, yeah. Gran tore me a new one and said she was seriously considering placing house. Longbottom in Harry's care until a worthy heir came along. With tears in his eyes, he said, she said my parents would be horrified to find out what I had done and would rather see the line end than continue. On with me as the head. Hannah cried and said, my parents took me to a mind healer and had them do probes to find if anything was wrong with me. They told me they were seriously considering asking Susan to provide an heir for House Abbott to fix whatever was wrong with our bloodline. My father would then blood adopt the child, but let Harry and Susan raises it to ensure it was raised properly. Hermione said, my parents didn't make it easy on me either once they knew the whole story. Between Dumbledore's and the Weasleys' influence and our own stupidity and insecurities, we all turned our backs on the best friends we ever had. I will never forgive myself until Harry forgives me. Our actions, along with Sirius' death and Dumbledore's manipulations, changed him that night. He became the Lord Potter that was seen in the past, all thanks to us. Just look at what he did to the Weasleys. Dumbledore, and if I heard it right, Lupin and Tonks. Neville looked up and said, you knew about the Potters. Hermione said, you mean the ruthless Light family. Of course I knew the headmaster may have hidden the books on the Potters in the restricted section, but of course I found them. When I found out and was going to tell Harry, Dumbledore made sure I couldn't tell him. Neville said, well, at least you didn't withhold the truth from him for 5 years. The letter he sent said that while he would have probably forgiven that night in the hospital wing, my inattention to duty was unforgivable and broke the alliance between our houses. Damn, I'm so screwed. Hannah said, at least you didn't have a house elf threaten you if you hurt his master or mistress. Again. Hermione said, want to bet? Winky told me in no uncertain terms were I to hurt her family again, they would never find my body. Luna said, I didn't get a threat as such, but Hedwig did try and remove my finger. They sat in silence for the rest of the trip, each knowing just how bad they had screwed up, but also thankful that they hadn't earned the fate of the Weasleys. They all vowed to themselves to mail sure. That didn't happen. Harry and Susan were in their bedroom, enjoying some alone time. Harry was cuddled up next to her and gently rubbing the small baby bump that had made an appearance. As she laid there enjoying the love being shown her, she said, it won't be long before you won't want my big bloated body anymore. Harry laughed and said, I will always want you even if you are bloated up like Molly. A tear went down her cheek as she said, your sweet love, but I'm not going to be sexy to you anymore. Harry rose up and gave her a passionate kiss. He said, you will always be sexy to me. It isn't your body that captured me, it was your heart. Your body was just a bonus. She cuddled up next to him as they drifted off to sleep. They had asked Tizzy to make sure they were awake in time for their appearance tonight. The Great Hall at Hogwarts was quickly filling with the arrival of the older students from the train. Many of the students were looking towards the Gryffindor table for their hero and savior, and were disappointed and a little confused by his absence. There was no malice or ill intent in their searches, as most wanted a glance at their hero, or even the opportunity to thank him for saving them all. The normally efficient Hogwarts rumor mill had not yet been made aware of the changes in Harry's life that ranged from broken friendships to marriage and lordships. Evidently, the ones in the know had not yet told anyone else. Phileas Flitwick sat and watched as the hall filled and noticed the junior Death Eaters arrive in a subdued manner. He thought that just maybe they would have a peaceful year and they would keep themselves in check. He then noticed the 4 betrayers arrive and quietly seethed at their presence. As he thought of both groups, he made a mental note to keep watch on them. Once he had been notified that everyone was present, he went to the podium and called for them to settle so they could begin. He said, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another year of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It gives me great pleasure to be standing here welcoming you as your new headmaster. The hall erupted in applause at his statement, and he let it continue for a minute before quieting them. Back down. He continued, I thank you for your warm welcome and look forward to serving you in this capacity. Bye. Now, most of you have noticed that you have arrived much earlier than normal. I thought it wise to speed up the express so that we could still eat at a normal time, as we have much ahead of us this afternoon and evening. With that said, I would like to welcome Madam Amelia Bones, who is going to assist us in the sorting this evening. Amelia came through the door, leading the largest group of first years to be sorted in quite a few years. As the sorting hat was placed on the stool, he opened his eyes and mouth and said, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I have no song this year. The heirs have returned and they have taken the steps needed to reunite our society. It would serve you well to follow their lead. Amelia led the first years forward and started calling names from the scroll. The first years were sorted and warmly welcomed into their new houses. Amelia came across as very organized, and in no time 80 children had been sorted, and an even number had somehow gone into each house. Once Amelia had finished and went and sat a new table that was placed beside the staff table, Phileas stood once again and said, Thank you for your assistance, Madam Bones. For those of you who do not know, Madam Bones is the chairperson for our Board of Governors and has been instrumental and invaluable in helping with the changes to our school. Her tireless efforts have led to us being completely staffed and ready for the new school year. He stood back applauding her, which was joined by the staff and the students. She answered with a nod of thanks, but continued to remain seated. Phileas said, I thought it best to have the first years in here as we went over some of the changes that will take place immediately. I would first like to introduce our new staff and tell you their positions. If you have any questions, please hold them until the end, as I will be explaining things in due time. When he finished with the staff introductions, many of the students were shocked at the number of teachers and also shocked by the lack of certain ones. The staff had easily doubled over the summer and would allow for more personalized instruction, along with a stronger staff presence at all times. Phileas once again started. Now, as you have seen in the notices that were sent out over the summer, you are only here because you signed the anti-bullying, harassment, and bigotry clauses we added to your school contracts. Those contracts are magically binding and will ensure your behavior is kept in line this year. There were several gasps, as most had not realized their magic would penalize them for inappropriate behavior. Phileas said, this was a condition of attendance here that the heirs felt was necessary and has the full support and backing by the staff, the ministry, and the Board of Governors. He noticed several nods and one hand raised by one of his former claws. He said, Yes, Miss Chang. Cho said, Headmaster, as this must have been a well-kept secret, just who are the founder's heirs? Phileas smiled and said, We will get to that in good time. Now, along with this condition, the school's academic structure and curriculum have been totally restructured this year. We took examples from the Muggle universities and formed departments. These departments are centered on the core classes, with another being centered on the elective classes. In the core branches, we have hired 4 instructors. One for first years, another for second and third, fourth and fifth, and lastly at Newt-level instructor, who also serves as the department head. We think this will allow a more effective education in your core subjects. We are also expanding the elective courses and offering them to second years and above, and employ a similar structure in relation to instructors. He looked out and watched as he had everyone's undivided attention. It is our intention to truly make this school into the premier magical education institution of the world. Another hand raised and asked, Headmaster, while this sounds great, how much will our tuition be increased due to all these changes? I know some of the families are struggling due to the war that has just ended, and while I am at it, where is Harry Potter? I for one would like to thank him." Phileas noted many nods at this statement. "To answer your first question, no tuition increase will be passed on to the students' families. Before you ask how, the heirs have given the school access to funds that had been held back due to the declining nature of the school. These funds would only be released when someone came along with the same vision of greatness for the school that was held by the founders themselves. As far as the whereabouts of Mr. Potter, I know he is alive and well, but has gone into seclusion for the time being. It is my hope that he will rejoin us in the future." Phileas looked to Amelia, who just nodded. Phileas said, "Now along with all this exciting news is another directive given to us by the heirs. Starting next year, the courses offered at Hogwarts will be expanded even more. Anyone wishing to continue their education and obtain masteries, or become certified in certain fields, will be given the opportunity to do that here. We are in the process of opening another wing of the castle where we will be offering you the ability to continue your education and become fully trained in whatever field you choose." There was loud applause at this announcement, and Phileas let them continue for a few minutes. When they quieted, he said, "Now before you ask, there will be tuition required for this, but it can be offset in a variety of ways. First, you will have the opportunity to become apprentices as such to the instructors of the departments and would tutor the younger years. Secondly, depending on your field, your tuition may be covered by our partners in this venture. Our partners include the Aurors, the Unspeakables, Gringotts, and several other companies such as Nimbus, Comet, and Firebolt. In many cases, they will be providing instructors in many areas to assist our school instructors. They have asked to be included, so they can identify students with suitable qualities for their organizations. The idea has even been bounced around to turn the Chamber of Secrets into a research complex under the supervision of the heirs and the Unspeakables." Several murmurs started at this. Several of the students knew Harry was the only one who could open the chamber and would either have to be one of the heirs or an Unspeakable. Most brushed it off, but several held on to that thought. Phileas turned and drank a sip of water. He smiled at some of the looks of realization amongst the students and said, "As you can see, the opportunities and possibilities are being laid in front of you to help you succeed in life. It is there for you to grasp and become everything you want to be. If you haven't grasped it yet, some of your instructors may well be from the different magical races. It is partly for that reason that the contracts have been enacted. Another part is that the heirs felt it was the right thing to do, and I happen to agree. If for some reason you cannot abide by this, you can void the contract, but at the same time, you will be stricken from enrollment at Hogwarts and will never be allowed to attend here once again. If that is your desire, then please move to the back of the hall at this time." He looked out and no one moved, not even the junior Death Eaters. He waited for a few minutes before he continued on. He said, "I have yet another addition to the curriculum which is non-negotiable. We have instituted a change in the history department of our school and have added several classes. Some may be taken for your enjoyment, but at least 2 will be required for every student no matter what year you are in. The first is for the first generation witches and wizards or mundane raised. It will be a course on wizarding customs, etiquette, and traditions. The next course is mundane studies and will be required for all pureblood born or raised to learn about the non-magical world. It will be similar to the old Muggle studies class with the exception that it will be brought into the current times. Our History of Magic class has been revamped and will now be world history. In this class, all the races of the magical world will be discussed along with their achievements and strengths. We are even including mundane history as well to help you gain a better understanding of the world we are a part of. We think it will also encourage a deeper understanding of how one world affects the other, and maybe even bridge some of the gaps between races and worlds. Phileas waited for the explosion to happen that never came. He said, "Good. It was the heir's wish that a better understanding be given between both worlds to better promote tolerance by both sides. The restructuring of our staff has led to a change where the former heads of houses are now deputy headmasters. Any punishments will be meted out by this group in concert with Madam Bones and me, mediating if necessary. The instructors will inform the heads of any wrongdoing who will decide as a whole on the punishments. They will meet after the last classes of the day and punishments will be passed out during the evening meal each day. You may feel that it is extreme to have your punishment passed out in front of the whole school. I may agree with you, but it will encourage the student body to police themselves and control their fellow students' actions. We felt this was a much fairer process than the one used in the past, and if our society had policed themselves in the past, we may well never have had to deal with the likes of Grindwald and Voldemort. If nothing else, we hope to teach civic responsibility. In addition to these 4 deputies, there will also be 2 other deputy heads as one will see to the school's administration, and the other will lead the continuing education program. Phileas looked to Amelia once again and said, "For those of you who are interested, Madam Bones has graciously consented to teach a class on wizarding law once a week. I would assume this will be an interesting class, as our current laws are being reviewed, and it may even be helpful to those who have had the mantle of lordships thrust upon them already, along with those who will one day take up their titles. Of course, anyone is welcome to join this class, as it could be a precursor for entering the law field, whether it is as law enforcement or as attorneys." He turned to Amelia once again, who nodded. He said, "I think I have prattled on long enough, and I appreciate your attention. I truly look forward to an exciting year and the future it will bring for all of us. At this point, I would like to turn this over to Madam Bones." Amelia stood and took the podium. She said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to talk but for a second. First, I would like to thank Headmaster Flitwick for his vision and his tireless efforts for the school." She stepped back and started an applause that turned into a roaring ovation by the students and staff. Once they had quieted down, she said, "Next, I would like to introduce you to the people who made this all possible. First, our Minister of Magic, Saul Greengrass, and Lady Trudy Greengrass." The whole hall erupted in cheers for the first couple of magical Britain. Both were dressed in very fine Slytherin green robes, which had the minister's shield over the left breast. Next, we have Lord Ragnarok and his wife Riena, and Master Bearclaw and his wife Lena of the Goblin Nation. These 2 men have been most instrumental in the financial aspects of our venture and played major roles in helping us find some of our staff. I can honestly say I am proud and honored to count them as my friends. There was applause, but not as great as for Saul and Trudy. Ragnarok and Bearclaw looked as if it didn't bother them in the least. They, along with their family, knew they had a long way to go to change the society they lived in. Amelia was a little nervous at the next introduction, but proud at the same time. Last, but certainly not least, we have the founder's heirs. While in this school, their titles are Lord and Lady Hogwarts. Outside these walls, I know of them as my niece and nephew, and most of you know them as Lord and Lady Potter Blackbones. Harry smirked at Susan as the doors were opening and whispered, "Time for little payback, don't you think?" Susan kissed his cheek and laughed. She said, "I can think of nothing better, my love." Susan took his arm as they entered the great hall. Except for the few students who knew in advance, the rest of the students in the hall were standing there with their mouths hanging open. Harry and Susan were dressed in matching very fine silver silk robes with the Hogwarts crest over the left breast. It took a few moments, but then the students in the hall erupted in loud cheers for their hero and his wife. As they made their way forward, they glanced at the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables before they veered to the left and went forward between the Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables. The snub of their old houses was not missed by those gathered, and the cheers quickly reduced to low murmurs. As they got halfway up the aisle, they stopped and gave hugs to Daphne and Astoria before proceeding to their table. Before they could move forward, Pansy stood and bowed in front of Harry and Susan. The whole hall grew silent at this as they heard Pansy clearly say, "Lord Potter Blackbones, I wish to formally apologize for my past actions and words. As penance for my misdeeds, I offer my house in the service of House Potter Blackbones." Harry didn't know what to do, and Susan whispered into his ear. Harry said, "Thank you, Lady Parkinson. I accept your apology, and we will sit down in the future to discuss your offer." She smiled and laid her hand on their joined hands. She whispered, "Thank you, Harry. I really am sorry." He nodded to her and moved towards their table. As they arrived at the table, hugs were given to all that were seated there, along with Headmaster Flitwick, who had come over to greet them. He said, "I was beginning to wonder if you were going to come." Susan said, "It was close, but I finally convinced him. Just keep the idiots away from us and it should be okay." The whole VIP table laughed as Harry blushed. Harry then pulled out her chair and helped Susan to be seated. Phileas went back over to the podium where he said, "Lord Hogwarts, would you like to say a few words?" Harry answered, "No, but I'm sure that the minister has a speech planned. I haven't known one yet that didn't." That got a laugh out of the crowd as Saul scowled at him before laughing. He got up and went to the podium. Saul said, "Thank you for the vote of confidence, Lord Hogwarts. It just so happens that I do have some words for everyone, but judging by the glares from my daughters, I had better make it quick as you are all hungry." That got the laugh he desired, and he kept going. He said, "Unlike in the past, this endeavor at Hogwarts is fully supported by the ministry. It is in no way an attempt to try and take control, but a partnership to make our world better and at the same time prepare you for your future. We made one stipulation in this whole plan, which was to use the staff as guidance counselors to assist you in making your future plans. We will also provide people in all fields for you to speak with over the next few days to help you decide what you may want to do in the future, and along with that, plan out the course load you will need to take to realize these goals." The hall erupted in cheers at this announcement. Saul said, "A few months ago, a young couple approached me with their vision for the future of magical Britain. I can honestly say that it took me all of 2 minutes to realize what special people they were. It wasn't because they stood against the tyranny that was present in our society. It also wasn't because they risked everything to remove the stain on our society known as Lord Voldemort. It was because they truly believe that they can change our world. If you, the students of this school, were to use this opportunity to reach your full potential, there is nothing we cannot accomplish as a society." Harry leaned over to Ragnock and said, "Someone needs to throw water on him before he really gets going." The whole table burst out in laughter as Saul glanced over to the table and saw Ragnock conjure a bucket as Harry began filling it. Saul said, "UMMY esteemed colleagues have made it quite clear for me to wrap this up. With that, I thank you for your indulgence." He went and sat down as Phileas approached the podium once again. He said, "Let the feast begin," which resulted in cheers from the whole hall. As the feast got started, the VIP table began to glow and expand. There were soon 6 more places at the table, much to Harry's pleasure. He called Tizzy, Dobby, and Winky to him and asked them to sit as soon as they retrieved several people for him. The 3 popped away and quickly returned with Phileas, Daphne, and Tori. He looked at them and said it just became a family dinner. They all smiled and sat down, much to the jealousy of the rest of the hall. The conversation at the table went just like normal in all different directions. At first, the company was brought up, and another shopping spree was planned by the ladies, much to the pleasure of the men. After that, the topics turned to their normal discussions of which races to contact next. Harry wanted to get the centaurs along with the high elves. Ragnak and Bearclaw were leaning towards the vampires. And Saul was okay with all of them. The werewolves were quickly brushed to the side until an honorable leader arose from their ranks. Nobody pushed on this one, as they knew of Harry's aversion to that race after Remus' betrayal of him. It finally came down to Saul asking the question they had all been wondering for a few weeks once the plans for Hogwarts had been finalized. He asked, "So Harry, what is next?" Harry smiled and said, "Not much really. Susan and I are going to get our NEWTS, have a bunch of kids, run around the house naked, and who knows, I'm sure something will come up." Daphne smirked and said, "I imagine so if you have Susan running around the house naked." Harry blushed as the rest of the table laughed. Susan smiled and said, "Well, it's a good thing you all know to not show up unannounced, then, isn't it?" Ragnak chuckled and said, "Don't let him fool you, Saul. Between him and his wife, we won't be bored for years." The feast was winding down, and Phileas stood to go release the students to their dorms. As he arrived at the podium, he said, "Classes will not be starting for another 3 days. We would like you to spend that time considering your future, talking with the representatives that are coming in, and creating career goals. During this time, you will be notified of meetings with your guidance counselors who will help you in choosing your path and design your curriculum to achieve your goals. If there is nothing else, I ask the 7th years to lead the 1st years to your dorms. As of right now, there are no prefects, as we are assessing this program as well." As they were dismissed, quite a few students left for the dorms, but many stayed to try and speak to Harry and Susan. There were several gasps when Daphne and Tori gave the young couple a hug and said, "We are going to miss you so much." Zacharias Smith asked, "What does that mean? Are you leaving?" Susan turned and said, "Yes, Zach. Harry and I are seeking to finish our education elsewhere." "But why?" Daphne stepped forward and said, "Allow me, Sue. Thanks to past actions against Harry and then in a smaller part towards Susan, they have decided that this school no longer holds good memories for them and feel it in their best interest to not continue here." "What do you mean?" Susan said, "Let me jog your memory. The students and staff of this school shunned and tormented my husband for being the heir of Slytherin, the 4th Triwizard champion, and was called deranged and a liar and anything else that could be blamed on him. The sad thing is that even though you all had gone to school with him since 1st year and knew what kind of a person he was, you believed everything the prophet wrote about him and made his life hell here at school. This is the first place he felt at home, and it was ruined by the lot of you." Harry hugged Susan and said, "That's not true anymore. My home is wherever you are, love." She smiled and kissed him on the cheek. She said, "Mine too, love." Zach and the others looked down at this. He muttered, "I am sorry." Susan looked at the students surrounding them and said, "Not only did the students make his life miserable, but the former headmaster and quite a few of his staff did as well. There were many things about his heritage hidden from him on orders from a senile old man. Those he considered family stole from his vault and tried to steal his bloodline. While all this was happening, that same senile old man kept him imprisoned and under surveillance for years and never would give him the answers he asked for." Many of the students were looking at Susan in shock. She said, "If that weren't enough, those people he was closest to decided to turn their backs on him just after he had suffered 2 traumatic experiences. In one night, he paid a visit to Gringotts at the end of the school year where many other betrayals were discovered. So I ask you this, why would my husband want to return to a place where he was treated like crap, but then also expected to save your collective asses?" Most of the students were quiet at this. Finally, Zach asked, "But what about you? Why aren't you coming back?" Susan glared at him and said, "My place will always be with my husband. My views on our society have changed dramatically since I was married and learned the truth. Justin said, "So Harry influenced you and caused you to turn away from us." Susan grew livid at that. She was about to say something when Daphne said, "He did no such thing. He merely presented the facts and truth to Susan and her aunt just as he did with my family." I will say at first we were all skeptical and didn't want to believe him. Susan had fully intended for them to return to school this year until her best friend called into question her fidelity to her husband. There were several gasps, and many of the students turned and were glaring at Hannah and the people surrounding her. Susan said, "Even at this moment, you are still trying to accuse Harry of doing something he is innocent of. I know without a doubt how much my husband loves me. He willingly sacrificed his life so that I would live, and I know this because I laid with his cooling body for hours until magic blessed us and returned him to me." They all looked at her in shock. Harry stepped forward and said, "Unlike most everyone else in our lives, Susan and I stood side by side to defeat Voldemort. It was her that struck the mortal blow to end his existence forever. It is now up to you to do your part and change our world for the better. Somehow I don't hold much hope." He gently took Susan's hand and led her to the exit with Daphne and Tori flanking them. On the other side of the room, Phileas noticed that the junior Death Eaters had made a quiet exit from the hall. He thought that maybe they had learned something from all this after all. At the very least it was not to antagonize Harry and Susan, as they could enact the legal takeover of their houses through right of conquest. He next noticed the 4 betrayers standing off to the side, and he approached them. He asked, "I think you need to move along to your dorms now. The feast is over." Hermione said, "Headmaster, we are waiting for a chance to apologize to Harry and Susan. Would you please ask them if we could have a moment of their time?" Phileas said, "While those are noble intentions, I really don't want to subject them to any more pain." "Haven't you already done enough?" Neville said, "But sir, we may never get another chance and we have to do this." Phileas said, "Then you may do it on your own as I will be no part of it. I also feel that I need to make something completely clear. Your attendance at this school is on a probationary basis. I will have no qualms about expelling the lot of you for what you have done. It was the actions of Miss Granger and Miss Abbott that caused us to strip everyone of their prefect status and try to rethink the program. And to think we held you up as examples to the rest of the student body. You, along with some others, are the reason 2 people I consider family will not return to this school. If you think it is an empty threat, look around you. I'm sure you noticed that 2 of my oldest friends did not make the cut to come back here and teach. If I could dismiss them, I surely won't think twice about sending you on your way as well." He turned and walked away from them. 4 rather shaken teenagers saw their 2 targets heading for the exit doors. They quickly made their way over and stopped Harry and Susan by asking for a word. When they stopped, Hermione said, "Harry, I'm so sorry for all that has happened and what I said and did to you. I also want to thank you for saving me from myself and the former Weasley family." Harry said, "Apology accepted." Hermione smiled as Neville stepped forward and bowed in front of Harry. He said, "Lord Potter Blackbones, I wish to formally apologize for my actions and inactions towards you. As Scion to House Longbottom, I wish to formally offer myself and my house as your servants in atonement for my actions." He looked up and said, "Harry, I am really sorry for being such an idiot and will do anything you ask to prove myself to you once again." Harry said, "Apology accepted." Luna stepped forward and said, "Harry, I also wish to apologize for my actions. You were my first friend, and I turned my back on you because I was scared of losing my other friends, which I wouldn't have had if not for you. All I can say is that I knew better and am deeply ashamed of my actions." Harry said, "Apology accepted." Hannah stepped forward and said, "Susan and Harry, I am so sorry for the words I spoke that night. There is nothing I wouldn't do to make it go away. Susan, We have been best friends since birth, please. Don't let the words I spoke in hurt and jealousy break our bond of friendship and family. Susan looked at Harry, then said apology accepted. The four moved to try and hug them, but Harry and Susan quickly stepped back. When she saw this, Daphne stepped forward and blocked them. She said, "Just because they accepted your apology does not mean things will return to the way they were. You may have been forgiven, but I'm sorry to say your actions deeply hurt and scarred them. They will never forget the choices you made." Hannah snapped, "Daphne, just who do you think you are to speak for them?" Susan glared at Hannah and said, "She is our sister by blood oath. She and Tori spent most of the summer with us, and after learning the whole story, they bound themselves to us by blood so that we would never fear betrayal from them." The four started crying as Harry took Susan's hand and walked away. Hermione wailed, "Harry," which brought about the attention of the adult family members, along with the remaining students and staff. In the hall, Harry turned to them and said, "Just stop. I considered you three to be my brother and sisters. I would have done anything for you, even dying if it meant keeping you safe, and if I remember correctly, I nearly did several times. I didn't do it for Dumbledore. I didn't do it for the rest of the world. No, I did it for you, and what do I get in return? You turn your backs on me, call me dangerous, and spit on me." Hermione said, "But Harry, I was under their control." Harry said, "That may be, but I know what they did, and you had to willingly submit to it in the first place. Therefore, in our opinion, you made your choice." Neville started to say something, but Susan cut him off. She said, "Don't say a word, Neville. If you had acted instead of not, many of the horrendous events in Harry's life would never have happened. In my eyes, you are just as responsible as Dumbledore for the life my husband was subjected to. Your actions will forever cause House Longbottom to be looked upon as dishonorable by our houses. Be thankful we are not taking any further action." Harry looked at Luna and just shook his head. He said, "I hope you will be happy with your choice of friends." Susan then turned on Hannah. She said, "My dear sweet sister." Hannah flinched. "You knew me better than anyone. You knew that I have loved him since first year, and you also knew it wasn't a mere crush. For you to call me a whore and question my fidelity to my husband and the love of my life hurt more than I can express." There were gasps throughout the crowd. For someone who claimed to love me as a sister, you sure have a funny way of showing it. Let me just say to all of you, there may come a day when you are completely forgiven and our friendships may continue. Unfortunately for you, that day is not today. When they heard the voices being raised, the adult family members were moving quickly in their direction. They saw the fire in Harry and Susan's eyes and knew nothing good would come of this. As they got close, Susan turned and grabbed Harry's hand and led him towards the door. Amelia blushed as she heard Susan say, "Come, my husband, I need you to take me home and make me forget those people even exist." Harry responded, "It will be my pleasure, milady." Dobby popped in, grabbed their hands, and popped back out after sending a glare towards the four former friends. Phileas stood there, staring harshly at all the students that had ruined this evening for Harry and Susan. He held such high hopes that they would feel welcome, and he had been disappointed greatly. He finally commanded, "I think you should all go to your dorms at once. You have done enough damage for one night." Phileas led the family up to his office so they could flew directly from there. They talked for a few minutes before they departed, and the main topic was Harry and Susan. Phileas said, "I think we gave the students too much credit. Their actions tonight have effectively ended any contact they may have with Harry and Susan. Not only that, I'm sure it will be a cold day in hell before they return." Daphne said, "You got that right, Uncle Phileas. I can't believe those idiots, and I will not let them be the cause of me losing my relationship with Harry and Susan. Would you please allow us to link our fireplace to Marauder Manor?" Phileas said, "Yes, that will be acceptable. Just make sure you let us know when you are gone." Daphne said, Thank you. I plan on being there for them and taking my duties as an aunt very serious. Amelia smiled and said, I'm sure they will appreciate it. They both have so few people they can rely on. Torre said, I know, and after all he has done for everyone, they still treat Harry like crap. I don't know about you, but I think these people need to learn the price of betrayal. Several heads nodded at this as they were in deep thought. Phileas finally said, Just what do you have in mind, Torre? I'm not sure, but it is a lesson they need to learn. Daphne said, I think those idiots should be excluded somehow from the advanced programs. Maybe even classifying them as undesirable to the partner organizations. Ragnock said, it wouldn't be too difficult to modify a psyche profile to show whether they truly want to improve our world or just remain selfish idiots. Amelia said, the Aurors and Unspeakables already have something similar in place. They would test. They're candidates anyway, so we could just use the same test for everyone. Anyone who failed could be blacklisted or excluded. Phileas nodded and said, I will agree to that. Now, the hard part will be convincing Harry and Susan. Daphne said, I think Aunt Amelia and I should handle that part, if we presented it as not wasting resources on hopeless cases. They might agree. They all agreed that it sounded like a sound plan and would talk with the young couple tomorrow. As the others left, Amelia sat on the couch on Phileas' office. As he sat, he offered her a drink which she happily took. They sat there for a few minutes before Phileas said, I figured you would have been in a hurry to return home after tonight. Amelia laughed and said, No, I am sure I won't see either of them until the morning. They tend to hold each other closer when they are upset. Phileas laughed and said, Yes, I forget they are much like James and Lily in that respect. At least I don't have to worry about them being spotted all over the castle like I did with both their parents. Amelia said, Yes, well, while that may be true, we now have a different problem of them never being spotted in Hogwarts at all. Damn those kids for treating Harry that way. If Harry doesn't calm her down, Susan may well end up here tomorrow just hexing the fools. Phileas said, Yes, Susan is much like her aunt, her mother, and her mother-in-law in that respect. I have to say I am quite proud of her. Amelia blushed and said, Me too. She stood and said, I will see you sometime tomorrow. Just call if you need me. I will. Good night, Amelia. Good night, Phileas. It would be 10 years before Harry and Susan would set foot back into Hogwarts. Harry had missed his first home over the years, but never enough to subject him or Susan to any more aggravation. The years following the confrontation saw many students' hopes dashed, as they were deemed unfit for the extended education. Some had even blamed Harry and Susan for it, which had just confirmed to the staff and the partners that they were not the type of people they were looking for. Saul had truly done an amazing job with the ministry. He shared the vision with the department heads and quietly dismissed those who could not see past their own greed. At the end of 2 years, the ministry had been transformed into an efficient organization whose whole purpose was to make life better for everyone. Hogwarts thrived under the leadership of Phileas and quickly became the premier magical school, the world. Many forms and disciplines of magic were added and taught as the years passed, and as the school grew in students, the castle was completely opened up to where it reached maximum capacity. For the first time in many centuries, the contracts enacted by Harry and Susan had made it all possible and allowed for all the magical races to be taught in one location. If that wasn't enough, there were wizard students from all over the world attending as well. The success of Hogwarts created a new problem for Amelia, Phileas, and the heirs. The enrollment had grown so much over the years that they were going to have to turn away students for the first time. Ever as there wasn't any more room, it had never been considered possible to outgrow the castle's capacity. In an inspired move by the family, along with the ministry and the other magical races, a new facility was constructed to house the continuing education classes. Upon completion of the building on the other side of Hogsmeade, it was named the Founders University. Once this was done, Hogwarts once again started to grow. The four betrayers were never quite the same after that night. They were shunned by most of the students as betrayers of the worst kind, even though they were partly to blame as well. Hermione eventually went to a mundane university and disappeared back into the mundane world after no one would hire her in the magical one. Luna took over her father's paper until it finally closed down due to lack of subscriptions. After that, she traveled the world looking for her creatures. A rumor surfaced years later that she had been killed when she mistook a rather ferocious crocodile for one of her creatures. Neville and Hannah married and eventually became Lord and Lady Longbottom Abbot. They had several children, but never regained the respect their families once had. It would take their children to repair the honor of both houses. Neville never made an impact on the Wisengamot and finally settled for opening his own greenhouses. He employed Pomona Sprout as no one would hire her to teach. Minerva just retired and lived out her life in quiet. After several years and much soul-searching, she sent a letter to Harry apologizing for her attitude and actions regarding him. Sadly, she never received a response. Draco Malfoy embraced the new programs at Hogwarts and set about repairing his family's reputation. He succeeded so well that he and Tori eventually fell in love and married. He achieved something very few ever managed, as he was completely forgiven and invited into the family. Their first child was the godson to Harry and Susan. Pansy Parkinson also repaired her family's image and moved it forward into modern times. She and Zacharias Smith married and had several children. The talk she desperately waited a year for didn't go as she expected. On Daphne's recommendation, Harry accepted her but would not accept her house as a servant house to atone for the past. Instead, he asked her to champion the fight for equality among the magical races. She did so with a vengeance and eventually became the Minister of Magic due to the high level of respect she had earned. The former Weasley twins had fallen back on their mother's family name and were now Prewitts. They repaid their debts to the goblins and left soon thereafter. Before they departed, they approached Hermione and begged forgiveness. It didn't go too well as she ranted and raved about all that their family had cost her in her life. Many think it was that meeting that caused them to leave Britain forever. Daphne was a different matter altogether. Over the next few years, she dated but never found someone who she felt was good enough. She had set the bar at Harry's level and, quite frankly, no one would ever measure up. She had moved into Marauder Manor after earning her potions mastery and decided to take over for Amelia when she had retired to enjoy her family. Daphne and Susan had become closer as the years passed, and they took it upon themselves to convince Harry to take Daphne as a second wife. It took a while, but Harry finally relented when he came home one day and found both of them waiting for him in the master's suite without a stitch of clothes on. Harry did love Daphne and found her very attractive, but would never even consider a relationship with her, as he considered Susan his one and only. It finally took Susan grabbing their hands and asking Daphne to marry them to get the job done. Funnily enough, he couldn't even argue the point, as he had given Susan the power to make decisions for the family when they first married. Lily once again smiled down upon her son and extended the bond and gifts to include Daphne. Harry would be blessed with his two hot young wives for the rest of his life. With the duties now shared between Susan and Daphne, they each managed to have 14 kids apiece. They had managed to have 20 boys and 8 girls, which worked out perfectly. It must have been magic, as between the 3 of them, they held the titles to 28 families, of which 8 were matriarchal. The 3 of them were attentive and loving parents who made sure no one ever felt neglected. It was also a rare family dynamic that was the Potter family. all of the children grew up knowing they had one father and two mothers. The issue of which mother actually gave birth was never a problem, as all the children were theirs, and the term "my child" was never heard. The Potters, as they preferred to be called due to the ever-lengthening name, had joined with the rest of the family and formed the Unity Investment Group. It was primarily ran by Harry, Ragnock, and Bearclaw, and was not for the weak of heart. They were never afraid to take the high risks, as they would give them the best returns. Most of the time, their instincts were correct, and they made money off the venture. They may have been lucky, but they were never that lucky. They did manage to lose their tails on some, but they knew that you couldn't win them all. Their strategies did allow them to rebuild the fortunes to all their houses so that their children would have something to work with in the future. Harry, Susan, and Daphne decided to do things differently than most other families. At the age of 30, when their children were married and established in a career, they were given their titles and lordships. This allowed them to gain experience while still having their parents around to guide them. It worked out better than they had planned, as it allowed the three of them to travel the world in their semi-retirement earlier than most of their peers. Luckily for Harry and the girls, the fact that they retained their youthfulness until the end helped them to enjoy their life and each other in their later years. The Potters must have ended up visiting every nude beach on the planet, as Harry could never get enough of seeing his hot wives frolicking in the surf. It was also an unspoken rule that if any of their children were planning on visiting them at Marauder Manor, they gave their parents plenty of time to get dressed before they arrived. The children had learned at a young age that their parents were barely dressed most of the time, and after a few embarrassing encounters involving their friends coming for a visit, never made that mistake again. It actually made the Potter children more popular, as the male friends were regularly coming over to hopefully catch a glimpse of the two goddesses that were the Potter mothers. At the ripe old age of 150, the three of them decided it was time to pass on into the next life and rejoin the members of their family that had preceded them. Never to do anything normal, they threw a going-away party in which they were surrounded by their family and their extended family. They bid farewell to their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and even great-great-grandchildren. The event was so full of love that Lily was able to appear directly in front of them and guide them away. The Potters left a legacy of change for their world and had charged their descendants and their family with the task of being the caretakers for the future.
Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to this channel.